So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto was trained hard by a mighty guy for Chunin exams. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. The Trade. Night had long since fallen on the village of Konoha. Most of the village had shut their lights off and went to bed by now. However, one light still burned bright in the village. The Hokage and Iruka sat awake, albeit barely in Iruka's case, in the old man's office. Some people would wonder why the two would still be awake at such a late hour. The reason was actually quite simple. Ada Kakashi. The man was late. Again. Iruka knew that the they sent to get him may have had to wake him up, but it still shouldn't have taken nearly this long for the man to get ready and be on his way. They wouldn't have needed him at all if Iruka hadn't needed to change teams. He had just recently given Naruto his headband, making the boy an official shinobi. While he had done so gladly at the time, he was regretting it at the moment. Finding Naruto a team had been easy, he just made the mistake of throwing him in the group with a chronically late sensei, who they happened to need permission from before they changed his team. Not that Iruka was sure the Hokage really needed permission for anything, but it was still courteous to let the man know of his new arrangement. At least that's what Iruka would have thought even an hour and a half ago. Now he was just tired and fed up with waiting for him. Not to mention he was still covered in cuts and bruises from his scrap with Mizuki. Yeah, all the big stuff had been healed, but he still felt particularly sore. Looking at the Hokage, he noticed that the man's elderly face didn't seem at all tired or even all that anxious about the tardiness of one of his shinobi. He just sat there going about his paperwork. Iruka was about to inquire as to why he seemed so content with this clear showing of disrespect when a loud pop happened right next to him. Following the pop was a cloud of smoke of which the current object of Iruka's contempt stepped out of. Yo. The man waved and held one hand in the air as he spoke lazily. The Hokage smiled. Good to see you, Kakashi. What kept you this time? Kakashi shrugged. You know, I had to rescue a tree from a cat. Wait. Kakashi paused and seemed to think about it for a minute, much to Iruka's chagrin. Iruka decided to give a small cough to alert them of his presence. Kakashi turned slowly and looked at Iruka steadily with his one eye. Something about that unnerved the Chunin a little. This stare-off continued 30 seconds until Kakashi's one visible eye appeared to smile at him. Sorry, I didn't even see you there. Iruka wanted to retort with slander of some sort, but stopped. The man was here. Might as well just end things fast. He could finally get this whole thing over with and get some well-deserved rest. With that thought in mind, he hurriedly pulled out a sheet of paper. There was a change to the teams. Uzumaki Naruto has been swapped into your group. At least that was what he intended to say. Instead, the only thing heard was the door being kicked in and a voice loud enough to wake half the village. Dynamic entry. The green beast, otherwise known as Might Guy, leapt into the office. When he landed, he took a sweep of the room, but his eyes stopped when he caught sight of the hair that defied gravity itself. Ah, my youthful rival, Kakashi. I see your flame burns bright tonight as well. Tell me, my friend. What brings you to this place at this untimely hour? Guy's assault of words was spoken in just as booming a voice as when he first entered, and Iruka felt like plugging his ears. Instead, he let out what sounded like a whimper, dropped the paper and slid down into his seat. Defeated. Oh, Guy, when did you get here? Kakashi said with disinterest and his nose deep in a bright orange book. Damn. Guy shouted, throwing his hands in the air. I can't stand that hip attitude of yours. It drives me insane. If it were not 3 in the morning, I would challenge you to youthful combat. Alas, I even need to recharge my battery at night. Several thoughts came to Iruka at once. The first pondered on if there was a volume switch for this man. Seriously, did the man ever stop shouting? Another thought was much more horrifying. If this was what the man was like on low energy, he never wanted to see him fully charged. Third, but definitely not a thought to disregard, was the spandex-clad man's purpose in being here. Surely it was some form of divine punishment. Which led him to wonder what he did to deserve it. As this train of wonder kept on going, so did Guy's voice. However, Guy paused his rant as he took note of the paper Iruka had dropped to the floor. In the blink of an eye, he snatched it up and was reading through its contents. Taking on a genin team, Kakashi. Might as well fail them now, none of them could compete with Mai Lee. Kakashi continued to ignore him and read his book. Undeterred, Guy continued, although I've heard of this Uzumaki Naruto. He sounds most youthful. It is a shame it is channeled into things such as pranks. Under the proper guidance, he could light a flame of youth so bright even the sun would seem just a flicker. Then how about a trade? You take Naruto and I'll take the Hyuga genius off your hands. Iruka's head suddenly snapped up, staring wide-eyed at Kakashi, the comment clearly breaking him of his depressed train of thoughts. Guy himself rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The Hokage sat in his chair, his expression had yet to change since Kakashi entered. The one-eyed Jonin hadn't even pulled his face out of the book as he spoke. He took the silence as a chance to add more. If you are afraid of not being able to study more about the Jaikin style, then I have a solution. There was also a Hyuga in this graduating class. The heiress, in fact. Give me the female on your team and you can have her too. Guy's shiny smile seemed to make the room even brighter. It was true. He had been worried about losing insight on the Jaikin, but he would never admit it. The gentle fist fascinated him and he would be damned if he lost a way to study it. Guy was also no fool. He knew that even though she was the heiress, she was the black sheep of the clan. While most Hyuga stood tall and arrogant, she walked hunched and meekly. But that in itself was a plus. Between him, Lee, and maybe even Naruto, they could bring her out of that and make her much more youthful than her older cousin. It was decided. I accept Kakashi. But what do you say? Why don't we make this more interesting? Kakashi for the first time looked up from his book, but before he could inquire as to what Guy meant, Iruka interrupted. You can't be serious. He sounded exasperated. You can't simply trade teams, especially with a group that's been together for a whole year now. It just can't be done. He looked to the Hokage for support but to his horror saw a gleam in the elderly man's eye. All 5 eyes were now on him. After a drag on his pipe and a long blow he spoke. I would like to hear the rest of what Guy has to say. If possible. Guy's smile got bigger while Iruka's mouth seemed to hit the floor. A bet. Guy continued. The team that does better in the upcoming exams is the winner of the bet, simple as that. As for the stakes. You will finally show me what is behind that mask. Guy shouted the last bit and again Iruka was sure half the village was awake now. You have to give up spandex. Was Kakashi's quick retort. For life. He adds as an afterthought. Guy seemed to pale at the terms but it went away almost as fast as it appeared. He apparently had little doubt of failure. Looks like we got a deal then. They both turned to the Hokage. Guy bowed to nearly a 90-degree angle before speaking again. I would be honored if you would arrange this for us, Hokage-sama. The Hokage looked thoughtful for a minute. Guy seemed to be sweating profusely from his position but refused to stand up straight. Iruka chewed on his nails nervously. Kakashi looked as calm and uninterested as ever. Finally, the Hokage spoke. I'll accept it on a few terms. Guy shot up straight so fast the Hokage felt his own backache if only he could somehow draw on his flames of youth. Firstly, you are both required to have your teams participate in D-rank missions for at least 2 weeks. Next, I want this to be explained to the teams in a way as not to upset them. I don't care what you say, but I want no hard feelings between you and your students. Finally, take great care of Naruto's secret. He just became aware of it tonight. As his sensei, help him out in any way you can to make sure he knows you see him for who he is. That is all. The last 2 had been directed at Guy. He knew it wouldn't be hard for his team to part though. His other 2 students just didn't have the youth Lee and himself seemed to exude. He had hoped with time that they would show more passion, but Niji remained cold and uncaring. Tenten was a kind enough student but was always more focused on sharpening her weapons and training with Niji than working out with them. Not that she could have kept up anyway. It was heartbreaking to admit, but it seemed as if almost 2 different teams had formed within Team Guy. This was not something Guy intended to let happen again. Guy was also well prepared for the 3rd term. He saw the looks the boy was given. The fact that he turned out the way he did spoke volumes of the flames of youth he harbored. Guy had nothing but respect for the poor boy. The Hokage just then continued with instructions for the 2. Guy, you and Lee are to go pick up Naruto and Hinata a day from now. They have tomorrow off. I'll leave it to you Kakashi as to where you want to meet your new students. Just be sure to pick up Sasuke at the academy. And try to be on time. The Hokage knew it was a lost cause, but hey, he tried. With nothing else to say the 2 bowed and turned to leave. As Guy took a step towards the door he tripped over something. 3 sets of eyes looked down to realize that one Yamino Iruka had fainted, probably when the Hokage had agreed to the arrangement. The Hokage only chuckled as he asked Guy to take him to the hospital for him. Guy nodded his acceptance. He picked the man up, slung him over his shoulder and was on his way with blazing speed. Kakashi then disappeared in a puff of smoke just as he had come. The Hokage finally leaned back in his chair. He felt more his age now that they were gone. He needed to start hanging around young people more. He chucked. Just what he needed, more of Guy's youthful speeches. At least Naruto should be enough of a handful for Guy for a while. If not the other way around. He chuckled some more. He looked down at the rest of the team sheets. He would have to arrange them some more for Iruka. Fortunately, it wouldn't be hard, there happened to be just one easy fix. The Hokage stood up and all the bones in his body cracked. He walked over to the door and shut the light off. It had been a long night. At least it promised interesting things in the future. Chapter 2. Introductions. Naruto was irritated. He had been having such a good day. He had made it to the academy on time. That would be the first and last time that ever happened. Naruto had thought he had been having a pretty lucky streak until now. Someone had finally accepted him, he became a ninja, a step closer to his goal of Hokage, hell, he even got to teach the old man's grandkid a pervert yesterday. So naturally he figured his luck had turned around. Only to turn around and be completely shut down by Sakura. But that was no problem. He was used to that. He was also quite upset when Sakura and him hadn't been put in the same team. It did help that she looked just as dejected when not put in a team with Sasuke. Instead she had left with Shino and Kiba and some female who had long black hair. Again, this wasn't the point of his concern. It also wasn't the fact that Sasuke and he had done something unspeakable. They had kissed. Naruto shuddered even thinking about it. He didn't even care when all the girls had thrashed him. Once again, this wasn't the current cause of his irritable mood. No, the problem was when they got called off into teams he hadn't been put in one at all. Naruto wanted to know what the hell was going on. He was in the room with just Iruka-sensei, Sasuke, and Hinata. It made him feel better that at least they looked as confused as he was. In fact, Hinata happened to be just as confused as Naruto. She hoped that the fact that the three of them were the only genin left in the room meant that they were on a team, but something seemed off. Maybe they weren't made ninja after all and were being sent back. Maybe they would be told to quit altogether. Hinata could understand if they told her that, but not Naruto. He worked so hard and didn't deserve something like that. Surely he would find some way to overcome it though. She thought all this while shyly staring at the boy of her affections who was obviously miffed. Iruka had one big headache. All the medicine and healing ninjutsu in the world wouldn't be enough to get rid of this one. He couldn't believe he had to do this. Thankfully Naruto was quietly fuming at the moment, but that wouldn't last for too long. He had to say something and then make a break for it. Naruto, Hinata. He started, earning both of their undivided attention now. You are both to be placed together on a team with another student who graduated a year before you. Before he could continue he was interrupted by none other than the boy he was addressing. What the hell is this? Why are we being placed with someone not from our class? Before Iruka could explain, even Sasuke voiced it. That doesn't explain what is going to happen to me, am I to be on a team by myself? Iruka couldn't help but notice the hint of hope in the soul surviving Uchiha's voice. Iruka rubbed his temples. Thank God this was it for a while. The two are actually related. Sasuke, you are to be taken by the other genin's teammates to meet with a new sensei for all of you. As he said this a girl with twin buns and a pink Chinese garb knocked and walked in. Smiling politely, she announced that she was there for Sasuke. Said boy got up and ambled over to the girl. As they walked out Iruka heard something about chronically late sensei. Knowing if he had any hope for his head ever recovering, Iruka left too after wishing the remaining two students good luck. They were going to need it. To say Hinata felt relieved was an understatement. Not only was she still going to become a ninja, but she was now on the same team as Naruto. Nothing could have brought her down from this. Not even the disapproving glare that she received from her father. Which happened all too often. So what do you think our teammate and sensei will be like? Hinata gave a squeak and jumped away from the unexpectedly close voice. Naruto looked startled by her outburst, but his face then settled on what looked like an apologetic glance. Now he thinks I'm a scared weak girl, she mused remorsefully. Why did she have to be so jumpy around him? I'm sure they are great and ninja. I am interested to meet our teammate as well. As she spoke she silently cursed her stutter. She summed up the courage to say more just when the door was kicked in and the glass on one of the windows shattered. Flying in from both ends were similar-looking men. Both of them were clad in green spandex that made Hinata blush a little. The matching bowl cuts and thick bushes that appeared to be eyebrows weren't helping their appearance. Uzumaki Naruto. Hyuga Hinata. The names were shouted at the same time, Naruto's by the older and hers by the younger. And to her amazement she watched as they took odd poses and started introductions. My name is Rock Lee. I am pleased to meet my new teammates. May we share many youthful moments together. Light Guy is my name, but you may call me Guy Sensei. I am your Jonin instructor and cannot wait to kindle your flames of youth. Naruto was speechless. That was a definite first. He had been so surprised that he had drawn a kunai. He now stood on his desk in a sloppy battle stance, but he could do nothing but open and close his mouth as he watched the performance. The kunai in his hand was long forgotten. Someone please tell me this is a joke. He all but whispered as they finished. First off, he was stuck with a quiet weird girl, and now two obnoxious psychopaths. The psychopath with a Chunin vest also happened to have good hearing. This is no joke Naruto. Be prepared to be taught in the most youthful way possible. It begins now. Meet us at training ground 3. Just as he said it, they both disappeared in a green blur. Naruto couldn't believe it. Damn, that was fast. Naruto's face suddenly lit up. If they can teach me to do that then this might not be so bad. Naruto quickly jumped down from the desk he was standing on and rushed out the window after them. Hinata looked around in shock in the now empty room. Then she slowly lowered her head sadly. They had left her behind. Hinata. She looked up in surprise to see Naruto leaning inside the window, scratching his head. Where is training ground 3 again? Hinata felt herself smile involuntarily. I'll show you. She got up and quickly began to descend the steps. You're the best, Hinata. The Hyuga era stumbled after Naruto's words were processed in her mind. She managed to keep from falling, but a huge blush painted her face for a long time afterward. Lee arrived at the training ground just behind his sensei. He had put on the show his sensei expected, but he was torn. Lee did not know how to feel about this. It had been such a bombshell. They all met up at 7 in the morning like usual, after he and his sensei's 5 o'clock training, just for Guy Sensei to tell them they would no longer be a team. Lee didn't like Neji, but he was his eternal rival. What was Lee to do without him to challenge every day? Neji of course took the news coolly. He had thanked Sensei for everything and just took it at that. He didn't even protest. Tenten at least was tearful. She had asked if it was because Guy was disappointed in them in some way. Guy had assured them that he wasn't and that sometimes teams just had to split up. The team had eaten one last meal together after training before Tenten had given him and Sensei a wet hug before promising to keep in touch. Things were changing too fast and all at once. Lee didn't like it. Guy Sensei promised him though that he would come to like these new teammates of his. He said Naruto was much like himself and suffered a hard past. Hinata meanwhile was a sweet innocent version of her cousin. Not that it made her any less deadly. At least, that's what Lee figured. What's done is done, Lee concluded as Naruto and Hinata slid into the clearing. He would make the best of this for Guy Sensei. Not to mention for himself. Naruto really couldn't believe it. These guys were like lightning. He hadn't seen them at all while trying to catch up and when he arrived at the training ground, it looked like they had been there for at least a minute. They stood straight and tall and had apparently caught their breath. They were real shinobi. He was going to learn how to do that now. What did you guys use to make you do that? He said walking toward them, trying to mask his heavy breathing. I let out a boisterous laugh that made Naruto flinch slightly. We did not use any kind of Naruto. Then how did you move so fast? The blonde asked, his breathing already recovered. Simple, my young student. Guy's voice rang across the whole clearing as he pulled out 2 strange objects. We used these. That's so awesome. Hey, what are those sensei? Naruto was about to burst with excitement, but the laugh guy explained. These are weights, Naruto. Naruto's excitement disappeared and a frown appeared on his face at Guy's answer. How are those supposed to help me get faster? They only sound like they're gonna slow me down. Lee cleared his throat to answer, but Guy stuck out his arm to silence him. I think I see a look of understanding in Hinata. Guy observed. Hinata gave a squeak and ducked her head. She was blushing furiously now. She was hoping no one would point her out since she still hadn't recovered her breath. How had her teammates done it so quickly? When she tilted her head up, Naruto and Guy were looking at her expectantly. Well, I think if you run with the increased W weight for a while, you build up better endurance. That way, when you take them off you feel lighter and are able to move faster. By the time she finished she had been speaking in little more than a whisper, but Naruto had managed to catch it all. Somehow. He began to nod his head quickly. Yeah, I get it, that's sweet. Give me all the weights you got sensei. Naruto said, turning back to the green-clad man. Naruto felt an involuntary shiver at his sensei's tone. You should be considerate of your teammates. She will need some too. She is an invaluable asset to us now. As are you of course. We must all work towards a common goal. Guy chided. Goal. Hinata managed to squeak out. Yes. Guy shouted, his loud voice returned. I shall strive to make all of you geniuses of hard work. Naruto and Hinata shared a confused look. Without needing a prompt Guy jumped into his explanation. Geniuses are those born with natural talent. They hardly have to try and they succeed with ease. Sasuke in your class and Hinata's cousin and my former student Neji are considered geniuses. A scowl formed on Naruto's face at the mention of Sasuke, while Hinata lit up in realization. Geniuses of hard work however aren't as lucky. We have to work hard, train day in and day out to become the best we can be. In the end though it is worth it. We come out stronger because of our hardships and we stand above those who don't suffer the way we had to. We may not be as strong at first, but in the end we are superior. What you do with this newfound strength is up to you. However, I trust you to use it wisely. I shouted this last bit with his fist in the air and a leg up on some log that hadn't been there a moment ago. When he looked at Naruto and Hinata he saw what he wanted. There was determination. Even the shy Hyuga had appeared moved and he knew there was more than hope for her now. He would make them the best. Together with Lee, they would be an unstoppable force. It was too bad he still had one more test before they could truly become a team. Guy continued in Hinata's passionate shout, and so. We will begin by evaluating your skills. How are we gonna do that, sensei? Naruto asked with his hand held high in the air. Glad you asked. You are both going to spar against Lee. Your goal is to beat him using your flames of youth. Naruto was about to ask what he meant by flames of youth but decided against it. One passionate speech a day was his limit. Okay then, settle into your stances. Remember, aim to kill and hold nothing back. You won't be able to beat Lee any other way. Any questions? Naruto had died at the sound of a challenge. He licked his lips. This was going to be good. Hinata didn't know how to react. The only thought in her head was how everyone was going to see what a failure she was. The three genin settled into their respective fighting stances, Hinata activating her Byakugan before doing so. Guy quickly saw the flaws in Naruto's stance. Not that they were hard to miss. It looked to Guy like the boy had never been shown a proper stance in his life. Which wouldn't have been a big surprise either. Hinata on the other hand showed perfection. He began to ponder how she could be disregarded by her clan with such a flawless stance, but decided to wait until seeing more to judge. After all, he wasn't a hasty man. I should mention one more thing. If you fail to win, I'll have to send you both back to the academy. Guy laughed as Naruto and Hinata both turned to him in shock. What? Naruto yelled. That wasn't part of the bargain. He was supposed to have been out for sure. He had gone through too much to have this man tell him he would be going back. I smiled but didn't say anything more as he raised his arm in the air. He watched his genin tense. With a big intake of breath he let his arm drop and boomed. Ready, go. Naruto was off like a rocket. He was going to end this quickly. He couldn't afford to be sent back. Lee had been caught off guard by Naruto's lack of hesitation and nearly didn't block a left hook aimed at the side of his head. Lee returned the punch but Naruto stepped back to avoid it. Naruto then jumped forward and launched a high kick at Lee, who blocked again. Spinning quickly with the force of the blow, Lee sent a kick at Naruto's midsection. Grinning, Naruto blocked it. Odd only to be launched backwards into a tree about 20 yards away. Hinata stopped short. She had nearly been to Lee when he sent Naruto flying. Poor Naruto. She had planned to send a Jaiken into Lee's back, but her slight hesitation gave him enough time to notice her. He quickly settled into what Hinata noted as a defensive stance. Of course, she realized Lee was aware of her special attacks and was thus wary to be the one to approach. Taking a breath to steady herself, she inched closer. When Lee gave no reaction, she jumped at him. Lee noticed the movement and sprung backwards. Hinata pressed forward. Swinging her Jaiken steadily and fluidly. Just as she thought she might connect, he disappeared and was coming at her from the right now. Hinata ducked the left of the punch at her face. Lee spun quickly again, aiming the same kick he had at Naruto. Hinata was prepared though. She bent almost completely backwards, dodging the powerful kick. She brought herself up quickly and aimed a palm thrust at Lee's stomach. What she hadn't anticipated was Lee's elbow to completely deflect her blow, sending her chakra pointlessly into the air. Lee then proceeded to bring his knee up into Hinata's stomach, knocking the wind out of her and sending her rolling several feet away, where she lay completely still for several seconds. It wasn't pain that caused her to stay on the ground, but shock. Finally, she started to move. Slowly but surely she climbed to her feet while nursing her stomach. How could this happen? She had failed miserably, having a strike like that deflected. She could only take comfort in the fact that Naruto had been sent flying too, but regretted the thought instantly. She had no more time for moping as Lee was on her again, his hesitation forgotten, swinging crazy kicks and swift punches. It was all Hinata could do to deflect or dodge them. But it was too late. With her confidence shattered, she couldn't fight back and was quickly subdued to a panting mess on the ground. Lee felt sorry for her. She was clearly nothing like her cousin. She had started off strong, but one good move from him and she fell apart. Lee sighed. This new team was definitely going to take some getting used to. Not that there would be a team if they didn't pull themselves together. Damn it all, that really hurt. Lee heard Naruto shout in the distance. I didn't want to have to do this to you, but you leave me no choice. Naruto formed a seal and shouted. Tadukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Lee felt his eyes blur with orange for a minute as he took in the spectacle. Nearly that whole half of the clearing was filled with clones. He grimaced as they charged and he realized to his amazement that they were all solid. I had not expected this. Hinata's problem became quickly apparent to him. He was going to have to nip this confidence problem fast. Fortunately, Naruto seemed to have plenty to spare. While Guy himself also had confidence leaking off his body, he felt Hinata would take it better from Naruto. After all, her infatuation with him was clear as day. Naruto clearly had a reason to be confident. Guy had never seen so many clones in his life. Lee was now struggling not to be overwhelmed. Even his precious student had his limits. Winning became much more possible. Hinata watched as Lee danced away from the clones. They swung, screamed and kicked at the slightly frightened genin as he ducked, rolled and threw in a punch wherever he could. But he was not being given a lot of room. However, there were also too many clones coming at once. More often than not the clones ran into each other, popping themselves out of existence. The clones were clearly not coordinated at all, and Lee started to gain a small edge. Rolling clear of two clones as they collided into each other, Lee slipped 4 shuriken out of his back pouch and whipped them into the crowd, dispelling many clones. He then charged forward through the gap the shuriken had just created. Jumping up he delivered a spinning kick into another Naruto who flew into more clones, dispelling them all. "Hinata, can you stand?" one clone said to her. The girl in question wasn't sure or not if she was in heaven or hell. Naruto was all around her and she was sure she was red as a tomato. Not trusting her voice she nodded and slowly stood up. "Guy-sensei was stressing teamwork to me and he's right," Naruto started. "I don't know what you can do, but there has got to be something. Bushy brow over there is dropping my clones left and right." Naruto grimaced as one of his clones was hit in a nasty spot. Asking for help wasn't something he was used to, nor did he like it. However, it was clear that there was no way he was going to win this. Lee was starting to gain ground. "I gotta help out. If you see an opening, take it," Naruto said while running into the fray before Hinata could protest. Lee was really smiling now. At first he had been scared, but this was turning out to be a great workout. Neji had never challenged Lee in a way like this, and the clones just seemed to keep coming. Lee felt one latch onto his back. Doing a backflip he snagged the clone by the collar and whipped him at 3 more clones before landing in another group. With a spinning kick he dispelled 8 more. Lee was outright laughing now. This seemed to irk the clones as they attacked with renewed vigor. It didn't seem to make much difference. Lee quickly fell into a pattern. The more Naruto attacked the more Lee realized it was systematic. 1 came from the front, followed by 2 from either side. After Lee rolled backwards a clone was always waiting to intercept him. Lee would jump up from his roll and kick this one with both his feet. Spinning quickly he would punch another clone just in his range. Then the cycle repeated. He kept it up at the same pace for a few minutes. Clone after clone kept coming. Clone after clone kept disappearing. Just as he thought the number of clones was dying out he turned and threw a punch. Right into Hinata's outstretched palm. Lee yelped in pain as he felt his arm go numb. She had seen Lee repeat the same pattern over and over. So she placed herself right where she knew his fist would be. Not wasting the effort Hinata stepped forward and landed another strike in his ribsage. Lee staggered and the clones were on him. Lee was knocked onto the ground. He was pinned and defeated. A loud clap echoed across the clearing as the clones began to pop out of existence. "Well done both of you, all of you." Guy shouted proudly to his students. "I have not seen such a vibrant display of youth in a long time." Naruto gave a loud whoop. They had done it. It took a lot of energy and he was sweating profusely, but they had really done it. They would not be going back to the academy. Lee, with the clones off him, rose quickly to his feet and bowed before his sensei. "Forgive me Guy-sensei, I have failed and shall run 500 laps around Konoha in a handstand." I frowned. "Lee, it was due to teamwork that you lost, not any inability. For not understanding this I want you to do 1000 chin-ups with one hand." "Oh, thank you Guy-sensei." Lee shouted. "You are always so merciful, I shall get started immediately." Having said this Lee took off to the nearest place to accomplish his task. I watched him, tears of happiness springing from his eyes. Naruto stared between the two but couldn't figure out what had just happened. Hadn't he just punished Lee? And yet the boy had seemed overjoyed at the thought. He looked to Hinata to see if she understood, but he noticed that she had a spacey look and doubted she even knew what had transpired. Why was he stuck with all the weirdos? Hinata had indeed not heard a word of anything. She was too stunned. She could never have pulled something like that off before. Yet when Naruto asked her to, she found that failure at that point would have been more than unacceptable, and she had done it. Together with Naruto. It was like all her dreams could come true now. She was brought out of her musing by Guy-sensei's hand on her shoulder. "I'm proud of both of you." He started. "I have seen a lot we need to work on, but fear not, we shall start early tomorrow. Lee and I start training at 5 in the morning. You are welcome to join us, but if you choose not to I ask that you meet up here at 7. Naruto couldn't believe it. 5 in the morning. He asked for clarity. I nodded. Yes, it was necessary to get Lee to where he is today. As I said, he is a genius of hard work. Well, you may have beat him, bear in mind that Lee had his full weight on. As you may have noticed, Lee has very weak chakra and thus cannot perform ninjutsu or he is left with merely taijutsu. Even that was in poor shape when I discovered the young orphan boy doing extra training. But we have made this a strength to him. Well, he cannot perform a clone, he can now punch through solid rock." Naruto was miffed that Lee had been such a tough opponent while weighed down. Yet at the same time he now felt an odd level of closeness to him. Here was another genin like him who couldn't even do a simple clone. They were both orphans. And now they were both under Guy-sensei's tutelage. Naruto knew right then that this team was right for him. They may have all been weirdos, but then again, wasn't he? Now moving on to our attire, while you were sparring I decided the amount of weights you would use without hurting yourselves. Naruto, here are yours and these are yours Hinata. Guy said while handing his students the weights. Remember to wear these at all times, even while eating and sleeping. Don't take them off unless instructed by myself. He watched as they slipped them on and saw them nodded his instructions. Naruto's excitement and Hinata's shy smile. I knew it was time. You are ready. He shouted, noticing the confused looks between the genin. Ready to wear the most fashionable set of clothes in ninja history. As he shouted he whipped out two smaller versions of the spandex suits worn by Lee and himself. Hinata couldn't help it. She visibly blanched. There was no way she was getting in that and she could only take comfort that Naruto must be feeling the same way. Looking over her face fell into complete horror. Naruto was looking at the spandex akin to how he gazed at Sakura. Hinata wasn't one to be about looks since she wasn't much to look at, but she knew liking Naruto the way she did would be much harder if the boy was in that suit. She had to end this fast, but could she bring up the courage to tell her crush she didn't think he would look good in it? Would he even care? Stealing her resolve Hinata spoke I don't think I could be seen in something like that. Hinata started carefully. Naruto had now turned his eyes to her in disbelief. Hinata pressed on anyway. It would be frowned upon by my father if I returned dressed in that. Hinata didn't have a better word for it. I apologize if I offend you by refusing, but I cannot accept it. Hinata bowed politely when she finished. I for his part only nodded thoughtfully. This time Naruto cleared his throat. I guess I can't accept either sensei. I wouldn't want to make Hinata feel left out in the group. It could, well you know, hurt teamwork. Or something. Naruto didn't know why he did it. That outfit looked so cool there, blowing in the wind. No, don't look at it, must resist. Naruto also didn't expect Guy's reaction. The man broke into a smile too big for his face and too bright to not have been from the effect of some kind of light. Ah, Naruto. You learned so quickly. I am not at all hurt by your rejection, but am proud to see that you have taken what you've learned to heart. Naruto felt himself flush at Guy's praise. That is all for today, fear not, you have not done anything wrong, I just have some advice to part with you. Naruto nodded and turned to Hinata. I don't know about you, but I'll definitely be here at 5. I can't afford to fall behind you and bushy brow. He said enthusiastically. Hinata nodded quickly, her face once again red. I will also be here at 5. She just couldn't pass up the opportunity to be with him. No matter how early. Naruto and Guy smiled at her before she turned around and began the walk home. She still couldn't believe the good luck of being on Naruto's team, she would just have to make sure he kept away from that spandex. She didn't know what to make of Guy-sensei and Lee yet. They were different. And yet they seemed so much like Naruto-kun. So she supposed she could really get to like them. She was stuck with them after all. I watched her walk a while, his smile still big and bright. Naruto considered asking him how he did that when the man turned to him, his expression suddenly grim. He had obviously waited for Hinata to get out of earshot. I wanted to discuss something serious with you, Naruto. Naruto couldn't help it. He gulped. The seriousness on the man's face was uncharacteristic. Naruto wondered where it came from. Maybe the man was better at faking his smiles than even himself. What do you mean? Damn, he was picking up Hinata's stuttering habit. He was going to have to turn that around. Tell me Naruto, what is your dream? Naruto sighed with relief. This was easy. You mean you haven't heard? I am going to become the greatest Hokage this village has ever had. That way no one will be able to look down on me and disrespect me anymore. So you want people to see you as yourself and not the fox. Naruto was pulled out of his dreamland at the mention of the thing that ruined his life. His face grew much more serious. Being Hokage is the only way to get them to realize I want to protect them, not destroy them. It is the only way to truly become me. Naruto said. An oddly dark look settled on his face. That is not true of Naruto. What of Iruka? What about myself? We see you as you, not the fox. Naruto looked surprised when Guy included himself, but Guy continued before he could interrupt him. I guarantee you Lee and Hinata will also see you as who you are when they find out the truth. They won't find out. Naruto said quickly. I'll never let it happen. What if you're wrong? I would lose the team I just finally got. That really slows down my Hokage plans. Naruto was shouting now. I'm just saying be prepared for the possibility of them finding out. Missions are dangerous. You never know when its chakra may show itself. Guy said, still calm. Besides Naruto, don't fear, I will never let this team fall apart. We are inseparable from today onwards. Naruto's look of shock returned only to be replaced by what appeared to be teared happiness. I couldn't stand being this serious, time to be more youthful. So remember Naruto. I expect to see your fire burning bright tomorrow morning. Lee and I will not take it easy on you. His big bright smile returned. Naruto wiped his eyes and matched Guy with a smile just as big. Don't worry, I'll have you and Lee run ragged in no time. My flame will drown out the suns on my way to become Hokage. After saying this, Naruto swore he felt his own smile start to glow slightly. That was definitely something to look into. It was late at night again. Guy now stood atop a water tower in a handstand while waiting for his youthful chronically late rival. It had been 2.5 hours, so it had to be about time. As expected, Kakashi popped up in the smaller tower next to him, his nose deep in his book. My eternal rival. Tell me what you thought of my old charges. Guy boomed while jumping back into a normal standing position. Kakashi summed it up quickly, apparently eager to be gone. It went well. I was particularly surprised by the girl's accuracy. The Hyuga kid is also astounding. With them so far ahead, it will be easy for me to focus on Sasuke. The only thing I'm concerned about is Hyuga boy's temper. I frowned at this. What do you mean? The kid shut down Sasuke's Tenketsu when he made a remark about him being a lowly branch member of a clan. The girl had been friendly enough at first, but that comment seemed to set her on edge too. Teamwork is going to be the toughest part in a group of geniuses. Kakashi sighed out the last bit. I nodded. He knew of Niji's complex. But to beat the Uchiha survivor to a pulp was taking it far. They would just have to work it out themselves. They weren't his to help anymore after all. But something was still bugging him about what Kakashi had said. Did you really just want to trade so you could focus on Sasuke? Being able to focus on teaching him how to properly use his Sharingan was part of it, but not the only reason. Kakashi kept his nose in the bright orange book. I stared hard at the man for a moment. It would seem Kakashi wasn't telling him everything, but Guy found it impossible to read him. So what about you? Kakashi asked, ripping Guy from his thoughts. Standing up straight, Guy took a deep breath. It's going to be fantastic to finally know what is behind that mask. Chapter 3. Morning training. Morning training. Crap. Naruto shouted while sprinting through the village. He was late. Not that this was unusual, but he actually wanted to be on time for his new team. After all, he told them he would willingly do it. He even made sure Hinata was coming. The training ground came into sight, and with a final burst of speed and the help of a little chakra, Naruto rocketed into the clearing. He skidded to a halt just in front of his sensei and teammates with mixed reactions. Hinata had the decency to be embarrassed for him. Lee actually looked visibly sick, like the thought of missing even a second of training was blasphemous. Guy's smile was definitely unexpected. Then again, maybe not. He was always smiling. Naruto. Guy's voice seemed even louder so early in the morning. It brings joy to my heart to see your youth burning so brightly in the morning. It even takes Lee a few morning stretches before he can move that fast. But I'm late. Naruto began rather lamely. Not a problem. Guy stopped Naruto before he could continue. I think we can forgive you this once. Just don't make a habit of it. Punctuality is important after all. Naruto began to wonder if his sensei cared at all that he was most likely waking people up. Probably not, the eccentric man probably thought of it as doing them a youthful favor. Now let's get started with the training. Naruto, I would like you to work with Lee on your Taijutsu stance. Listen well to what he says. He isn't called a genius of hard work for nothing. Hinata and I shall be working over here. We will trade off in about an hour. This way, Naruto. Lee gestured the blind to the far side of the field and started walking there himself. Naruto was right. Lee was not having a good morning. Why couldn't it be the same? The mornings when it was just him and Guy Sensei doing handstands around the village or scaling the Hokage monument with their weights doubled. These new guys had also been given weights. Weights were his thing. Why couldn't they have been like Neji and Tenten? At least they hadn't come wearing spandex. That would have been too much. Thinking of Neji reminded Lee of what Hinata did this morning. She was so much different than her cousin. She had come in even before Lee had and had only mumbled a quiet hello that had been completely covered by Guy's greeting. The only reason he knew she said anything at all was the fact that her mouth had moved. That didn't upset Lee though. That would have been silly. Guy-sensei had frowned when Naruto hadn't shown up on time. I guess we should get started without him. He had then turned to them to explain the morning when. Hinata interrupted him. It hadn't been much. Just a quiet and hasty wait. But Guy-sensei looked so surprised that she had spoken out that he let her continue. I think we should wait for Naruto-kun. He will definitely be here soon. In that last sentence she actually sounded sure of herself. Lee was abashed. Had she really just told Guy-sensei to wait on training? Even more to his astonishment, Guy-sensei listened. He was even smiling. Like her speaking out had been some small victory. It only made Lee feel worse when Guy's smile grew bigger as Naruto shot into the training ground. Earth to bushy brow. Naruto said, waving his hand in Lee's face. Lee slapped it away. What is it? He snapped before quickly regretting it. This was the most youthful showing he was giving. Looking around, Lee realized they were where Guy-sensei instructed them to be. Naruto got an annoyed look on his face. Don't yell at me. You were staring off into space since we got here. I thought sensei told you to help me with my stance. Didn't it then? Lee said before Naruto could go further. He waited, but Naruto only stared at Lee, confused. Your fighting stance. Lee sighed. Recognition dawned on Naruto as he proudly slipped into it. Gotcha, why didn't you say so in the first place? So, what's wrong with it? Everything. Naruto lost his balance. He got up quickly while sputtering questions. What the hell do you mean? Wasn't I doing fine yesterday like that? Are you just upset that guy sensei had you work with me instead of you? Enough, Lee finally shouted. Look, I am sorry about what happened before. I am a little upset with the way I suddenly lost two of my teammates, but please listen to me. I did not say that everything was wrong to be mean. Everything was wrong though. Please re-enter the stance and I will help you. Naruto stared at Lee for a second. He definitely seemed sincere. Maybe he was also being a little out of line. Lee knew what he was doing after all. The whipping he gave his clones was proof of that. I'm sorry too. I just say things without thinking. I'm glad that you're helping me. Having said that, Naruto slipped back into his fighting stance. Okay, first bring your legs closer together, you are standing too wide. Yeah, that is good. Bring this arm down here, right in front of you. Now, stick this one out. Do not grip so hard, you will only hurt yourself when you punch. As Lee droned out his instructions he moved around Naruto, pointing to his flaws, moving him slightly when necessary, and showing him his own stance. Okay, that is good. Now hold it there for a minute or two. Let yourself get comfortable in it. Naruto did as instructed and without complaints either. Haruka would have cried tears of happiness at this attentive Naruto. The reason for Naruto's silence though was his own shock. A teacher at the academy specifically showed Naruto to stand that way. Naruto might have thought Lee was lying to him if it wasn't for the fact that the more Lee corrected, the more natural Naruto began to feel. Like it was the way it was supposed to be. What now? Naruto asked, still in the stance. Good, I want you to run a lap around the training ground. Seeing the question forming on Naruto's lips, Lee held up his hand. Trust me, it will help you. Naruto shrugged. Lee had been right so far. So he took off running. When he got back he looked at Lee expectantly. Now what, we're gonna spar, are you and me gonna race? Lee held up his hand again and Naruto fell silent. Lee was going to have to remember that it seemed to work. I want you to assume the stance I just showed you. He held up his hand before Naruto's protest even began. Naruto got into it as instructed, mumbling the whole time. Lee watched him intently for a moment before saying much better, but you have a couple problems again. Lee pointed the problem spots back out again. Stand there for another minute. When you are ready, take another jog around the training ground. Once you get back, get into your stance. I will correct you again. We will do this until you get it right 3 times in a row. Naruto couldn't contain it anymore. 3 times? Why the hell are we doing it like this? Let's just spar and I'll figure it out as W. Lee held up his hand. Be glad it is me and not Guy Sensei you are doing this with. He would have you get it correct 100 times before he let you move on. You think I like this? I am wasting my youth. I would like to spar and train too. But until you get this right we cannot do that. Lee's voice had gotten louder as he talked. He had to take a breath. Was this how Neji always felt about him? He regretted the thought. Was he becoming like Neji? Surely not, Neji lacked so much youth. Lee wouldn't let it happen. Naruto ripped him out of his trance when he took off running down the training ground again. Lee was about to shout at him when he noticed Naruto was running to the edge of the clearing, just as he had instructed. Lee continued to give Naruto a curious look as he got back and began to settle into his stance. You were right. Naruto said without meeting his eyes. I know I'm making this difficult and you probably want your old team back, but please give me a while. I've never had someone give me one-on-one training before so I'm new at it. I'd like us to get along though. Lee couldn't help it. He got a little teary. What would Guy Sensei say if he saw how low his flame had dimmed today? He had to fix this fast. Wiping his eyes he gave Naruto his biggest smile. Yosh. Fear not Naruto. You shall have this down in no time. Our flames shall burn brightly together and we will show the world a sparring match unseen to this world. That was more like it. I and Hinata started out much differently than Naruto and Lee had. Before we begin I would like to talk about some things. Guy started, looking down at Hinata, who stood straighter when he began talking. Guy waited for her to give a nervous nod before continuing. I am not a man to mince words. Some of what I say may seem harsh, but I don't mean it to be in such a way. I am trying to help you. Guy had a feeling that Hinata wasn't foreign to harsh words though. A feeling that made him slightly sick to his stomach. He watched as Hinata nodded again, her posture slouching ever so slightly. I was your cousin, Neji-sensei just before I was yours. That boy was a true genius. I wouldn't be surprised if he stood higher in strength than your father someday. Hinata's head whipped up at that last comment. Stronger than father? Did he have any idea the rage her father would have gone into if he heard that? He might activate Niji's seal just on principle. She was about to protest when she noticed the look in Guy's eyes. Hinata knew she wasn't the best at reading people, but she knew this look. He was expecting something. Maybe he expected her to be just as strong, he was going to be sorely disappointed. I frowned, but only for a second. This one was perceptive. When she had spoken up against him earlier he had been proud that she had said something. Her confidence was showing its way through. It seemed that confidence came and went with Naruto though. He had a lot of work to do. Might as well let her know, he just said he didn't mince words after all. Hinata wondered what was with the silence. When she looked back up he was still smiling. You however. Here it came, a complete list of her failures as a person and that he was disappointed in her. Have major confidence issues, but other than that your stance is nearly perfect. You strike well and know when it is wise to retreat. Hinata again snapped her neck up. It was going to snap right off if she kept doing that. Did she just hear him right? Surely he was confusing her with her younger sister, Hanabi. Before she had a chance to correct him however, Hinata, assume your stance. We are going to have a light spar. Come at me with everything you got. Don't feel bad when you can't get me. I am a Jonin after all. Guy laughed aloud at his attempt at a joke. Hinata couldn't even bring herself to smile nervously. When Guy stopped laughing he continued. I will only block and dodge. This is about constantly attacking and not losing your nerve. I know you will make me proud. Done talking, Guy settled into his fighting stance. He watched Hinata take a few calming breaths before settling herself into her stance. Like last time, it was perfect. How could this girl give herself so little credit? What had that family done to her? Guy mentally shook his head. His youth was better spent fixing what the family destroyed. Not wondering how. Anyways, now wasn't a good time to think. She was coming. Hinata charged straight at her sensei. He brought his elbow up and blocked a Gyuken strike to the side. Just like Lee did last night. She faltered, her eyes lingering on the dissipating chakra. Don't look at it. Next attack. Guy said sternly, since shouting probably wasn't the best thing for her right now. Not that it mattered. Her stance loosened and her attacks lost their ferocity. Guy wanted to tell her to stop. But that would just give her time to mope and think about if he was disappointed in her. Then an idea struck him. Dodging to the right from another poor swing he put it so her back was to Naruto. Now was the time to hatch his plan. What is Naruto doing watching us? He is wasting his youth by not training as I instructed him. His idea worked. Hinata stopped and tensed. Then she launched herself back at Guy with attacks more fierce than even her very first. I almost laughed out loud as he jumped over a sweeping kick meant to trip him. The pressure of being watched by her crush was working. Even mentioning his name seemed to tremendously boost her confidence. Now he had to find out how to get her this way all the time. She could be better than Niji if she just had the confidence. In his musing he failed to notice Hinata jump back. But she was charging again anyway. I brought his elbow up to block another attack, only for the attack not to come. A feint. Guy realized with great surprise. He didn't even notice and now she was inside his guard. Normally that kept people from performing powerful attacks, but it was just perfect for her Gyuken. I launched himself backwards, but it was too late. She landed an open palm right into his stomach. This wasn't his first time getting hit by such an attack and Guy doubted it would be his last. But it always surprised him how much it hurt. He did his best not to grimace outwards and instead showed a huge grin. Hinata had a look of sheer terror. She couldn't believe she had hit sensei. She had wanted to apologize, but something about his smile stopped her. It was strange. She knew that smile, but from where? Pride some part in the back of her mind whispered to her. A look she had only ever seen given to her sister. Sensei was proud of her. How could he be though? She had struck him with her Gyuken. You look confused, Hinata. Why is this? Guy was back to his usual booming voice. Sensei, I hit you. You aren't upset. Guy let out a big laugh and he was sure that if Hinata could shrink into her jacket like a turtle, she would've. Upset? Don't you remember what I said? I didn't expect you to hit me. This means you've shot past my expectations. You are truly a worthy student Hinata. If Naruto had actually been watching, he would have been astonished by the brightness of your flame. The realization of what he said must have set in on her face because Guy was now giving her a look akin to a child who was caught with his hand in a cookie jar. Had been watching? Hinata finally asked. Not important. Guy dismissed. Now get back into your stance. We are going to work on defense. It took Naruto nearly 40 minutes to get the stance right 3 times in a row, but he had done it. Finally. Naruto yawned out. He almost forgot it wasn't even 6 yet. So now we finally get to spar. Of course not. Naruto stumbled again at Lee's enthusiastic response. But you said once we had my stance down. Naruto stomped his feet, pouting. A stance is only the first part of combat. Surely you did fighting drills at the academy. When Naruto nodded, Lee continued. Well, that is what is next. Drills teach you the basics and are the foundation for more powerful taijutsu forms. Now watch me. Lee settled into the fighting stance Naruto and he had been working on. He then slowly went through a rhythm of punches and kicks. When done, he settled back into the stance. Now mimic Naruto. I will do it with you the first few times. Naruto found he couldn't argue. If this was what it took to learn awesome and powerful moves, then he could handle it. Naruto settled into his stance and began to follow Lee as he moved through the rotation. Strangely, Naruto found it oddly relaxing. After about the fourth one, Lee stopped. He watched closely now as Naruto moved about what he was shown. If Naruto made a mistake, Lee would point it out and the next time through Naruto would have it fixed. They did this until they heard Guy-sensei and Hinata approaching. Excellent, Naruto. That is all for now. Lee shouted. He then turned to Guy-sensei. Naruto stopped what he was doing and also turned to face him. I seemed to nod in approval. I take it, you made good progress, Lee. Yes, Naruto's stance is perfect now. I did exactly as you instructed and we were working on the first drill for the remaining time. I nodded again. Very good. We shall switch now, I will teach Naruto some more for a while. Meanwhile I want you and Hinata to spar. After each round I want the two of you to discuss what you think you and the other did wrong, but more importantly, what you did right. Guy gave a meaningful glance at Hinata as he spoke the last bit. She barely managed to hold his eye contact. It was an improvement, not much of one, but Guy was taking victories where he could. Let us go to Naruto. Guy turned to walk away. Naruto nodded and started after him. Wait, Naruto. Lee called. When Naruto turned to listen, Lee spoke. I know we did not start out right today, but I am glad to have someone so full of youth on my team. Naruto nodded. Yeah, thanks for being so patient with me, bushy brow. I feel like I'm already a lot closer to becoming Hokage with just what you showed me. With one last big grin, Naruto set off after Guy. Lee was shocked. He dreams of becoming Hokage. He hadn't meant to ask anyone in particular, so when Hinata answered he gave a small jump. If Hinata noticed him jump, she did not show it. Naruto-kun trains are very busy all the time. He was the dead last of our year, but it definitely wasn't his fault. No one ever took notice of him though. The only way he got anyone to look at him was by pulling pranks. It was so sad for me to see him that way, but he has overcome every obstacle. It isn't just a dream for him. He will be Hokage. Her eyes stayed on Naruto's back the whole time. Lee was speechless. He had hardly heard this girl say two meek words. Now she had firmly stated an entire paragraph about Naruto. Either Guy-sensei's youth had broken through to her already or there was something else afoot. Looking back and forth between her and Naruto, he realized it was the latter. Hinata turned and saw Lee staring. It then seemed to register what she had just done. Her face became red and she was immediately looking down while mumbling apologies. So Naruto was dead last. Lee said thoughtfully, ignoring Hinata when she looked up in surprise. It is funny. I was dead last in my year. It is like we have a team of failures gathered, as that nodded. It was kind of funny. Hinata had just had similar thoughts herself. At least, Lee continued, that is what I would say if I was feeling unconfident or my flames had dimmed. Instead I say we look to the future and do our best with hard work. Lee pumped his fists in the air. His eyes were ablaze. Hinata couldn't help it. She smiled slightly. Where did her teammates pull their confidence from? I think we should do what Guy-sensei requested of us. If only it could rub off onto her. Gosh. Excellent idea. Let us engage in youthful combat. Lee settled into his fighting stance as he spoke. Hinata ran through the seals to activate her Byakugan and then settled into her stance. Ready? Go. Lee shouted. Hinata just stood there. Guess expecting a charge from you would be as Lee was cut off as Hinata lunged at him. Crap, Lee thought, ducking low. He jumped backwards, but upon landing immediately launched himself forward. He had planned to catch Hinata off guard. Instead she blocked his solid punch with her forearm. She returned fire with a chakra-enhanced one of her own. Lee jumped back again, avoiding the attack. Guy-sensei has already begun to bring out your youth. Lee didn't let her lunge while he was talking, catching him off guard this time. He knocked Jiken aside. Hinata stumbled just a little, but it was enough. Lee dropped low and brought his legs around in a sweep. It landed perfectly and Hinata was sent painfully to her backside. The whole exchange lasted less than a minute. Right. Positives and negatives. Lee plopped to the ground cross-legged. Start with me and then move on to yourself. Also, do not be afraid of offending me. Knowing your weaknesses is the best way to improve after all. Hinata lifted herself into a sitting position to match Lee. With some hesitation she began. Why, you were very fast and your punches did quite a bit of damage even when I was blocking. That leg sweep you performed was perfectly timed. Hinata paused. Negatives? Lee repeated. Why, you were predictable in your lunges. You also lose focus when you speak. When I blocked you took an extra second to recover. It all tumbled out of Hinata's mouth quickly and her face flushed with embarrassment. Before she could apologize, Lee stopped her. Good, know yourself. Hinata seemed to think hard for a second before starting. I stumbled at positives first. When Hinata looked like she was about to protest, Lee again interrupted. While knowing your weaknesses is good, not working on your strengths can have equally disastrous results. That was one of the first lessons taught to me by Guy-sensei. Lee stared at Hinata as she seemed to consider his words. I took the first opening I noticed. Hinata finally started. I was also able to block your punch. Excellent. Lee jumped to his feet. Now let us go again. But Lee held up his hand. It seemed to work on more than just Naruto. I am sure you know what you did wrong. We will discuss it after our next round. Now come. Lee motioned her forward with his hand. Naruto. Tell me what you know of ninja teams. This was not what Naruto had expected. Some awesome move training. Maybe a sweet teleportation. But not a lesson on teams. Still, Naruto didn't want to risk getting Guy-sensei's disappointed voice again. It was truly something that could give him nightmares. Yes, sensei. I know teamwork is important. Naruto was proud of himself. He remembered yesterday's lesson. Good. Now what else? What else? Naruto repeated. Damn, how am I supposed to know about these things? Why does it matter anyways? As Naruto wondered these things he searched his brain for an answer. Miraculously, one came. They operate in teams of 4. Naruto more asked than answered. Correct. Guy gave Naruto a thumbs up. Now tell me, how many clones can you create? What the hell was with these questions? At least this one was easy. Hundreds. Naruto folded his arms proudly. Good. From now on you will only ever have 3 out at a time. Guy almost thought Naruto hadn't heard him for a second. In fact, Guy wasn't sure Naruto was even breathing at that moment. I cleared his throat to continue when Naruto erupted. What the hell do you mean 3 clones? Do you know how low of a number that is? Maybe you didn't hear me, but I said hundreds. Why should I limit myself? Doesn't that go against all your flames of youth talk? Naruto was panting hard now. His anger subsided slightly now that he'd expressed himself. There is the response I was waiting for. Naruto looked at Guy curiously. It's easier to explain when I know exactly what questions you have about my instructions. Guy stated simply. So I'll go in order. I took a deep breath and then began to fire off answers. I meant 3 clones because that will make 4 of you in total, the same number we use for ninja teams. I am very capable of counting to 3, I am a Jonin after all. I did in fact hear you say hundreds, but that it is a waste of chakra. Yesterday, when sparring against Lee, you had more clones running into each other before they could even get to him. While it is true that you didn't give Lee much room to fight, the same could also be said for your clones. Not using your full power is not restricting your youthfulness in any way. It is in fact preserving it. If you are engaged in combat with another ninja and he thinks 3 clones is your limit, imagine how surprised he would be when a 4th clone snuck up on him. In the ninja world, surprises can kill. Naruto flinched at that last statement. Any more questions? When Naruto shook his head, Guy continued, not winded at all from his long talk. Excellent, because I have more for you. Naruto only grimaced. Tell me Naruto, what ninja art do you think I specialize in? Guy pointed dramatically to himself. The jutsu? Naruto had been apprehensive about more questions, but if they were like this it wouldn't be too bad. So, what do you expect to learn from me? Guy was now pointing at Naruto. The jutsu? Naruto said a little louder this time. Excellent. Now what kind of taijutsu do you think I'm going to teach you? Guy had moved his hands to his hips in what appeared to be a heroic pose. Kinds of taijutsu? What do you mean? Naruto asked. Good question. There are many kinds of fighting styles and ways for ninjas to take down their opponents. Lee and I specialize in Goken. We use our superior strength and speed to crush our opponents into the ground. Hinata, like all Hyuga, are a little more discreet. They use Jaiken. That is attacking with your open palms and sending chakra into your opponent. They can do nasty things such as damage organs, disrupt your chakra, and even stop it altogether. Naruto was wide-eyed. Hinata. You mean the one on our team can do that? I nodded. Sure can, better not make her mad. But we're diverging away from the point. I'll re-ask my question. What kind of taijutsu do you think I'm going to teach you? Here's a hint. Think back to the questions I asked you first. Naruto thought for a minute before answering. You're going to teach me how to fight with my clones. Nice going Naruto. Guy smiled down at his student. Now one more question. Why do you think I am asking you all this instead of just telling you? I'd been wondering that myself the whole time. Naruto admitted sheepishly. I laughed at this. It is because you need to learn to think for yourself, Naruto. You show signs of being an excellent fighter, but you lack the ability to think things through. I am going to help you with strategy. Your clones will be all about teamwork and utilizing them to the most. Now tell me, what could you and 3 clones accomplish together in combat that you couldn't by yourself? Easy, we could attack him from all sides at the same time. He'd never see it coming. Naruto nodded proudly to himself. This is what I mean about Naruto. Guy's words interrupted Naruto's self-appreciation. You only think of the most obvious things. You don't look underneath. Your clones could do so much more. If you were in the air and kunai were flying at you and with no other way to dodge, a clone could grab you and throw you out of the way. You could also use your clones to get higher by jumping off of them. This would give your opponent an unexpected aerial attack. You could have clones brace you from a nasty fall or intercept a hit for you. The options with your clones are limitless. The more Guy spoke, the more stupid Naruto was starting to feel. How could there have been so many things and yet he could only come up with one? I seemed to pick up on what Naruto was thinking. Don't feel bad, Naruto, it isn't your fault. It is my job as your teacher to make sure you now get the proper training, and this is part of it. I promise you'll be good at it. Sensei. Thank you. Naruto didn't know what else to say. Few people had ever been willing to work this much with him. Iruka sensei would have if he didn't have 30 other kids to teach as well, but now he had a sensei who could spend the time. Think nothing of it, as I told you before, you are my student. Now, produce some clones and we will get to work. Right. Naruto formed the familiar seal, and 6 clones popped into existence. Naruto and Guy both frowned. Strange, I thought I was only using enough to do 3. No matter. Guy waved it off. Pop 3 out and I'll have you work on chakra control later. Ashamed, Naruto did as his sensei said. So, how are you going to teach me? I walked over to Naruto. Easy, with practice. He then grabbed him by the collar and whipped him into the air. What the hell? Naruto was easily 30 feet up. Remember, the examples I used, have your clones brace you. The clones, who had been shocked with surprise, sprung into motion, running to get under Naruto. They made it just in time as Naruto crashed down into them. Good. Now on to our next lesson. Naruto groaned. This was going to be painful. Sure enough it was. But Naruto had to admit, it was also fascinating. Using his clones in so many unique ways was really something else. Soon enough though, the hour came to an end and Guy called for a stop. Good work today, Naruto. Tomorrow, we shall put what you learned into practice with a light spar. So remember everything I taught you, you never know what you might need to use. Now let's go get those teammates of yours. Hinata was exhausted. Lee seemed to have nearly limitless energy. While all the constantly getting up and sitting back down had worn her nearly completely out, Lee still looked ready for more. They were just getting up for another round when Guy and Naruto approached. One rotation left my youthful charges. Lee, you're with me now. Hinata, I assume you know how to do the tree walking exercise. Hinata nodded. Good, I want you to teach Naruto. The boy needs serious help with chakra control, and you are just the one to teach it to him. Me? Hinata flushed instantly. Yes, with your Byakugan and already astute chakra control, I can think of no one better. Guy had struck another thumbs up pose. Naruto was at a complete loss. He looked back and forth between his sensei and Hinata. Finally he couldn't take it anymore. Hey, what's this tree walking thing you're talking about? Hinata is your partner this hour, Naruto, ask her, and I'm sure she'll tell you. Meanwhile, Lee and I have our own youthful agenda to get to. With that, Guy and Lee bounded to the other side, leaving Naruto alone with Hinata. So, Naruto began. What is this whole tree climbing thing you guys were talking about? It is walking up trees with your feet. Hinata barely managed to squeak out, her face getting redder. Naruto was oblivious. Really, like without using your hands? That's awesome, I can't believe you already know how to do that. Hinata couldn't believe it, Naruto had just called her awesome. I was taught by my family, it was necessary to work on chakra control. I get it. You need good chakra control to do those cool punches you do, huh? Man, your family must be so sweet. Naruto nodded proudly to himself, having figured it out. Yeah? Sweet. Hinata barely whispered. Sensing they were approaching an uncomfortable topic, Naruto changed the conversation. So, show me how to do this tree walking. Hinata only nodded and they walked over to the trees. When they got there, Hinata began to explain. All you have to do is focus your chakra into the soles of your feet. Having said this, Hinata began to climb up the tree. Too much chakra and you launch off, too little and you just slip down. Hinata was now standing upside down on a branch. That is so awesome, my turn, my turn. Naruto ran up to the tree. He jumped up and stuck his feet to the tree and was instantly launched backwards. He crashed painfully to the ground. Then Naruto-kun. Hinata shouted. She jumped down from the tree and ran over to him. Are you okay? Yeah, no problem, too much chakra, huh? I'll get it this time. He was up and running at the tree again. A few seconds later he was right back in the same spot on the ground. Oh. He groaned out. Wait, Naruto-kun. Hinata got out. He turned to look at her and she almost forgot what she was going to say. Before you go again I will watch you, if I think you are using too much chakra I will let you know. Can you see my chakra? Naruto was learning a lot today, that was for sure. Why yes, my Byakugan gives me 360-degree vision and lets me see another's chakra. Hinata wasn't sure she was supposed to be sharing this information so lightly, but it was her teammate. Surely her father couldn't protest. Man, the more I learn about you the cooler you are Hinata. Naruto gave her a big smile. Hinata. The girl in question had gone stock still. She had no doubt in her head that she was redder than a tomato. She probably had steam coming out of her ears too. Naruto-kun had just said he thought she was really cool. This day was too good to be true. Surely she was dreaming. She was going to wake up any second now and it would still be the day of the team placements. Hinata. Hey, snap out of it, I didn't mean to offend you. Naruto's words finally seemed to reach her as she shook her head. Thank goodness, I thought you were gonna pass out. Do you need a doctor? Hinata shook her head quickly. We should get to work before Guy-sensei yells at us. Hinata pretty much gasped out. Naruto frowned but nodded. He stood up and walked over to the tree. Tell me if it is too much. Naruto then started to gather his chakra. Hinata activated her Byakugan and gasped at what she saw. And Naruto-kun, you are using far too much chakra. I am? Damn, and I'm using like half of what I did before. Why is this so hard for me? Naruto focused more and began to drop the amount he was using. Hinata thought hard for a moment. She then decided to risk asking a question. And Naruto-kun, how is it that you have so much chakra? And not even my father has as much as you. Hinata instantly regretted the question. Naruto dropped his gathered chakra altogether and went very still. Is that so? Naruto gave a nervous chuckle. I must just be really awesome then. I mean, the future Hokage needs a lot of chakra, right? Hinata nodded quickly. Why yes, that makes sense. She couldn't help but feel even worse when Naruto's face showed total relief. He then went back to channeling his chakra. Hinata once again focused on Naruto's chakra. Lower, lower. She kept repeating. After several seconds she finally said stop. Naruto, silently, so as not to break his concentration, began walking on the tree again. This time, instead of launching off he actually stood in place. With another hesitant step Naruto began walking up the tree. Hey, I'm doing it, Naruto-kun. Hinata's shout came too late. In his excitement, Naruto let more chakra through and he was promptly launched from the tree again. Hinata was next to him the second he hit the ground. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, sorry for what? Naruto cut her off. Did you see how high I got? Let's go again, with your help I'll get this in no time. Naruto shakily returned to his feet and walked back over to the tree. Hinata couldn't bring herself to stop him. So what do you think of your new teammates? Guy asked, blocking a spinning kick from Lee. Naruto-kun is the most youthful. Lee sidestepped a punch. Returning a punch of his own he kept talking. You were right. Hinata is much different from Neji. Although this is a good thing. I think they both have potential to become just like a sensei. Yes, they will definitely become geniuses of hard work, just like you. Guy grabbed Lee's fist and then threw Lee into the air. Lee flipped over and managed to land gracefully on his feet. He then launched back at his sensei with a low kick. Yes, I see they accepted your weights. They will improve fast with those. I jumped over Lee's kick and brought his own foot down towards Lee's head. Your voice betrays you, Lee. You're jealous. But fear not, they will not advance with the weights nearly as fast as you did. The weights are simply to give them just a little more speed. They will not need to be as fast as you. They have their own styles. Lee rolled out of the way, jumping up as he kicked high this time. Guy-sensei. I am sorry to have doubted you. I should not have thought in such a manner. Lee. It is okay. I could never stay mad at you. Guy ducked the kick. He then launched at Lee with both arms open. Lee mimicked his sensei and they ended up in a tight embrace. Tears streamed down both their eyes. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. What the hell are they doing over there? Naruto asked. He was dusting himself off from another nasty fall. Hinata only shrugged. We got some real weirdos on our team. But you know, I like 'em. They mean well for us. I feel the same. Hinata whispered. I was thinking Naruto started. I feel kinda bad that we turned down Guy-sensei's spandex, but maybe we could go out later today and buy some new clothes. We could get something green to match them. Only if you want though, I'm not good at clothes shopping myself so it would help a lot if you came with me. Hinata was again wondering if this day was just a dream. She had at first been afraid Naruto was about to suggest they try the spandex. But instead, he asked her to go shopping with him. It was almost like a date. Hinata wanted to thank whatever god had put her on a team with those two who were still screaming each other's names. Is that a no, then? Naruto wasn't sure how else to take Hinata's silence. She almost seemed afraid of him at times. Maybe she knew about his prisoner. I'd be happy to go with you. Hinata shook Naruto out of his thoughts now. Really? Awesome, when sensei excuses us for the day we could just head out together then. Hinata nodded her head vigorously. She had almost let the chance go. Naruto gave his sensei and older teammate one last look. Anyways, let's get back to work. Hinata kept on nodding. The hour passed quickly and Naruto nearly had the tree walking down by the time Guy and Lee came over. That is all the training for this morning. The sun that was now peeking over the trees illuminated Guy's smile. You are allowed an hour break. Use this to eat breakfast and wash up. Meet me in front of the Hokage tower and don't be late. He gave Naruto a meaningful smile at the last comment. Dismissed. Guy vanished in a swirl of leaves. The three genin looked at each other. Well, I'm gonna run to Ichiraku's, there's a bowl of ramen with my name on it. Naruto sped off without a second glance at his teammates. Lee looked after him. Quite youthful indeed. He mumbled to himself. I am returning home, Hinata, I shall see you in an hour. Why yes, I am also going home for an hour. I look forward to our first mission together. Hinata bowed to Lee and then the two ninjas split up. 1 hour later Guy's team was assembled outside of the tower. Well done team. Guy praised me. I just know that we are going to knock out these missions with youthful agility. Let us be prepared. Naruto could hardly contain his excitement. Yes. Finally, the best part of being a ninja. What kind of missions do you think we'll get? Maybe we'll be charged with protecting a princess of a foreign land. Or maybe we will get to slay some giant monster beast. Lee only looked sadly at Naruto while Hinata smiled slightly at his imagination. Well, let's find out. Guy said, leading them into the tower and up the stairs to the Hokage's office. Without even knocking, Guy barged into the room. Team Guy with Naruto, Hinata and Lee reporting for duty. Hokage-sama. Guy rang out. Ah, Guy. The Hokage drawled. I was wondering when you would make your way up here, I heard you all the way from the bottom. Yeah, enough with the pleasant old man, I want a mission. Naruto was hit firmly on the head by his sensei. Sorry about him, Hokage-sama, his flames burn so brightly he forgets his manners. Guy almost swore he heard Naruto mumble something about people who didn't knock but chose to ignore it. It's all well, Guy. I just so happen to have a good mission for your team. Naruto looked up expectantly again. The Hokage tried hard not to let his smile show. The Inyazuka's dogs happen to be in need of a walk through the village, I am sure they would appreciate it if you took them. What the hell? Chapter 4. Daily routine. To say Naruto was pissed off again would have been an understatement. Naruto was not out in the world saving princesses or fighting giant monsters. No, instead Naruto was in his home village, walking dogs. Some ninja mission this was. Naruto hated dogs. Not that they seemed to like him either. Thankfully they were almost back to the Inyazukas. When their house came into sight, Naruto was reminded of when they first got there. Naruto had been surprised when it was Kiba who had greeted them that morning. Although Kiba looked just as surprised. What are you guys doing here and who the hell are the two weirdos in spandex? Kiba had asked Naruto and Hinata, but it was Guy who answered. Ah, a classmate of Naruto and Hinata. It is a pleasure to make your youthful acquaintance. I am Might Guy, I am Naruto and Hinata's Jounin sensei. This is Rock Lee and he is their fellow teammate. Kiba had to cover his ears. Sometimes having enhanced hearing was a pain. Is he always like this? Kiba seethed. You have no idea. Naruto whispered back. We are here to walk your dogs. It is the mission assigned to us. Kiba turned to Hinata as she spoke. And, one quiet girl with 3 loud guys. Whatever, follow me. I'll lead you to my mom, she's in charge of all that stuff. Kiba stepped inside followed by Team Guy. The first thing Naruto noticed as he stepped in was the smell. It smelled like 100 dogs lived there. Naruto didn't know how right he was until a dozen came running out of an adjoining room. They were barking wildly and Naruto took a nervous step back. Hey, down. Come on guys, what's wrong? Sit. Kiba barked out orders to his dogs before turning around and giving the team an apologetic smile. They aren't usually like this. Sorry, I don't know what's gotten into them. They smell the boy. Tsume, Kiba's mom, answered as she also walked into the room. She was staring straight at Naruto. Who? Me? Why should they be mad at me? Naruto looked peevishly down at the dogs. You just have an odd smell about you is all. Tsume waved Naruto's question off. Now, here are all the leashes. She threw a bundle of them which Lee caught. They need to go all around the village. Make sure that if they poop, you pick it up and try not to let them attack anyone, including your orange teammate there. Tsume was again looking at Naruto and he wasn't sure he liked the look on her face. He was pulled out of his recollection by Guy's loud knock on the door. Inyazuka-san. We have returned from our youthful mission with our flames burning even more brightly than when we started. The door flew open quickly. It was Kiba again. He gave a meaningful look to Naruto. Does this sensei of yours have a volume switch? When Naruto shook his head, Kiba scoffed. Anyway, show yourselves in, I was just leaving to meet with my team. Maybe we'll get an awesome mission. I hope we get to save the princess. Kiba was now walking off. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little sad for the boy who was about to have his dreams crushed. You guys wait here. I will go in and get this stamped and we'll be on our way for the next mission. Guy went inside, followed by the herd of dogs. After just a few moments he came back out. Okay team, let's have a quick lunch and then get back to the Hokage Tower for our next mission. Guy whipped out 8 ration bars and handed them out. 2 for each of us. Eat up. Naruto blanched as he crunched into his. What the hell kind of lunch is this? How can these things possibly be filling? Ah, Naruto, you have much to learn. Guy was in lecture mode now. These bars contain all the essential nutrients to keep the body going through a day of hard work. They are important in our diet and are the main food of shinobi on missions. So you better get used to the taste. Naruto didn't like it, but he ate it anyway. Guy-sensei had yet to be wrong. Soon they were off towards the tower again. At first Lee couldn't place the uncomfortable feeling he had been getting. The whole walk with the dogs and now to the Hokage Tower, it felt like everyone in the village was glaring at him. Lee couldn't understand why they would glare at him, so he followed their eyes and realized it was Naruto. The entire village was shooting Naruto dirty looks. Lee couldn't fathom why they would be so mad at him though. According to Hinata, Naruto had pulled a few pranks. They couldn't have been bad enough to piss off the whole village though, right? Guy-sensei definitely didn't hate him. So he couldn't be all bad. As they walked into the Hokage's office, Lee turned his thoughts away from his teammate to listen to the Hokage give them their next mission. Excellent, the Hokage smiled at the team. Here is your pay for this mission. For your next mission I would like you to assist the Akomas with moving. They have all their boxes packed but just need them and their furniture moved across the village. As the Hokage spoke he passed out their pay. Naruto made a grunt of displeasure but otherwise remained silent. Guy-sensei had explained to them the point of the missions, how they develop teamwork and were a great way to make quick pay. He had also thrown in that they were stuck with them for 2 weeks thanks to their team arrangement. Lee couldn't complain. Sure, he didn't like the boring missions, but they left it easy to stay in the village to have training time. As they set off to do their next mission, they started walking as they normally did. Guy-sensei and himself were in the front with Naruto just barely behind them. The orange-clad boy had stepped on Lee's sandals a couple times, he was so close. Hinata held a good distance back. Hey sensei, what do we gotta do to get off of these 2 weeks of D ranks? Naruto jogged up to the other side of their sensei to ask the question. Taking this opportunity, Lee noticeably fell back and started walking with Hinata. She just glanced at him curiously. Lee spoke quietly. Have you noticed the looks Naruto has been getting? Hinata nodded. Well, do you know what is up with that? You had mentioned about him pulling pranks, but were they really that bad? Hinata shook her head again before speaking up. As far as I know, Naruto-kun has received these looks since before he pulled even his first prank. Hinata looked suspiciously at the people who walked by as they talked. Even my own family forbade me from talking to him, they said he was dangerous. Lee frowned. Dangerously how? What's dangerous? Lee and Hinata both jumped. The topic of their conversation was now walking backwards right in front of them. He gave them a weird look before Lee managed to jumble out an excuse. Well, C-rank missions. Hinata here had been questioning what they were like and they are dangerous, you know. Lee gave a nervous chuckle. I-sensei just said the same thing. But I think we can handle them no problem. After all, I'm gonna be Hokage. Lee gave a sigh of relief, Naruto had accepted his excuse easily enough. He didn't know why, but he didn't feel like bringing it up with him. Lee doubted it would have made him comfortable. Naruto appeared oblivious to the looks, but Lee was almost sure it was a farce. Naruto walked with them the rest of the way, asking Lee questions about the kind of missions he had been on and if he had ever saved a princess. Lee answered the best he could, but he was distracted now. How would Naruto be dangerous? It didn't make sense. Once he could talk more with Hinata he might have more insight. He would just have to wait. They were here. Akoma-san. We are here to help you move. Guy screamed at the building. A confused-looking elderly couple stepped out of the building. When they saw the leaf symbol on Guy's belt, recognition dawned on their faces. Ah, yes, good. We were wondering when the Hokage would send you shinobi. We would appreciate it if you would get started right away. The husband said. Right, you guys heard them, get to work. Lee watched Naruto nod excitedly and start to form the ram seal. No clones, Naruto. You can't improve if you rely on them all the time. Naruto frowned at his sensei's words, but nodded. This act pulled the couple's attention to Naruto though. What is that doing here? The elderly woman practically spat. I don't want him anywhere near my possessions. That little thing will rob us blind. Lee turned quickly to Hinata and saw her glance at him quickly too, then they both turned to Naruto to see his reaction. To Lee's surprise it wasn't anger. It wasn't even sadness. What Lee saw was much more confusing than that. What Lee saw in Naruto was fear. But what was he afraid of? I assure you, Naruto is no thief. He is a ninja of the leaf and is sworn to protect its citizens and everything they own. Guy set his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Lee noticed Naruto visibly relaxed at the touch. Guy-sensei was amazing. Of course, if you are still uncomfortable with my team then we can head back. The women started to nod. I'm sure the Hokage will understand when I tell him that you decided to reach into your lingering youth and move everything without the aid of shinobi. The woman started to sputter at that. What, but you can't do that. She screeched. I fail to see why not, after all, if my team of youthful ninja isn't right for the job, I couldn't possibly see any other ninja to be bothered with this assignment. The woman was about to say something again before her husband interrupted. We would be honored if you young ones would help us. Just keep an eye on your student. You know. To put my wife at ease. Of course. Guy said in a clipped voice. The old man gave Naruto a little glare before he let them in. Lee was even more curious now. The more that happened the more badly he felt he had to hear what Hinata had to say. It might be nothing but any little bit of information was welcome at this point. This outright hostility was not the result of pranks. Alas, he had no time. Between the four of them moving boxes and furniture at their own paces, he rarely saw Hinata during the time of the whole mission. That didn't stop him from trying to talk with their employers though. Coming back from just doing a stack of boxes, Lee met the elderly man at the door. I was wondering, Lee hoped this was coming off casually. I did not know that my teammate had stolen things from people before, where have you heard such things? The old man scoffed. Heard such things? You don't need to have heard them to know he's done it. The brat's a demon. They do worse than just steal. Lee was confused but tried not to show it. He had to hold a look of just casual interest. I am sorry, I am afraid I do not understand what you mean by demon. The old man seemed to be considering his answer. Like he was nervous of saying the wrong thing. How strange. Unfortunately for Lee, he was interrupted. Lee, this is no time for breaks. Let your fire burn brightly and transport with all your might. Guy-sensei was running towards them on a handstand. Yes, Guy-sensei. I apologize for slacking off while the rest of you are working so hard. I will lift 4 times the amount I had been before as punishment. Lee dashed inside and quickly stacked 4 boxes in each arm and started running to the other end of town. Darn, I was about to find out something big too, I know it. Lee silently cursed to himself. It didn't matter though. There would be more chances, there were a lot of boxes after all. However, to Lee's annoyance there weren't any more chances. It was like Guy-sensei was following him now. Almost like sensei knew he was asking things he probably shouldn't be. But surely sensei couldn't have known that. Guy-sensei wasn't really that all-knowing, right? Soon enough the mission was over. The couple thanked them, although Lee doubted they meant Naruto, judging by the final glare they gave him. Now they were on their way back to the tower. As they were walking, Guy started talking. It appears to be about 3 o'clock. We will go collect our reward but stop missions here for today. I would like to treat you all to some lunch before continuing our training. Naruto began to say something, but Guy quickly cut him off. No Raymond, you need to eat more than that. Naruto didn't respond but dropped his head in defeat. He was too predictable at times. He stayed quiet the whole way to the Hokage's office where they received their money. So, Lee-kun, tell me how you like your new teammates, I do hope you are getting along well with them. The Hokage's question caught Lee off guard. Their flames burn very brightly, Hokage-sama. I am honored to work with them. Lee bowed as he spoke. The Hokage laughed and waved his bow off. No need for that, dear boy. I am curious though. Are you upset having lost your old teammates? Lee thought before answering. I have not lost them, Hokage-sama, I can still see them and hopefully I shall get to do more missions with them sometime. The Hokage seemed pleased with his answer. That's the spirit, Guy has trained you well, I look forward to seeing you all again bright and early tomorrow morning. The Hokage dismissed them. The team exited the tower and began following Guy as he led them through the bustling streets of Konoha. During this time Lee had hoped to talk with Hinata about what she had meant earlier. Only to be thwarted again by Naruto who fell back into line with him. Isn't this great? A free meal, too bad it isn't ramen though. Naruto's huge smile looked awfully fake to Lee, now that he was this close. Lee glanced quickly around to see the ever-present glares before responding. Yosh. Free food is fantastic. I cannot think of the last time that Guy-sensei felt so inclined to treat me out to eat. He says my stomach is far too full of youth for his wallet to handle. Naruto and Lee continued to converse about food with an embarrassed Hinata in the middle. Suddenly her stomach growled. Hinata gave a small leap, if her face had been red before it was absolutely glowing now. I'm so sorry. She was interrupted by Naruto's laugh. Guess you're really hungry too. Guy-sensei is in for it tonight. Naruto's smile seemed a little more loose and honest as he spoke. Just as Lee thought this, Guy spoke up, "We have arrived. Let us enter and dine to our heart's content." Naruto and Lee grabbed Hinata and dashed inside, followed by their laughing sensei. Their excitement was cut abruptly short. When the genin ran in, they could practically feel the tension in the restaurant. The fact that the whole place got silent very quickly didn't help. It didn't take anyone on the team long to figure out why. Guy was standing silently behind them now. A waiter emerged from the back and quickly approached them, sweating profusely. "I am sorry to inform you, Guy-san, but we are booked full right now," the waiter mumbled nervously. Guy glanced at all the empty tables around the restaurant. His students were watching him for his reaction. Unfortunately, Guy didn't see much he could do besides leave. Calling the waiter out on his obvious lie would only cause problems. "I see. Then we shall be sure to take our business elsewhere." Lee had had enough. Naruto was getting treated like garbage everywhere they went. He didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve any ill will at all for that matter. In short, this was bullshit. Lee was about to vocalize these thoughts when Hinata surprised them all. "You're all despicable." She had spoken quietly, but due to the silence in the restaurant, there was no doubt they all heard her. Her head had been turned down when she first spoke, but now she lifted it. The waiter gave a controlled yelp and jumped back. The sight of Hinata's active Byakugan apparently had unnerved him. "I'll make it known to the rest of my family the gravity of this insult. They shall see to it that you are out of business." Hinata knew this was an empty threat. She actually had very little sway within her family. But they didn't know that. Her unmarked head clearly marked her as the main branch, and to her silent pride, she actually kind of sounded like a heiress for once in her life. She found that if it was for Naruto, she could do almost anything. Besides, once word of what she said got around, more than enough people would probably avoid the restaurant anyways. So they might go out of business without her clan's interference. The waiter seemed about ready to sputter out a response, but Hinata didn't even want to hear it. She turned on her heel and left the restaurant, the rest of her team in tow. "Wow, she is scary when she is mad," Lee whispered to Naruto. Naruto could only nod dumbly to Lee's words. He was so stupefied by Hinata's reaction, he had completely forgotten why it was necessary in the first place. It seemed all women were scary as hell when pissed at him. I was for once in his life torn. Well, he didn't want to see the restaurant that served such delicious food go out of business, they definitely deserved it. No one treated his students that way with him around. He had made that clear while on their second mission. But Hinata's reaction had in a strange way almost made it worth it, the passionate flames that were flying off of her were tremendous. Guy could have cried. He just hoped it wouldn't take another incident like this to pull them back out. As they walked out, Hinata began to realize what she really just did. How could she have done that to Guy-sensei, to Lee, and most importantly, to Naruto? She had definitely just ruined the rest of the day. She turned around to apologize, but was met with what appeared to be hesitant looks from her teammates. That couldn't be good. She began to bow, but Guy cleared his throat. "No apology is needed, what you did was definitely within your bounds as a teammate. So how about some ramen?" Guy felt he had to change the subject. Surely Naruto would be happy at the thought of ramen. In fact, if Naruto had been upset at all, he didn't show it. At the word ramen, Naruto started jumping around before he grabbed Hinata and Lee by the hands and started pulling them off to his favorite stand. Guy allowed a small grin. The wonders of youth. Naruto was actually quite relieved. He had expected his teammates to ask by now about the looks he was being given. He wasn't that unobservant. He saw them glance at the other citizens. He knew they saw the glares. When that old hag had called him a menace, he had been afraid they would ask about that too. How was he supposed to explain that one? Now this restaurant is crap. He really had expected a "Hey, what's up?" But instead his teammates got angry for him and were now trying to cheer him up. It made him feel oddly warm inside. He knew they were curious, but as long as they didn't ask, he was okay. He could always just blame it on pranks if they did ask though. And here we are, the greatest ramen stand in all of the Fire Country. Naruto stood looking at his team, both hands gestured to the stand. "Naruto. You make an old man's heart warm." Lee looked over Naruto to see an elderly-looking man smiling brightly at them. "Well, come have a seat and introduce me to these friends of yours." Naruto nodded. "Come on guys, over here." He ran over and plopped himself on the far right seat. Lee sat next to him, Guy next to him and Hinata on the far left. "Alright guys, this old man is Tucci, the owner of the stand. That girl over there is Ayame Nichan." Naruto gestured to a slightly older girl as she came into view from behind the stand. "Old man, Ayame Nichan. These are my teammates, Lee and Hinata, and this is my new teacher, Guy-sensei." Naruto gestured to the left as he talked. "It's nice to meet you all." Tucci greeted me. "Naruto here is our best customer, any friend of his is welcome here anytime." Lee liked this guy. Finally there was someone who wasn't treating Naruto like scum, but more like family. Guy-sensei seemed to share his sentiments. "Your fires burn most brightly. I see why Naruto comes here so much already." I can only imagine the excellent quality of your noodles. At the mention of food, 3 stomachs growled. The old man laughed. Sounds like we're making good business tonight. What'll you all have? The team ordered their food and then made light conversation as they waited for their noodles. When they got there, everyone dug in. Even Hinata seemed to eat with a distinct haste. As they started to get done, Guy cleared his throat. When he was sure he had his students' attention, he began talking. I wanted to discuss what you can expect us to be doing for the next couple of weeks. All of his students nodded. As you know, we start practice at 5 in the morning. We train for 3 hours, or an hour for each rotation. Same as we did this morning. After we have done that, we break for an hour for breakfast. Be sure to get your proper nutrients, or you will have a most youthful day. At 9 we report to the Hokage for missions. Some missions are longer than others, so we may only do a couple a day. Between missions we should have another meal, but not a big one, we have to be diligent. Those ration bars work just fine. We will end missions as close to 4 as possible. After which we will eat as we are now. So, what do we do after this? Naruto asked. We train some more. Guy answered, now run back off to where we met this morning, I will take care of the bill. If you are not there before me you will all run 500 laps around Konoha. Guy stood up and pulled out his wallet and his students were gone in a flash. The raiment stand owner started cracking up. You sure are an interesting fellow. But then again, Naruto is an interesting kid, so I suppose it's only natural that he is. His fire burns more brightly than most, despite all that he's been through. I offer my thanks to you for helping him out. I couldn't turn my back on him, he's a good kid. The old man waved off Guy's thanks. Just do me a favor and make sure that he and his teammates become fantastic shinobi. I smiled. Of course, I wouldn't settle for anything less. Now if you'll excuse me, I can't give them too much of a head start. I wasn't joking about those laps. Guy disappeared, leaving a laughing Tucci. Fortunately for the genin they got there just before their speedy sensei. Good, good. I see you are improving already. Guy beamed at Naruto and a panting Hinata. Now on to training. Yes, so what kind of training is this, some awesome taijutsu killing moves? Naruto guessed. It was Lee who answered. It is better than that. Better? What's better, ninjutsu? Naruto couldn't think of anything else better than learning sweet new moves. No, physical exercise. Lee pumped his fists in the air. There is nothing better than doing 10,000 push-ups, followed by 5,000 sit-ups, and then 100 laps around the Leaf Village as a cool down. Naruto's mouth hit the ground. What kind of workout is that? It sounds like suicide. He couldn't fathom doing all that and still being done while it was light out. Then it hit him that they may well be out until midnight. Wait, how long are we doing this for? Only until 7. Guy answered. It is almost 5 now. I won't start you at what I'm having Lee doing, but I expect you to progress fast. This workout is the best way to strengthen your muscles, and it puts those weights I gave you to the real test. Now, Lee, I like what you suggested, get started. Yes sensei, if I cannot finish in the allotted time I will do 10,000 more push-ups with one hand and a boulder on my back. Lee leapt down and began doing push-ups at a rate that made Naruto sweat just looking at him. Great thinking Lee. Let your fires of youth scorch the sky. Guy gave Lee the thumbs up. Is it just me or does their crazy behavior just become that much crazier when we train? Naruto whispered to Hinata. She tried to suppress a giggle, but it slipped out. Her face burned brightly again, but Guy sensei didn't give her long to think about that. For today, I am just going to have you do random exercises for a set amount of time. This is so I can get an idea of your limits and then I will know how far to push you in the coming days. Let's take after Lee and start with push-ups. Naruto and Hinata spent the next hour doing all sorts of things, ranging from jumping jacks to running around the clearing on their hands, something that proved very difficult for Naruto. Soon though the 2 hours was nearly done so Naruto and Hinata collapsed to the ground as they waited for Lee to finish his laps. Even Naruto's seemingly endless stamina had shown its limits during their intense workout. Hinata didn't even have the strength to be embarrassed from her close proximity to Naruto. You have done well. You would do even better to rest up tonight, for tomorrow will be just as rigorous. Guy started to lecture just as they heard Lee's panting as he slowly jogged into the clearing. Lee collapsed next to his teammates. I have finished the assigned task, Guy sensei. Lee got out between gasps. He gave a lazy salute which Guy returned with full vigor. Excellent job Lee. I am sorry I did not join you today, but now that they are set I will be sure to engage fully in the training myself tomorrow. For now, go home and rest. That goes for all of you. Guy disappeared in a swirl of leaves to where the genins could only guess. Well, I shall see you both early tomorrow then. Lee staggered to his feet and was about to leave when Naruto called out to him. Hey, wait, bushy brow. Naruto stood up and brushed himself off. Hinata and I were gonna go shopping for something green, you know, we think Guy sensei might appreciate it. You could come with us, it'll be fun. Right, Hinata. Why yes. Well Hinata said this she inwardly hoped Lee declined. She liked Lee, but she had been hoping it would just be Naruto and her. While she knew she lacked the courage to actually do anything and it would have been embarrassing, she would have been able to at least pretend it was a date. Lee thought about it. This was actually a good opportunity. He had yet to finish his conversation with Hinata and he needed to bond with them outside of training he supposed. Alright, I will happily accompany you on your venture for new clothes. With you two also in green, we will become the Leafs Green Ninja team. Lee said much to Hinata's disappointment. Not that she showed it and neither boy took notice. Awesome, let's get going. Naruto already seemed to have recovered from the 2 hours of brutal training. Lee and Hinata tiredly followed after him. I was pacing inside the Hokage's office. Some of the things he'd seen today greatly disturbed him. He just had to figure out how to voice his thoughts to the Hokage himself. Said old man looked greatly disturbed. It took a lot to get Guy to get like this. He hadn't seen it in years himself. He had a good idea what the source of his inner turmoil was though. It had to be Naruto. The Hokage sighed. Might as well get it over with. You can speak freely Guy. It is apparent things have disturbed you today, tell me what they are. It was an order. I stopped pacing and straightened. It's about Naruto. The Hokage grimaced. Sometimes being wise has its downfalls. One was being right when you didn't want to be. The treatment the boy gets is downright unforgivable. He keeps them safe every day of his life and they call him a demon, accuse him of things he has never done and bar him from their establishments. The Hokage sighed again. He always felt more his age when the boy's treatment was brought up. Tell me exactly what happened. Start from the beginning. And so Guy did. He recounted everything from their missions to the glares and finally what had happened at the restaurant. After each telling the Hokage sank lower into his chair. He seemed to have overlooked so much. When Guy finished, the Hokage sat up straight again. I have missed so much concerning the boy. How is he doing? What of the reactions of his teammates? The boy just goes on smiling. I would never guess something was wrong if I wasn't there myself to witness everything. He hides it so well. I take comfort in saying I am most proud of all my students. The others have not questioned him, but they are definitely on to something. Yet they have asked him nothing and instead already treat him like a friend. Well this is to be expected of my Lee, it warms my heart to see a kind Hyuga. Guy smiled slightly at the end. The Hokage could not return his smile though. Maybe, it would be best if we brought them in and informed them of what. No. The Hokage looked at Guy curiously. It was not often anyone interrupted him anymore. Especially to refuse a suggestion from him. Guy seemed to realize this but held his ground. Forgive me Hokage-sama, but I feel Naruto has to tell them himself. That is the only way for him to feel that they truly accept him. If we go behind his back and tell them he will never be able to open his heart up to them. Please leave it to them. Guy was practically begging now. The Hokage looked at Guy a while longer before nodding. I understand, thank you for your report Guy. I hope to hear more in the future. Perhaps some with more good news. Dismissed. Guy nodded and left out the door. When he left the Hokage took a long drag on his pipe. He had a lot to think about tonight. Meanwhile, Guy's team was again walking through the busy streets of Konoha. Naruto was still in the lead, Lee and Hinata following closely behind him. Suddenly Naruto stopped hard. Lee bumped into him. What gives, Naruto? Lee backed up slightly to give Naruto his space. Naruto himself turned around and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, you see, I just realized I don't know where we're going. Naruto gave a small chuckle. Lee sighed. He should have figured. Well, where do you normally buy your clothes? Lee regretted the question. Naruto's eyes lowered to the ground and his smile faded. But his smile quickly returned and Lee almost thought he imagined it. Well, I've never actually been clothes shopping. The grin plastered on Naruto's face made Lee feel sick. But where did you get your orange jumpsuit? Hinata squeaked out. Lee suddenly had a bad feeling about the answer they were going to get. Yeah, one of our old instructors gave this to me. It was super nice of him, huh? Naruto just kept smiling, oblivious to the look Lee and Hinata now gave each other. Lee realized Hinata had come to the same conclusion as him. Someone had intended to get Naruto killed on a mission. Orange wasn't exactly a stealthy color after all. It wouldn't have surprised Lee if it was the same instructor that taught Naruto his taijutsu. Well, I know of a good shop to get ninja clothes. Green shouldn't be hard to find there. Hinata was upset. How could so many people be so mean to Naruto? She was definitely going to make sure he didn't have to suffer anymore. She just needed to find the courage to make good on her silent promise. So, with Hinata now in the lead the team was off again. Soon they entered a clothing store just a block away from where they had been. As they walked around, Hinata noticed Lee grab a couple items, run up and buy them. He then went running to where Naruto was to help him choose. Hinata couldn't help but be curious as to what Lee had just purchased. She supposed she would find out soon though. Soon she was ready. She had found a nice hooded sweatshirt. It was striped green and gray horizontally and was just a little big for her, just the way she wanted. She also found some pants that were a dull green but seemed to fit her well, so she grabbed a few pairs of those too. She was now outside of the changing room with Lee waiting for Naruto. Soon the boy stepped out with camouflage pants and a jumpsuit just as green as what Lee was wearing at the moment. She also noticed an orange t-shirt underneath, but what was Naruto without a little bit of orange? Lee gave him the thumbs up and Hinata nodded her acceptance as he peered at them inquisitively. He smiled at their reactions, went back in and re-emerged with his orange attire back on. I'll take all the clothes and you can just give me your pay. Hinata offered to stick her hand out. In reality, she just didn't want them to do anything to him. The way he was treated, she wouldn't be surprised if they charged him double. Nah, that's okay, I can do it. Naruto held his clothes protectively. I'm totally capable of doing this by myself. It appeared he had misunderstood her intentions. Hinata gave a pleading look to Lee, who seemed to catch on. Come on, Naruto, let her handle it. Do you not know how much women love to shop? Just buying the product is another part of that experience. Naruto started to nod slowly as Lee took his clothes and handed them to Hinata. I suppose that makes sense, thanks Hinata. Naruto handed her the money and Lee led them out of the store. Hinata went and paid for everything without incident. But when she walked outside, she didn't immediately see her teammates. For just a second she got depressed and thought that maybe they ditched her. That is, until she heard them. PSST, Hinata quickly went this way. She heard Naruto's not-so-quiet whisper and turned to see both him and Lee hiding behind a nearby sign. She walked over curiously. What are you guys doing? Naruto and Lee both turned to her and made a SHH noise before turning their attention back to the store across the street. Hinata looked over but didn't see anything in particular. Not until Haruno Sakura walked out of the building anyway. Sakura-chan. Both genin were practically drooling, their eyes had a strange glow about them. Suddenly they both seemed to realize the other was staring as well. Wait, you know Sakura-chan? Of course I know her, she's mine. Their mimicry of each other almost seemed rehearsed and would have made Hinata laugh if she didn't feel like her heart was crumbling apart. Sure, she knew of Naruto's crush on Sakura, but it still hurt whenever he looked at her that way. If only he would give her a glance like that. Even just once. This can only be settled one way, Lee declared, no longer trying to be quiet. Jenkin. How is that supposed to solve anything? Naruto apparently gave up on being quiet too. Simple, the loser must give up on Sakura-chan and must help the winner get a girlfriend. What do you say? I say let's do this. Naruto and Lee assumed their ready positions. Hinata knew it was a terrible thought, but she just couldn't help but pray that Lee won. Okay, ready? Lee asked. Naruto nodded. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Lee threw a rock. Naruto threw scissors. Yosh. Sakura-chan is mine. Lee jumped in the air. Best 2 of 3. Lee fell hard to the ground. What? He shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Naruto. I thought that was how we were doing it. That's how it's always done. Fine. Lee stood up and they both got back into position. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Lee again threw a rock. And Naruto again threw scissors. Best 3 of 5. She's walking away. Hinata interrupted their game as she watched Sakura walk down the street. She was also just trying to get Naruto to give up, not that she would ever admit it. Right, sorry Naruto, but time is up. I look forward to your assistance in getting me a girlfriend. Lee bowed low before looking expectantly at Naruto. Naruto seemed to be in an internal struggle for just a second. Damn, fine, but let's hurry, we gotta catch up to her. Naruto started running down the street. Lee was quick to be after him. A relieved and slightly happy Hinata trailed behind them both. Naruto didn't like to admit it, but maybe it was time he did give up on Sakura. After all, he had teammates now. They actually didn't treat him like dirt. They were even quickly becoming what he figured you would call friends. And if his friend wanted a date with Sakura, then he would be damned if he didn't get it for him. With this in mind, he called out to her, Sakura-chan. She stopped short. He noticed her shoulders go rigid, but she turned around all the same. At least she didn't jolt on them. That would have made things complicated. As they ran up, Naruto gave a nervous wave, but then paused. Crap, he didn't come up with a plan at all. Time to wing it. What do you want, idiot? Sakura was pissed. She had just bought more perfume to impress Sasuke, but instead of her dream boy showing up, the class clown came running up instead. If he asked her out again, she would have to beat his brains out again. Hey, I wanted to introduce you to my teammates. Naruto started lamely, scratching the back of his head. I already know them, Naruto, I was in your class. Naruto gulped. Yep, she was short on patience. Well, yeah, you know Hinata of course, Naruto gestured to his female teammate. But I doubt you know this handsome stud. This is Rock Lee. He graduated the year before us and he is one kick-ass Taijutsu expert. Naruto built Lee up. Sakura had wanted to ask why they were paired up with a genin a year ahead of them, but her question was blown from her mind when she saw the so-called stud. The boy had the most atrocious clothes she had ever seen in her life. His eyebrows were thicker than should have been possible, not to mention his bowl cut was so out of style she almost cried. The worst yet was the creepily bright smile and thumbs up he was giving her. That damned idiot Naruto was making fun of her. If this was some kind of revenge for her rejecting him all the time he was dead. It didn't matter, he was dead anyway she decided. Lee couldn't think of what to say. His mind froze now that they were so close to her. She was staring, that had to be good. Now if he could get himself to drop the thumbs up and talk to her he would be good. He never got the chance. Sakura suddenly sent a fist down on Naruto's head. Naruto, you idiot. What kind of joke is this? You're retarded and will never be funny, cool, or smart. Just get out of my life. As she spoke she wailed on Naruto. Hinata just watched in mute horror as she saw Naruto get his typical beating from Sakura. Meanwhile, Lee, who'd never witnessed this before, couldn't bring himself to watch anymore. He was about to intervene when she stopped, looked up and ran past them, all the while screaming, Sasuke-kun. Lee was so surprised by the sudden change in her demeanor, he turned to see who she ran after. Lee grew wide-eyed and his heart stopped for a fraction of a second. Sakura had run after who Lee could only assume was the last surviving Uchiha. But that wasn't who he was looking at. Walking on either side of Sasuke were his old teammates, Neji and Tenten. He was pulled out of his shock by Naruto. Sorry, bushy brow, with that bastard Sasuke around it is gonna be hard to get her, but don't worry, I'll make Sakura yours. Naruto seemed totally unfazed by his beating. Maybe a little heartbroken, but physically, it looked like she never touched him. But man, she sure does pack a punch still, almost like old times. Lee couldn't believe it, this was commonplace. Lee found his infatuation for Sakura dying quickly. Just as he was thinking this, Tenten must have caught sight of them because she was calling out to him. She grabbed Neji and pulled him over. A begrudged Sasuke and ignored Sakura followed. Lee, it's so good to see you again. Tenten said as she ran up and gave Lee a hug. Isn't that right Neji? She gave her cold teammate a meaningful look. Yes, it has been. Quite without you and Guy-sensei. Our new sensei has a knack for being late. Fortunately, we are able to train just fine without him. He spends most of his time on the rookie anyways. Lee nodded quickly. Coming from Neji, that quiet comment was the closest thing to a compliment Lee had ever received from him. He found himself just a little happy. Naruto cleared his throat and looked at Lee expectantly. Ah yes, Neji, Tenten, these are my new teammates. The blonde one is Uzumaki Naruto and the girl is Hyuga Hinata-sama. Neji finished coldly, practically spitting out the sama. Neji Nai-san Hinata said quietly. Whoa, he's your brother? Naruto asked. Cousins, idiot. Sasuke answered for him. Not that you'd know anything about clans. Watch yourself when talking about clans, Sasuke. Neji gave Sasuke a sideways glance. As fate has it, yours isn't around anymore either. Sasuke just glared at Neji. There was nothing he could do to the older genin and he knew it. Sakura had even gotten quiet from the tension that was beginning to build. We'll be taking our leave then. Neji said after a moment of silence settled over the genin. It's funny though. Looks like Guy-sensei seems the one to get all the misfit shinobi. With that he walked off. Sasuke followed quickly as did Tenten, but not before she gave an apologetic smile to Guy's new team. Sakura, of course, ran after them as well, trying to get Sasuke's attention again. Naruto had been about to set off at Neji and teach him a thing or two, but Lee held him back. I know how you feel, Naruto, but Neji is the reason we must train to become geniuses of hard work. Neji was at the top of my graduating class, just like Sasuke was yours. When we are ready, we will take them on. But that is not until Guy-sensei says we are. Naruto finally seemed to calm down. Sorry bushy brow, he said panting heavily. Next time, we'll get Sakura for sure. Lee shook his head. That is alright, I think I will have you help me with someone else. The way Sakura acted towards that genius has put a bad taste in my mouth. So then it's okay for me to go for Sakura-chan again? Naruto looked slightly hopeful. Nope, remember the terms of our agreement was the loser had to give up on Sakura. Just because I do not want her does not mean you can go for her. As Lee was talking he gave Hinata a wink, unnoticed by Naruto. Hinata gave another small eep and a blush spread on her face. Naruto turned to Hinata when she squeaked. I can't believe that Neji guy is your cousin, Hinata. He's nowhere near as nice as you are. Hinata's blush got even deeper, but she managed to mumble out a small thanks to his compliment. Satisfied, Naruto hefted his bag of clothes over his shoulder. Well guys, it's getting late. I'm gonna head home. We have a long day tomorrow after all. Lee nodded. Yes, I will see you tomorrow bright and early Naruto. Try not to be late. Gee good night, Naruto-kun Hinata muttered. Yeah, I won't be. Good night guys. With that Naruto was off in the direction of his home. An awkward silence passed between Lee and Hinata. Naturally, Lee was the one to break it. You like him, do you not? Hinata gave one of her usual leaps and began blushing harder than Lee had ever seen. Sorry. Not what I expected to say either. It is just strange. Earlier you told me that your family said he was dangerous and that you should stay away from him. And so you go and develop a crush on him. What is with that? Hinata quietly stared at her feet. It took her a minute to gain her composure. No one had ever called her out on her affection for the boy. She knew she didn't hide it well, and yet no one had ever bothered to ask. Now when someone did, she didn't know how to answer. So she just tried being honest. Back before we started the academy. I was being picked on by some boys. And Naruto came to my rescue and the boys beat him up. I just left him there. Lee had to stand close to hear Hinata. They were still in the middle of the street, which was still fairly noisy. After that I started paying attention to him. I was fascinated by him. Everyone picked on him, called him names, and told him he would fail. But he just kept on trying. Anytime someone told him he would fail, he simply replied he was going to become Hokage. Hinata's voice was getting louder. I admired that. That strength he had. That confidence. To me it looked like he was absolutely glowing. Hinata began to blush heavily again before continuing. Gradually, I just fell in love with him. He was everything I wanted to be. If I could be with him, surely some of that would rub off on me. And now I'm his teammate. It makes me so happy to be with him and yet so sad to see the way he is treated. Hinata stood straight and looked at Lee suddenly. I have to know why he is treated that way. So I can help him, no matter what it is. Lee was shocked. He had definitely not expected that. Lee could now honestly say he knew Hinata better than he ever knew her cousin, and it had only been one day. That confidence at the end seemed to blow all the other times out of the water. She was determined. He was too. They would help Naruto together. They would be there for him. As his friends, they would make sure he didn't have to suffer. Right, so first we need to pool everything we know. Lee started knocking off points on his fingers. Tomorrow we shall see if Guy-sensei has any insight to give us. From there we will start doing things such as looking up stuff at the library and asking people who are close to him. There has got to be something. Hinata nodded. They both started walking down the street. Good, Lee said, we know dogs don't like his smell. Lee began knocking off points again as they continued their conversation into the night. Chapter 5. Investigation. Lee landed into the clearing where his team met up every morning. He was 15 minutes early today, but Guy-sensei and Hinata were there as expected. She was in the new attire they bought yesterday. After the conversation Hinata and himself had the night before, they decided to confide their findings to Guy-sensei and see if he could give them any insight. So naturally they had to be there early so Naruto wasn't around. Not that he was likely to be on time anyway, at least Lee hoped not. Lee. Guy-sensei wasn't quiet even during this early time of the day. I see you have come earlier than expected. Hinata arrived here just 5 minutes ago herself. It is great to see your flames kick so high this early in the morning. Guy-sensei gave them his nice guy pose as he talked. Lee hated to not respond to his sensei with his own youthful speech, but they had to get the talk over with. So when he spoke in a normal volume, their sensei turned immediately serious. Hinata and I have something we wish to discuss, Guy-sensei. Lee watched closely for anything Guy might do to let him know he knew what they wanted to talk about. Seeing none, Lee continued, it is about Naruto. We have noticed the way he has been treated and we tried to come up with reasons as for why. Guy-sensei nodded slowly. Lee knew something was up now. He never knew his sensei would respond in such a sullen manner. He had to know something. We were hoping you would tell us anything you knew. Lee stepped away from their previous plan to present him the information and then ask. Hinata noticed this too but remained quiet. Lee knew their sensei better than she. He must have had a reason for not sharing their knowledge. I look thoughtful. I cannot tell you. He finally said, his voice at a normal level now. Lee was about to protest, but Guy held up his hand. It is Naruto's business. You wouldn't want me unveiling all your secrets to him, would you? He gave both of these students a meaningful look. They both looked ashamed. Guy thought about it for a moment. He could at least give them one more clue. Besides, I am not too sure I would feel comfortable committing a capital offense. Both of them looked surprised. What do you mean capital offense? Hinata's mind was spinning. One more piece of the puzzle had just fallen into their laps. It fit well with the piece that her family said was dangerous. It would also account for some glares. If people had said something to get themselves punished through death, of course the family would blame Naruto. But that was only 3 pieces. They had come up with a lot of them. It definitely didn't explain the dogs. Nor that seal she saw on his stomach when he gathered chakra. Or did it? Was it the seal of the offense? Funny question. Guy was back to his loud self. I thought you would know what a capital offense is. I bet even Naruto knows. Hinata and Lee both whirled to see Naruto running into the clearing, also in his new green attire. Hinata began panicking. Surely he hadn't heard them at all. He was just arriving. But that didn't mean he wasn't hiding, listening. What would he think of her? Sorry Guy-sensei, I didn't catch that. Naruto ran up panting. He didn't seem aware at all that they had just been talking about him. Man, I'm the last one again. I thought I was doing well getting here early too. Naruto looked down in defeat, he had even ran again so as not to be the last. Not a problem Naruto. First or last doesn't matter. The important thing is you're on time. I am so proud to see you in green clothes as well. You make me so happy as a teacher. Guy patted Naruto hard on the back, tears falling freely from his face. Naruto stumbled a little from his sensei's strong touch, but managed to stay on his feet. He wouldn't ever admit it, but even he was still sore slightly from yesterday. Now, we'll start the same as yesterday, Hinata, come with me. Lee, make sure Naruto still remembers his stance. I want it done 10 times right today. After that, continue where you left off. Lee saluted his sensei as Naruto groaned. Guy led Hinata to the other side of the clearing. 10 times. Man this sucks. Naruto went into his stance and looked at Lee to get his criticism. Lee couldn't help it. He looked at Naruto and was immediately lost in thought. Was it worth just asking him? Probably not, they only knew each other for a day now. It would probably take a lot longer than that for Naruto to come out and trust him with such information. The looks definitely made him uncomfortable, no matter how well he hid it. Come on, bushy brow, not again. Lee snapped out of it. You space out too much, you get some weird flames of youth or something. Lee smiled, Naruto wasn't quite up to him or Guy-sensei, but his talk was already getting there. Forgive me. I am pleased to tell you that your stance is perfect. Do your lap and get in it again. Lee was impressed. Naruto did it all 10 times without messing up. That was definitely not the result of a dead last. Perhaps just another sign that his teachers had truly misguided him. When Naruto was done, Lee did as his sensei instructed and they moved on to his drills. Tell me, Hinata. Do you know any of the moves other than the basic Jiken style? Guy was pretty sure he knew the answer, but he might as well ask. Hinata shook her head. What a shame, with a stance as solid as yours, you are more than ready to learn more. Hinata lowered her head in shame. Thank you for your kind words sensei, but only my clan can advance me farther in our style. They do not feel the same as you, however. I laughed. Hinata looked up in surprise. Was sensei making fun of her now? Did he agree with the clan? Fortunately for you, young Hinata, I happen to know a few of your clan's trade moves. I'm not called a Taijutsu expert for nothing. Hinata was speechless, what her sensei said wasn't even possible. I must have caught her disbelief because he quickly added, of course it is impossible for me to use your techniques. Not even my abilities are so great. But I have enough of a general understanding to teach some of them to you. Hinata started to say, I don't think my clan would have. Your clan cannot dictate what I teach you. If they have any qualms, tell them to take it to my boss. You do know who my boss is, right? Hinata nodded. Good. Well, Guy would gladly take any youthful challenge from the Hyuga clan, he doubted Hinata would be too happy he was beating up her family. Although, he doubted Neji would mind. Now tell me if you are familiar with the Juho Sashiken. Guy asked. Hinata again shook her head. It is a move where you gather chakra into your fists into the shape of a lion. It happens to be one of my favorite moves the Hyuga can use because it is more of a brute attack than other moves they use. It is also not hard to teach, the concept is simple, and while it is chakra consuming, I believe you can do it just fine. Hinata was impressed. Her sensei walked her step through the steps of the technique. At first Hinata had a hard time getting anything, but soon half her arms began to shimmer with chakra. Hinata felt something strange come over her as the chakra built up in intensity, and soon her arms appeared to be emblazoned in blue fire. Hinata could only describe the feeling as accomplishment. She was actually learning one of her clan's techniques. She might be able to become the heir yet. Then her father would have to acknowledge her. Soon though her chakra gave out and she was forced to rest for a while. I'm sorry, sensei, Hinata said in between breaths. I will get this technique. I was impressed. Hinata showed a knack for it already. That and her confidence seemed to be coming out without the need of a push from anyone. No need to rush yourself, we have many training sessions to get it. For now, let's spar lightly for the rest of the time. You can try more tomorrow. Hinata nodded. While she was disappointed that they couldn't continue this new move, Hinata knew her limits. She wasn't a stamina nut like Naruto. Thoughts of the boy brought a small blush to her face as she and Guy began sparring. Everything after that went the same through the end of that rotation and the next two. Hinata sparred against Lee for an hour, building her confidence. Meanwhile, Guy came at Naruto as he tried to make use of his clones. Naruto seemed to retain quite a bit of what they had practiced yesterday and was even now pulling off things Guy hadn't suggested. On their next rotation, Naruto had all but mastered the tree climbing exercise. Meanwhile, Lee and Guy went off to practice Lee's secret winning move. When Guy and Lee were done they came back into the clearing to Naruto hanging upside down from the tree and the smiling Hinata. Excellent work, Naruto. Lee clapped for his teammate. Naruto rubbed the back of his head while he grinned happily down at them. And don't forget Hinata. Guy said as he put his hand on her shoulder. You're lucky to have such a great teacher, Naruto. Tomorrow you can now learn water walking. Whoa, really? That's awesome, you're the best Hinata. Naruto jumped down from the tree and gave his teammate a hug. She promptly passed out. Naruto looked sheepishly at his sensei and other teammates. Guess I just don't know my own strength. They both shook their heads at his cluelessness. She must have been tired because they weren't able to rouse her until close to 11. She sat up groggily at first, but then seemed to become aware of the company she was with. She shot up fast from the chair at Ichiraku's. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I didn't mean. Slow down there Hinata. Guy placed a hand on her shoulder to show he wasn't mad. I can only take the blame as your sensei. I should have realized that this new schedule would take some adjusting to. People don't get used to it overnight. Hinata nodded slowly after taking a few deep breaths. The blush was slowly leaving her face. We can take the rest of the day off if you'd. Hinata suddenly shook her head violently. No, I wish to continue. She surprised herself with the sternness in her voice. Her blush heated back up. Now Lee and Naruto were giving her a concerned look. They surely thought she was holding them back. Even if she wanted to continue. I needed no other convincing. Okay, guys. You heard your teammate, we're heading to the Hokage Tower to get a mission. Yosh. A mission. Naruto and Lee rang out together. Lee gave Naruto a peculiar look, but Naruto just smiled back. Yosh, it's a cool word. He explained. You don't mind, do you? Not at all. I am just surprised and refreshed by how open-minded you are Naruto. It is a great difference from that cold fish, Neji. Naruto blanched at the name. They both laughed and started running off towards the tower. The rest of the assembled group just stared. They're so like it's frightening, Tucci muttered. AM giggled. I think it's cute, they're like brothers. Speaking of family, I was meaning to ask, Tucci addressed Guy who gave him his full attention. Is that Lee fellow your son? Hinata actually looked up curiously at that. She had been kind of wondering the same thing but decided not to ask. Ai's laugh boomed across Konoha. No, not my son. While Lee does look like me, the eyebrows are much too different. Mine are much thicker. Although Lee does try to imitate my daring good looks and I would give him an A+ on his attempt, there is just no comparison to the real deal. Everyone stared at Guy with an open mouth. A fly could have easily landed inside any of them. Well, Hinata, let's not fall too far behind. He took off, followed quickly by Hinata. I really hope Naruto doesn't turn out exactly like that Lee boy. Tucci muttered. They're good guys but 2 is enough. I don't know Dad, Naruto would look good with a blonde bowl cut, don't you think? AM laughed, but her father just kept staring down the spot his customers disappeared from. Naruto and Lee were dashing through the trees. Lee was going so fast he was almost a green blur. Naruto was also moving at great speeds, but he wasn't even close to Lee yet. There it is. Lee shouted. Where? I missed it. Naruto looked around on the ground. Suddenly he saw it. Just a little brown blur. Ah, I see it. It's going left bushy brow, you jump ahead to cut it off, I'll stay behind it. Roger, good thinking, Naruto. With a great jump Lee flew far ahead into the trees. Once he landed he quickly turned around and dove. Naruto dove for the blur at the same time. It was trapped now. At least, that's what they thought. The blur jumped high and with nothing in between, Naruto and Lee collided into each other. Hard. The blur, now distinctly a cat, landed nimbly on top of them both. Much too nimbly for its overweight self. It trotted off into Hinata's open arms as she looked in horror at the state of her teammates. Hey, are you alright? Hinata now petted the cat that was purring in her arms. That damn cat. I'll kill it. Naruto rose to his feet while holding his nose, Lee's head had connected with it and Naruto was sure he heard a crack. The cat hissed at Naruto. Lee just laid on the ground, holding his head. I have fought bandits on C-rank missions that lacked a fire as intense as those felines. What a truly worthy opponent to have in this village. Worthy is right. Guy landed on the ground near his team. You need to increase your weights again Lee. That cat is faster than you yet. After this mission I will get you more. After that we can begin our afternoon training. Guy started leading the way back. I can't believe it took us 5 hours to locate and find that damn cat. Naruto was glaring daggers at the object of his speech. The cat all too eagerly returned to glare. Hinata knew it shouldn't have been funny. But the sight of Naruto with his bloody nose in a stare down with a cat made her giggle. Naruto, for his part, tried to look offended. What, you're on his side aren't you? And no, Naruto-kun. I wouldn't ever betray you. Hinata had taken him literally and the other context of her words caused her to blush deeply. I'm joking, it's okay Hinata. I know you're too nice to do something like that. Naruto was oblivious, he simply thought he'd offended her. Lee watched them with an amused smile the whole way. The team sat breathlessly under a tree after their evening exercise. Guy stood over them smiling proudly, his chest heaving heavily thanks to his own rigorous workout. Naruto shivered slightly at the thought of what kind of training his sensei had to do to be able to wear himself out like that. The man's energy had seemed even more vast than his own. Well, that was quite the workout. Naruto yawned tiredly as he stood up. I think I'm gonna go get me some ramen, you guys wanna join? Naruto looked at his teammates. Yosh. My fire is barely flickering, Naruto, I shall go home and let it rekindle over the long night. Lee jumped up but stumbled. He had clearly overexerted himself with his increase in weights. Naruto looked at Hinata. I have a few things to do before I will return home, but I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto-kun. Alright, I'll see you all tomorrow then. Naruto turned around and strolled off. They all watched him go. When he was just out of earshot, Guy spoke. Good luck with your hunt for knowledge. When they turned around, he was gone. How did he know? Hinata looked mystified. Simple, he is Guy-sensei. Enough said. Hinata looked over at Lee. So what is the plan? I will explain in a second. Lee began rummaging through his back pouch. Here we are. Lee pulled out a scroll and unrolled it. With a quick hand sign, a bag from the store yesterday was there. What is that? Hinata peered over curiously. This is the official start of our investigation. Lee whipped out a deerstalker cap, a magnifying glass, and a smoking pipe. Lee was soon blowing bubbles from the pipe and looking at the grass with his magnifying glass. I don't understand. Hinata stared blankly at Lee. It is elementary, my dear Hinata. Every detective needs a hat, pipe and a magnifying glass. They cannot go detect stuff without it. Lee nodded at his own brilliant reasoning. Hinata just shook her head. The plan? Also elementary. Hinata wanted to groan, they were wasting time. We start at the library. Hinata wondered if the pipe helped him come up with such a genius plan. The SST, Hinata, come look at this. Hinata sighed for the umpteenth time that night. She had just found another book on types of seals and was sitting down to read it. Lee was waving her over to the book he was looking at. Not that he could read it with his magnifying glass making the words big and blurry. At least he was quite, kind of. They had almost got kicked out upon entry thanks to her teammate. Naruto's birthday. Lee whispered as Hinata appeared next to him. Hinata looked at it curiously. I can't read it, Lee-senpai. Hinata tried to brush his glass out of the way. Lee just answered it for her. It is October 10th, 13 years ago. Hinata didn't need to ask now to know there was something special about that date. Everyone knew it was the day the Kyuubi attacked. Did it have something to do with Naruto? What are you thinking? Hinata looked at Lee expectantly. It should be treated as a clue even if it is not related. Everyone knows Yondaime killed it. It would at least explain why Naruto's parents are dead. Lots of orphans were made because of that fox. Lee didn't say it, but he was one of them. Have you found anything about his parents? Hinata was curious now. She had never heard Naruto mention them at all. She would have at least expected him to brag about his parents being awesome ninja every once in a while, but she wondered if he even knew their names sometimes. What Lee said next only confirmed her theory and confused her even more. It is strange. I looked up the last name Uzumaki, but he is the only one in the village. From what I have gathered, the Uzumakis were a clan of seal masters from the Whirlpool country. This startled Hinata quite a bit. Was Naruto a foreigner? Then it hit her. You said were? Hinata didn't like the implications of that. Yeah, they were wiped out. Other villages feared their power so they just killed them. Then wouldn't that explain why Naruto is hated? Hinata asked it, but even she had her doubts on this theory. Not likely. Supposedly, the Shodai Hokage was also married to an Uzumaki. We were on good terms with him. That at least explains why we would have saved someone like Naruto. Lee's head was starting to hurt. There was more to Naruto than he had first thought possible. Maybe they feared the people that wiped out the clan would come looking here. Hinata couldn't stop thinking of possibilities. Without even realizing it, she said that last one. Maybe, we need more information. Did you find anything on seals? Hinata shook her head. Nothing as complex as what he has. I just started this one, but so far I don't recognize him at all. She was feeling useless. Compared to Lee, she had found nothing. Maybe it was the hat. She stomped that thought before it got any further. And the plot thickens. Lee scratched his chin thoughtfully. Let us end here tonight. We should start asking people who Naruto knows after one more day here. Hinata nodded. She was tired and they had training early again. So with it they retired their search for the night. They both arrived the next morning with bags under their eyes. Neither of them had slept well at all from all the thoughts of Naruto running through their heads. Guy and Naruto both couldn't help but worry for the two of them. Guy-sensei, what do you think happened to them? They were now on their second rotation and Guy was beating at his clones. I never thought I'd see Bushy Brow tired for morning training. Naruto added. Yes, it is quite disturbing. I wouldn't trouble yourself too much with it, they'll be back to normal tomorrow. Guy wasn't going to say anything, but he had a good idea what had cost them their sleep. Soon it was time for Hinata to teach Naruto water walking. They went to a nearby riverbank as instructed by Guy-sensei. Okay, Hinata, what do I gotta do? Naruto peered anxiously at the water. What? Hinata asked. She had gotten lost in thought on the way over. She hadn't even realized they were there and missed Naruto's question. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, what did you say? Naruto stared at her closely for a minute. Hinata could have sworn she saw the gears turning in his head. He was debating something. He finally just repeated his question. What do I gotta do to walk on water? Hinata couldn't help but wonder what other thoughts and possible questions had run through his head. What made her more nervous was the fact that he didn't ask them. Naruto usually asked whatever was on his mind. She put her own questions aside for later. Walking on water requires a steady stream of chakra. A lot more is used than when you walk on the trees, but in a way this should make it easier for you. Hinata explained. So just channel chakra into your feet and I will tell you if it is too much, same as with the trees. Naruto nodded excitedly and began channeling his chakra. To Hinata's great surprise it was far too little this time. More than needed to walk on trees, but not enough to walk on water. This spoke volumes for his increased chakra control. More chakra, Naruto-kun. She told him quietly. Right, I will do it. Naruto channeled a little more until Hinata told him it was alright. Naruto then took a hesitant step into the water. He didn't sink. Naruto placed his other foot in. Heh, I got this. Naruto went to take another step but lost his balance. He fell face first into the water. He walked out spitting water from his mouth. What the hell happened? He sat down, pouting like a little child. Hinata couldn't help but giggle at his reaction. The funny way Naruto did everything could always make her laugh. Naruto looked at her and smiled slightly. He liked getting people to laugh. Hinata began to explain what had happened. When you lifted one foot you increased the flow of chakra onto the other foot. This caused you to slip. It's a common first mistake. Hinata would know, she had taken a while to get it herself. It didn't help that she was only 5 when she was being taught. Ah, I get it, let's go again. Naruto stood up but paused. He then started to take his jacket off. Then Naruto-kun. Hinata blushed and turned around quickly. She knew he wasn't doing anything provocative, but she couldn't help it. Naruto turned and suddenly blushed a little himself. Sorry Hinata, I can keep my shirt on if you want. Hinata shook her head quickly so Naruto just shrugged. He didn't want to get his clothes more wet. Well, please watch me channel my chakra. Alright. Hinata took a few calming breaths and turned around. She nearly gasped. There it was. Naruto's seal, open completely to her sight now. She studied it for a second before she realized Naruto was eyeing her wearily. Realizing she was caught she figured she had to say something now. That is an interesting tattoo. She said slowly, watching Naruto's reaction. He had been very tense, but some of it seemed to leave as she spoke. She realized she had to ask, she wouldn't get a chance like this again. It almost looks like a seal, but I've never seen one like it. She had meant the statement to come across as offhand, but Naruto seemed immediately on guard again. If it is a seal, I wouldn't know. I've had it for as long as I can remember. Naruto was talking slowly, carefully, Hinata realized. As far as she could tell he wasn't lying though. Maybe he didn't really know. I always thought it was rather cool looking, right? I'm a real badass with this. Naruto laughed, but Hinata could hear how nervous it was. So she forced herself to giggle too. He looked satisfied. Good, she'd do anything to make sure he wasn't uncomfortable. Now watch me master this. Naruto started walking to the water. Naruto-kun, don't. Hinata shouted too late. Naruto was airborne. He landed painfully on the ground, it was exactly like his first attempt at tree climbing. Right. Less chakra this time. Naruto jumped to his feet and Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. Sometimes Naruto seemed invincible. Just maybe not emotionally. He was so guarded. In some ways even more so than herself. That left Hinata a great deal to ponder on. Lee and Hinata walked through the streets of Konoha together again. Lee had his deerstalker on and the pipe was in his mouth. They were almost to the library when Hinata stopped. Lee peered at his teammate. What is it? He asked. Lee-senpai, I don't think we're going to find what we need here. Hinata couldn't be sure. But having looked at Naruto's actual seal, she started to think it was much too complex to be in the library. I say we just go to ask people close to Naruto. Lee stared at her curiously for a minute before nodding. I suppose you are right. We may cover more ground this way. We can always resort to the library later. So who do we start with? Hinata thought for a second before she knew who was first. Iruka-sensei was an instructor at the academy and the only one to show Naruto-kun any kindness. He's definitely our best bet. Right, then let us go. Lee started walking down the street. Lee-senpai. Yes Hinata. The academy's that way. Hinata pointed in the opposite direction Lee was walking. Right. To the academy. Lee was now off in the right direction and embarrassed Hinata following behind him. Iruka saw quite a few of his students that had graduated in the past. In fact, he had already treated Naruto the other night. It was nice to see his students and ask how they were doing in the ninja world. One student he never expected to see though, especially in his classroom again, was Hyuga Hinata. Not that he minded, he liked Hinata. She was quiet, a great student. However, he couldn't fathom why she had to bring Guy's miniature clone with her. Nor could he imagine why said clone was wearing a hat and blowing bubbles out of a pipe. Sensei, we have a question. Lee wasted no time. Iruka had to wince. This boy was exactly like his sensei, right down to the loud voice. While I am an academy instructor, I would be happy to answer any questions you have. Iruka smiled in what he hoped was sincere at the spandex-wearing ninja. Yes, why does everyone hate Naruto? Iruka had to rethink his last statement. He would have happily answered any question but that one. He sighed and looked warily at the two students in front of him. To his surprise, even Hinata looked incredibly determined about this. Well, you know, Naruto ruined a lot of buildings with all Iruka had started to say. We know it's not a prank, sensei, the hostility is too much for something like that. Iruka was surprised. It was Hinata who had cut him off. Iruka was stuck now, he didn't know what to say. They were clearly on to something. You cannot tell us either, is it because of that capital offense? Lee had to find a way to get something from him. At least, tell us if Naruto knows why he is hated. Iruka sighed again. These kids knew more than he thought. They had apparently been doing other research. Yes, he knows. Iruka neglected the first question altogether. That was more than enough for them though. They both bowed low. Thank you Iruka-sensei. They said in unison before getting up and leaving. Iruka stared at the door in which they left. He really hoped that when they found out the truth, they would accept him anyways. It was apparent they at least cared, for now. Hinata and Lee walked dejectedly now from the academy building. That law has pretty much screwed us. Lee announced his thoughts aloud. Hinata only nodded. She had been thinking a similar thing. With that law everyone else they could have asked was knocked out. Except maybe the Hokage himself, but they couldn't go there. Now, there was only one person she could turn to. She wouldn't be able to do it with Lee this time though. She would truly be on her own. Lee-senpai. Lee looked at her curiously. Her voice quivered a little when she spoke next. Tomorrow, go to the library without me. What, where will you be? Please do not tell me you are giving up. Lee stopped and put his hand on Hinata's shoulder. We need to do this together. For Naruto, remember? Hinata shook her head fiercely. I will never give up on this. No, tomorrow. I am going to ask my father. Hyuga Heihachi was known by the rest of the village as a strict man. He couldn't agree more with them. Of course he was strict, the duties of his clan forced him to be. It was this strictness that had caused him to all but abandon his first daughter so he could focus on his second-born who showed much more skill in the Hyuga ways. Hinata had been too weak, she lacked resolve. Something Heihachi was sure she would never gain. So when she called to meet with him, he was more than just a little surprised by the intense look in her eyes. Something had happened. He hoped to find out in this conversation what it was. Father, there is something important I wish to discuss with you. Heihachi almost visibly raised an eyebrow. Now her stutter was gone too. What was going on with his daughter? Then speak, you wouldn't have called me if there wasn't something to discuss, you are wasting my time. Heihachi wanted to see if he could bring out his daughter's nerves. Find out if they were really gone for good. It is in regards to my teammate, I am concerned about the treatment he gets from the rest of the village, my own clan included. Now Heihachi was really curious. Not only had his attempt to bring her down been a failure, but she wanted to talk to him about her teammate. What did her teammate have to do with the clan? Who were her teammates anyway? Heihachi realized he hadn't even bothered to ask who she was teamed up with. Just another part of the exile of his daughter. He practically didn't talk to her anymore. He had missed a lot, he realized. Yes, your teammates. Who are they again? He watched his daughter narrow her eyes the slightest of a fraction. It would have been lost on anyone else but him. She had apparently not missed that he didn't know her teammates to begin with. Rock Lee and Uzumaki Naruto. Heihachi knocked over his tea. Uzumaki Naruto. Now her questions made sense. The treatment of the boy was obvious. But what was her angle? Why did she want to know? The tea he had spilt was the last thing on his mind now. I could arrange for your teams to be switched. He started slowly. If you are concerned with being on his team, that is precisely the problem. Hinata was now visibly upset from his suggestion. Excuse me? Heihachi couldn't help it. He didn't understand his daughter's statement. You all just assume that he should be exiled. You don't think about him as a person at all. You just look at him like he's some sort of monster. I'm sick of you all treating Naruto-kun that way, I want to know why. Hinata started panting heavily, then she quickly regained her composure. Naruto-kun. How close was his daughter to this boy? The longer this conversation, the more questions Hiashi was going to end up having. I can't explain it to you. Hiashi was going to say more, but his daughter cut him off. That law extends even into the Hyuga clan. Just what exactly is the law around Naruto-kun? Hiashi's mouth was agape. Not even Hanabi would dare cut him off while he was talking. What's more, Hinata knew of the law. At least that there was one. He realized he had to end this conversation fast. I will answer this one question, but the conversation is over after this. Hinata nodded ever so slightly. At least she was willing to compromise. Shortly after Naruto was born, a law was passed that we are not to speak of what causes us to hate him. This was to keep our generation from knowing. He was supposed to live happily. Instead, all the parents of your generation told their children to hate the boy, but not why. So they did. The law was a failure, but it is still in place and punishable by death. The only one who can tell you is the boy himself. Thank you, father. Hinata stood and left the room. Hiashi rubbed his temples. He had missed so much with his daughter. It was obvious that this Naruto boy was the reason for this drastic change. Hiashi could only hope that it continued. Even if he didn't like the boy. He looked down, he could think about that later. He had tea to clean. When Hinata closed the door, she took a deep breath. That may have been the hardest thing she had done her whole life. She had been constantly afraid of her father to snap at her, call her worthless, something, anything but what happened. Instead, it had been her father who broke composure and knocked over his tea. While she didn't get the answer she wanted, she at least got another puzzle piece. She would have to tell Lee tomorrow morning. Lee and Hinata settled into their fighting stances. Hinata launched herself at him. She swung hard, but Lee ducked and performed a leg sweep. Hinata back flipped out of the way. When she landed, she swung low this time. Lee stepped out of the way and brought his knee up to connect with her stomach. Hinata jumped over the knee and rolled on the ground. When she got back up, Lee was coming at her again. Hinata smiled. Now was her chance to tell him she had another puzzle piece. He would be caught off guard and she could land a hit. I figured out his secret. Hinata stumbled. Did Lee really just say that? She didn't have time to think about it as Lee clocked her in the side of the head. Hinata dropped hard. Lee settled down on the grass and smiled proudly at her. Hinata ignored the throbbing pain in her head as she sat up. She had to know. You figured. Sure did. Lee gave her the thumbs up. I know exactly why the village fears him now. Hinata couldn't take the suspense. Well, what is it? She asked in a hushed whisper. Naruto is. Lee paused for dramatic effect. Yes, what? Hinata leaned in even closer. Not a human exploding tag. Hinata stared at him for a minute, her mouth hung open. Really? That was what he'd come up with? She suddenly couldn't believe she had gotten excited for that. It figured. Lee must have seen the doubt because he started talking quickly. Look, it makes sense. We could not find what seal was in the book, probably because it was forbidden. A seal that blows you up is bound to be forbidden. I mean, that is why parents tell us to stay away from him, they fear he could blow up at any time. They are scared. It also explains the dogs. You know how they get scared before a storm because they can sense it? It is the same here. What about the law? Hinata seethed. For the first time in her life she found it hard to control her temper. What about everyone calling him a demon? How do those fit into your brilliant idea? It's a work in progress, but listen, I think we're heading in the right direction. Lee was starting to get nervous. Hinata was looking pissed. Hinata sighed. You're right, Lee-senpai. She smiled sweetly at him. I am? Lee didn't like that smile. Of course, let's spare some more now. Hinata stood slowly and settled into her stance. Lee gulped. He had a feeling the rest of his time with Hinata was going to be painful. Chapter 6. A day with you. A day with you. Naruto walked slowly through the streets of Konoha. It was 5:30 in the morning. Today was Sunday, and as Guy-sensei had explained the night before, they would have every Sunday off completely to themselves. Naruto had cheered at this announcement. While he liked his new team a lot and all the training was great, he needed time off. He would at least enjoy sleeping until 2 in the afternoon. At least that was what he thought. Yet he found himself up at 4:45. Try as he might, he just couldn't force himself back into sleep. So he gave up and decided to walk around the village. As Naruto soon discovered, the village was boring at 5 in the morning. No one was up and as such there was no activity. At least no one was glaring at him. Without even thinking about it, Naruto walked into the training ground where his team always met up. To his surprise, Hinata was also standing there. Her back was turned and she hadn't noticed him yet. So he got her attention. Yo, Hinata. You couldn't sleep either? Naruto didn't think he had been quite that loud, at least compared to Guy-sensei, but Hinata jumped and squeaked in surprise. She turned around and waited for Naruto to walk up to her. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Hinata bowed and smiled slightly at him. No, I couldn't sleep. It just doesn't feel right anymore. I unconsciously ended up here. Naruto chuckled at what she said. That's pretty funny, the same thing happened to me. It's so boring in this village in the morning. I wonder what Bushy Brow and Guy Sensei do. They are probably running laps around the village. Naruto laughed hard at Hinata's answer. She blushed after she spoke. When had she gotten so good at just talking to Naruto? A week ago it was so hard just to stand close to him. You're really funny, Hinata. I never would have guessed that before. You were always so quiet and weird when we were in class. Hinata looked down as Naruto spoke. He thought she was weird. But he had also just said she was funny. His opinion must have changed, right? Hinata wanted to laugh. She never would have thought that second part a week ago. She would always stop at the negative parts, but lately it was getting easier for her to think more positive thoughts. You know what else is kind of funny, Naruto said. A week ago, everything seemed so different. It feels like I'm a completely different person now. Hinata smiled again. I was thinking the same thing just now. I'm glad to have been placed on a team with them. And more importantly on a team with you, Hinata added in her head. She didn't have near enough confidence yet to say it aloud. Maybe someday soon she would. She could only hope. Naruto gave Hinata a big smile. She was so much different from Sakura. Hinata never hit him or yelled at him. She was really nice. Thoughts of Sakura almost immediately brought him down. He had told Lee that he would give up on her, but it was proving hard to do. Feelings just didn't disappear. Thinking of that bet brought up another thought. He still needed to get Lee a girlfriend. Suddenly a light bulb went off in Naruto's head. He knew how he could spend the day. Hinata! Naruto shouted suddenly. Naruto placed his hands on her shoulders and looked her right in the eyes. Why yes. Naruto's shout caught her off guard and she found his look very unnerving. I have a very important question to ask you, please answer me honestly. Naruto's voice was deadly serious. Don't worry about hurting my feelings. I won't be upset if you say no. Hinata's mind was spinning. A question. It wasn't possible. Did Naruto want to ask her out on a date? It was all developing too fast. Visions of Naruto and herself holding hands, going to the movies, and eating together came into her mind almost too fast to comprehend. Will you go out with me? Here it came. All she had to do was say yes. Hopefully she didn't pass out. Bushy brow. Naruto finished. Wait, who? Lee senpai. Hinata didn't understand. What had just happened? Naruto thought she liked Lee. That was impossible. Had he noticed them spending time together? Yeah, Lee, bushy brow, same thing. You remember I promised to get him a girlfriend? Well that's what I'm gonna do today. I will get bushy brow his first date. It'll make things really easy if you like him though. The only thing I'll have to do is find him. Naruto nodded happily to himself while it all clicked together for Hinata. Naruto didn't want to go out with her. But he also didn't think she liked Lee. He was just making good on his promise. That meant Hinata wasn't doomed to failure yet. Sorry, Naruto-kun, but I don't like Lee senpai that way. Hinata pressed her index fingers together. There is someone I already like. She said it. Maybe he would pick up on it. Naruto's brow furrowed as he looked at her. You like Sasuke too, huh? Not a big surprise though. All the girls like that jerk. Hinata's mouth was agape, which had not gone as planned. It was time to backtrack. Her heart wouldn't be able to take this much longer. I don't like Sasuke-san. She tried to say more, but her mouth stopped working on her. Really? Naruto looked at her suspiciously for a moment. Then he smiled brightly at her. That's right, you're way too smart to like someone like him. He wouldn't treat you right anyway. A nice girl like you deserves much better. Naruto gave her an imitation of Sensei's nice guy pose. To her surprise, his smile even seemed to glow slightly. Hinata felt her face heating up at Naruto's praise. Alright, well that knocks you and Sakura-chan out for girlfriend candidates. We're going to have to wait a while, but once the day gets going I know just the girl to ask next. Naruto nodded to himself while all his brilliant ideas whirled. We. Hinata was pressing her index fingers together again. Naruto stopped his plotting to look at Hinata. Sorry Hinata. You don't have to spend the day with me helping. I'll do it. Hinata surprised them both. She hadn't meant to, but at the words day with me she couldn't help herself. She would have given anything for a chance like this a week ago. Now that the chance just fell into her palm, she wouldn't let it go, no matter what happened. Awesome, you really are the best Hinata. It'll be way easier to convince Ino with another girl around. Naruto started walking away from the training ground. Hinata jogged up to him and then fell into pace with his walk. Did you just say Ino? Hinata definitely had her doubts about that. It was going to end up exactly like what had happened with Sakura. Maybe worse. Of course. Ino is a perfect start. I know right where they'll be at 10 anyways. They were now back into the open streets. Hinata wasn't even sure if he had a current destination in mind. 10 o'clock was still 4 hours away. How do you know that, Naruto-kun? Hinata couldn't figure out how Naruto would know something like that. She knew he liked Sakura, but maybe he liked Ino too. Hinata shook her head. Naruto was definitely not like that. Simple, the only person with a bigger appetite than me is Choji, and he eats at the same place every morning at 10. He used to just drag Shikamaru there, but now I hear it's the whole team's meeting spot. Hinata wanted to know where Naruto had learned this as well. Soon the two fell into a repeated pattern. Hinata would ask Naruto a question, and he would spout out answers. Sometimes he would rant on for half an hour. This continued as they walked through the village, occasionally taking a rest at a bench on the streets. Hinata couldn't ever remember having talked, or laughed for that matter, so much in her whole life. Even just this short few hours with Naruto made her forget all about her problems. It was 10 o'clock, much too soon for Hinata's taste. She had really enjoyed the morning, but now it was down to business. The hunt for Lee's girlfriend was on. She just wished it didn't have to start with Ino. Hinata looked up at the Korean barbecue they now stood in front of. She couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive about entering. The last time Naruto had entered a restaurant things hadn't gone too well. Naruto, in a rare moment of insight, picked up on her unease. Don't worry, whenever I skipped class with Choji we would end up here. Hinata looked at Naruto curiously. She had been under the impression that he had always been alone. She didn't know when he had cut class it had ever been with anyone else. Then again, there were a lot of things about Naruto she didn't know. Her train of thought was interrupted as she noticed he was going in. Naruto pushed the door open and walked in, followed closely by Hinata. Looking around, Naruto found exactly the people he was looking for. Just as predicted. Hinata was surprised. She had actually not expected to see it here. But here she was, albeit she didn't look happy about it, with her teammates and the one Hinata assumed was their sensei. Naruto walked on over. What's up guys? Long time no see. Team 10 looked up at Naruto. Ino and Shikamaru groaned while Choji ate his food a little faster. Like he was afraid Naruto was going to take some. Hinata almost giggled at the thought. Their sensei was the only one to actually reply. Hey there kid, the name's Asuma. I see you know my young students here. So tell me, to what do we owe you this pleasure? Asuma watched Naruto carefully. He was well aware of the boy's reputation as a prankster. He didn't want to end up on the receiving end of his pranks. Actually, I'm here to talk with Ino. Naruto pointed to the blonde girl. What, me? Why me? Can't you bug Shikamaru? Ino looked shocked. Her mentioned teammate said something about troublesome blondes, but she decided to ignore it for the moment. This new development was much more curious. Naruto had never really talked to her. The only girl Naruto ever really looked at was Sakura. Maybe it was a jealousy approach to win her over. Ino wanted no part of it. Then she noticed Hinata. Naruto was pulling out a team picture that they had taken just a couple days ago. Naruto loved this picture. He had one in a frame at home. He had made a copy though, so she could show the girls just who Lee was. Not that looks were a great approach, but the girl who accepted might as well know what they were in for. Oh ho. Ino was now in between Naruto and Hinata. Naruto hadn't even seen her move and jumped when she spoke up. He almost dropped his picture in surprise. This sure is cute. The two of you on a date, huh? Hinata blushed heavily and suddenly found her feet very interesting. Even dressed similarly, you two are just so adorable. Ino squealed to herself. We're not on a date. Naruto deadpanned. Ino nearly fell over. Then why the hell are you here? I thought maybe you were going to ask me about getting her flowers. Ino was getting pissed. Just what did this kid want? I want you to go out with someone. Naruto said in his serious voice. W what? Who? Is he good looking? Is it Sasuke-kun? Naruto's seriousness caught her off guard and she found she couldn't help but be a little curious. This guy right here. Naruto indicated the part of the picture Lee was in and Ino peered curiously. His name is Rock Lee and Naruto never got to finish his sentence as Ino sent him out the window. Naruto landed painfully on his back outside the restaurant. Thankfully, it was an open window with no glass. Is this some kind of joke, Naruto? I should kill you. Yep, she was pissed. Naruto had expected as much but he had been hoping. Hinata quickly ran around from the side of the restaurant to him. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? She bent over him and offered her hand to help him up. Naruto grabbed it and just as he got up he saw Ino, kunai drawn, stepping out the window. Time to go, Hinata. Without letting go of her hand he took off down the streets, pulling Hinata along the whole way. They weaved through the streets that were steadily filling with people. They didn't have to go many blocks though before Naruto decided it was safe enough. Whew, that sure was close. I really thought she was going to kill me. Right, Hinata. Hinata. Hinata's voice wouldn't work. For that matter her brain wouldn't work. The only thought that kept running in her head was I'm holding hands with Naruto-kun. Hinata could have died right there and she would have been content. Naruto just then realized they were still holding hands and immediately let go. Sorry Hinata. I didn't even realize. Naruto couldn't think how to finish. He was too scared. If he had done that to Sakura he would have been 6 feet under by now. Surely Hinata was going to snap at any second. But the warmth of his hand gone, Hinata managed to find her voice. I don't mind, Naruto-kun. Naruto was astonished. She wasn't going to kill him. You don't? Are you sure you're not mad? Your face is pretty red. Hinata shook her head. I wouldn't get mad over something like that, Naruto-kun. I'm not like Sakura-san. Hinata wasn't sure why she said Sakura's name but it came out. Suddenly she couldn't help it, she had to say it. I don't see why you like her so much anyways. She is always so cruel to you. Naruto was suddenly very quiet. Hinata regretted what she said and was about to apologize when Naruto answered. She didn't really have any friends. I mean at first she had Ino, but they stopped talking. No one really liked her. Everyone made fun of her forehead. It wasn't something she had any control over, but they ripped on her for it and refused to hang out with her. I felt we were alike. So I decided I liked her. Because we are similar. Naruto stared at the street the whole time he talked. I always thought you and I were similar. Hinata's words caused Naruto to look up in surprise. Hinata steeled her nerves and kept talking. You were shunned by the whole village. I was shunned by my whole clan. I want nothing more than to become the clan heiress and be acknowledged by everyone in the clan, especially by my father. Just like how you want to become Hokage so the whole village will acknowledge you. It was Hinata who was now staring at the street. Naruto was shocked. He had never known that about Hinata. He always thought she had got on really well with her family. To think that they treated her like the village treated him made him angry. Your family is a bunch of morons. Hinata now looked up. Anyone who would treat you, the nicest person I know, like garbage or the lowest form of scum I can think of. No one treats my teammate that way. Naruto stopped walking and Hinata followed suit. Naruto stuck his fist out towards Hinata. I vow with all my power that I'll do everything I can so that we both accomplish our dreams and get accepted by the people we want it from. Hinata almost couldn't hold it in. She was so close to crying, but she couldn't do that in front of Naruto. He made her so happy, the last thing she wanted was for him to think he was making her sad. So she smiled at him instead. She knocked her fist into his. I make the same vow. We will be accepted. She whispered. Then the third fist knocked into theirs. This one came from Konohamaru who stood just below them. I don't know what kind of vow we're making, but I swear to it as well, boss. Suddenly two more fists knocked into theirs and Naruto turned to see Mogi and Yuden had joined them as well. The sight of the new arrivals reminded Naruto of his original goal. How fortunate that his next target would come right to him. Mogi, it's good to see you. Naruto squatted down and put a hand on Mom's shoulder. Huh, what's up with that boss, don't ignore me. Konohamaru whined and tugged on Naruto's sleeve. Naruto ignored him anyway. Tell me, you wouldn't happen to have a crush on anyone at the moment would you? Mogi looked down and blushed at her feet. Boss. She started. Yeah? The anticipation was killing him. Boys have cooties. Naruto fell backwards. Never mind, let's go Hinata. Naruto got up and started walking off. A very perturbed Hinata walked after him. The Konohamaru Corps just stared at them curiously as the two walked off. Naruto-kun? Hinata asked after a hesitant second. Yeah? Naruto gave her a quick glance. Did you really just try to set Lee Senpai up with that little girl? Hinata had felt herself lose a little respect for Naruto at that moment. No, of course not. Naruto waved it off. Hey, is that who I think it is? Naruto asked suddenly. Don't change the subject, Naruto-kun. There are laws, you can. No. Bushy brows old teammate. Ninin or something like that. Naruto pointed to where he was looking. You mean Tenten? Hinata shook her head. Sometimes she had to remind herself why she loved him. Yeah, that's her name. Quick, we can't let her get away. Naruto took off after her. Hinata of course followed. But not before making another vow to continue this conversation later. Hey, Tenten, wait up. Naruto roared through the crowd. Hearing her name, Tenten turned around to see both of Lee's new teammates running up to her. She smiled at them. She had actually been hoping to run into them sometime. Although she figured Lee would be with them. Caught up to you. Naruto stopped just in front of her. Good morning, Tenten-san, Hinata said as she caught up. Morning there you two. How have you been adjusting to Guy-sensei's workout? Tenten looked them up and down. They had already changed their clothes to green since she'd last seen them. It's tough, getting up at 5 every morning was a pain at first, but we're getting it. Exercising after those missions though always leaves a burn. Naruto replied calmly, but Tenten's mouth fell open. You mean you guys actually go through that ridiculous schedule he has Lee doing? Tenten was horrified. She didn't think anyone could possibly keep up with those two. Of course. Didn't you? Hinata was curious now. While she knew Neji didn't go through with it, she had at least assumed Tenten had. No way. That is insane. Who needs to work that much? Besides, I'm a weapon specialist. Best in my class. I don't need to learn that kind of taijutsu. Tenten shook her head at the two in front of her. You're a genius too. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly at Tenten. Well, I'm no Neji, but I guess some would call me that. I've always been gifted with good accuracy. She had a feeling Naruto wasn't a fan of geniuses, but there was no denying it to him. Then, I challenge you to one-on-one combat. Naruto shouted. If I win you have to agree to go on a date with Bushy Brow. A minute of silence passed between the genin. Bushy Brow? Tenten had to ask. You know Lee? Naruto shouted. Did no one see the eyebrows? Tenten thought for another second. And if I win, you agree to do one thing I say. Naruto had not anticipated that. Whatever. She had accepted. Good enough for him. Alright, let's do this. Naruto shouted and formed the ram seal. Naruto-kun. Hinata whispered to him. What is Hinata? I'm about to fight here. Naruto looked at Tenten and saw she, too, was looking at him oddly. We're still in the middle of the street, people are staring. Naruto looked around to confirm what Hinata had said. As usual, she was right. Of course, to the training ground. Naruto walked off much too proudly. Hinata and now laughing Tenten followed. This was going to be easier than she thought. 15 minutes later, Naruto and Tenten stood facing each other in Team Guy's typical clearing. Sure you want to do this? Tenten asked. I don't want to humiliate you in front of your girlfriend. I won't be the one humiliated. That person is you. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto formed his favorite seal, and 3 clones popped into existence. Charge. They all started running towards Tenten. Shadow clones, huh? Tenten remarked calmly. Well, this will be interesting. She pulled out a scroll and made a hand sign. The clone stopped fast and watched wearily for her. A Kusarigama popped out, Tenten grabbed it and placed the scroll back in her pouch. The weapon consisted of a small kama on one end with a weighted ball attached to a lengthy chain on the other. I'll give you a handicap. She announced. This weapon here is the only one I'll use. She dropped the weighted end and began swinging it around from its chain. Don't underestimate me. All the clones rang out. With one fluid motion they all hurled a kunai at Tenten. Still swinging the ball she easily deflected all the kunai skyward. As each one fell downwards she nailed them with the kama and sent them flying at the Narutos. The handle of the kunai knocked them each in the forehead protector. All but one was extinguished. Tenten launched herself at Naruto and swung the blade down. Damn. Naruto cursed and formed the seal again. A clone popped up behind himself. The clone grabbed Naruto by the collar and pulled him backwards, throwing him into the air and safely out of Tenten's swing. Not so fast. Tenten swung the ball again, beaming the new clone which popped quickly out. Naruto was still in midair from the way his clone had thrown him. Making another clone underneath himself, Naruto angled his feet so he could jump off of it. Adding a little chakra to his feet, Naruto launched skywards. He pulled out 3 shuriken and whipped them down at his target. Didn't you learn last time? Tenten knocked all 3 back at Naruto as he started his fall. With no way to dodge he made another clone which intercepted the attack and popped. Naruto made 2 more that caught him before he hit the ground. You're not bad at defending. Tenten taunted. Is that all Guy-sensei has taught you how to hide behind your clones? Naruto smirked. He taught me more than that, he also taught me that surprises can kill. Suddenly the clone Naruto jumped off and grabbed Tenten from behind. Gotcha now. The clone had her arms locked. Tenten struggled to get free, but the clone had an iron grip on her. The other 3 Narutos started to charge her now. Tenten thought fast. Fortunately for her, Naruto was much shorter than her and his clone's feet weren't on the ground. That meant he couldn't anchor himself to it. Tenten pushed the chakra into her feet and launched herself upwards, clone and all. The clone clearly had not expected that and loosened his grip just for a second. It was enough though for Tenten to break free. With a spinning kick, she sent it crashing down onto the other Narutos. Still in the air she began spinning the ball again. Naruto lost all his clones and was bowled over himself from the shock of the impact. He was just getting to his feet when the chain began spinning around him. It quickly wrapped itself around the young genin and he toppled over. Tenten then landed roughly on top of him and pushed her blade to his throat. I win. She grinned coyly down at her captive. Naruto-kun. Hinata ran up to her blonde teammate, worry apparent in her eyes. Don't worry Hinata. Naruto gasped out. It was hard for him to breathe with a chain wrapped tightly around his body and a girl sitting on top of him. I'm alright. You got spirit, I'll give you that. Tenten remarked as she stepped off of him. She summoned the weapon back into her scroll and then offered Naruto a helping hand. Naruto ignored it and slowly got to his feet, gasping hard. Hinata badly wanted to go over to him and lend him her shoulder, but she didn't want to further hurt his pride. Tenten had got him pretty good. Naruto-kun. She said quietly to herself. Not quietly enough though because Naruto heard her. Hey, don't worry about it Hinata. Stuff like this is nothing new to me. Naruto gave her a smile that she instantly knew was fake. That loss is nothing to be ashamed of. I'm a genin a year ahead of you. Of course there is going to be a gap. The important thing is you caught me off guard with that clone. Not even Sasuke-sen has managed to get me like that yet. I did better than Sasuke. Naruto looked up with a new sense of pride in his eyes. Knowing he did better than that jerk was the best news he had heard all day. Tenten smiled. Don't let it go to your head though, I still kicked your ass. Now I believe you owe me a favor. Naruto gulped. He couldn't imagine what this girl would ask of him. Tenten stepped closer and put a hand on both Naruto and Hinata's shoulders. Naruto was really nervous now. She had a really serious look on her face. Take good care of Lee for me. I know it may not seem like it, but I worry about the guy. He was a good teammate and I'm trusting you guys to keep him happy for me. Naruto let out an instant sigh of relief. That was it. He smiled broadly at her. No problem. Bushy Brow is our friend too. There's no way we'd let something happen to him. Hinata nodded her agreement. Tenten smiled again. I'm glad to hear it. Now, go find him a good girlfriend. Yes. Naruto and Hinata said together. The two teammates now sat dejected at Ichiraku's. Every idea so far had failed. Sure, they'd only tried 4 girls. 5, if you count Hinata. Yet nothing had worked out at all and now they were out of girls they knew. This sucks. Naruto voiced their thoughts for them. I mean, sure, he dresses a little strange, but they didn't give him a chance at all. I mean, really. Who believes in cooties anymore? I thought only girls were supposed to have that anyway. Naruto ranted. Please don't bring up Mogi-chan. Hinata muttered darkly. She had still not entirely forgiven Naruto for that. Although she had kept her word and talked to him about it already. Sorry. Naruto mumbled. Even Hinata was scary when mad. At least she hadn't hit him. What seems to be troubling 2 of my favorite customers. Tucci had just arrived from the back to see the 2 depressed genin. No girl will give Bushy Brow the time of day. Naruto exclaimed. He's a great guy, if only someone would give him a chance they would see that. Naruto went back to his rant. Bushy Brow. Tucci scratched his head. That older teammate of yours. He needs a date. I promised I'd get him one, but so far I got nothing. Naruto hit his head on the counter. I may be able to help you out. Tucci smiled evilly at his daughter as she emerged. What's with that look? AM definitely didn't like it. Naruto and Hinata stood on the edge of the village. They had finally got Lee a date, but to their horror realized they had no idea where Lee was at all. Now they had less than a half an hour to find him and get him there. They had checked everywhere they could think of, and this was their last bet. Hopefully their crazy teammate was running laps around the village. They actually didn't have to wait long for their teammate to come running into sight. They both released a breath they hadn't realized they'd been holding. Lee smiled brightly when he saw his teammates. My youthful compatriots. How bright it makes my day to meet you here. Perhaps you have been running laps as well. Bushy Brow, listen up, we gotta hurry. Naruto said urgently. Lee caught the urgency in his voice and became serious. Do not tell me someone is hurt. The village is not under attack, is it? No, we got you a date. But if you don't get to Ichiraku soon you're going to be late. The urgency is still very much in Naruto's voice. Huh? Lee said stupidly. A date. Hinata repeated. With whom? Lee asked, quickly recovering from his shock. Ni-chan. Naruto grabbed onto Lee's arm and started pulling him. The Raymond girl. But is she not a little old for me? Lee was really confused now. Nah, she's 17, you're like 14. 3 years is nothing for a shinobi. You never know what mission will be your last. That cat might do us the next time. Naruto was still pulling on Lee. But, I don't even know what to do on a date. Lee said lamely. Don't worry about that. I wrote you a list of what to do. Here, take it. Read it on your way down. Trust me, this is golden. You'll have her swept off her feet by the end of the night. Naruto stopped pulling, gave Lee a folded up piece of paper, and then gave Lee his nice guy pose. Naruto. Tears started to stream from Lee's eyes. I thank you so much for giving me this passionate opportunity. I will not fail you. Lee started running towards the ramen stand. His nose is deep in Naruto's instructions. When did you write that? Hinata looked at Naruto suspiciously. She hadn't seen him write anything down today. Well, I kinda lied. I didn't write it for him. I wrote that while we were at the academy. It was what I would have done. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Hinata sighed. At least they had succeeded. She had nothing more to do with this. Well, we need to get going too. Bushy Brow was going fast so it'll be hard to catch up to him. What? Hinata snapped her head quickly to look at Naruto. I want to know how the date goes, don't you? I mean, I did write it up after all. Hinata groaned. Of course they were going to follow them. But try as she might, Hinata couldn't quite kill the urge to know what Naruto planned out on a date. So she nodded her head and they ran off in the direction their teammate went. AM stood outside her father's ramen stand. She felt very out of place when not in her restaurant attire. Her hair was still in its typical ponytail at least. She was in a bright yellow t-shirt and pink pants that stopped above her ankles. She also wore what she figured were ninja sandals. Almost every ninja in the village wore them after all. She couldn't believe he had talked her into doing this. The nerve of that man she called father. He had told her she spent too much time in the kitchen and not enough trying to find a boy. He had said he was doing it for her own good. AM wouldn't have had any qualms if she had been a good-looking boy. Or at least one her age. Instead she got Naruto's crazy teammate. Naruto. The only reason she had even said yes was that damn pathetic look he had given her. She just couldn't say no to the one she had come to view as her little brother. She heard Lee long before she saw him. The boy was like a freaking elephant with the way he was stomping on the ground as he ran through the village. Then the noise stopped. After a few seconds, she saw the boy walk around the corner of the shop, trying to look as if he'd walked the whole way. It would have been convincing if he hadn't been drenched in sweat. He bowed low. AM-san. I thank you so much for giving me the pleasure of your company tonight. I will make it a most youthful experience for you. AM sighed. She looked him up and down before speaking, down 2 points. Lee looked at her blankly. Don't give me that look, the test has already begun. You lose 2 points for wearing the same clothes you always do, you have to dress up for a date, you know. AM gave Lee a glare. But anyways, at least you're on time. So I'll forgive you this once. AM cut off Lee's excuse. So what's the plan? You do have a plan, right? She looked at Lee expectantly. Of course. Lee stood a little straighter. I thought we should have a nice meal first, then we will go to a movie afterwards. Followed by that I thought we could take a nice stroll through the park and then I will walk you home. That's not bad. You passed there. So where are we going to eat? AM gave him a thumbs up for his good answer. We're already here. Lee said proudly. AM looked around. Then she figured it out. Who wants to eat at the place they work for a date? Down 3 points. Down 4 points. Lee wasn't the only one getting yelled at during that particular moment. Hinata was much more discreet though. They had a cover to keep after all. Naruto-kun. How could you do that to Lee-senpai? Sorry. I told you I wrote that at the academy, where else was I supposed to take a girl? You know the other restaurants would kick me out. They both paused after he spoke. Hinata looked down sadly. Of course she knew that. She would just be damned if she knew why yet. Lee and her had continued their investigation, but nothing predominant had come out yet. So they were biding their time. Waiting for another piece to present itself. Yet the more they waited the more it seemed it would have to be up to Naruto to tell them. Naruto didn't like Hinata's silence. It was worse than her quiet fury. Hey, don't worry about it. Naruto started to say. I'm just being an idiot, I'm sorry. Hinata shook her head. No, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry too. I didn't mean to yell at you. Alright, we're both sorry. So let's call a truce. Naruto stuck his hand out. Yeah, okay. Hinata shook his hand and they both turned to observe Lee and AM some more. In the end they had ended up eating at the noodle stand anyways. Much to Tucci's amusement. Soon, AM and Lee finished their meal and he began leading her to the movies. Naruto and Hinata trailed by rooftop, always keeping right above the couple. Hey, I have a question for you. AM asked suddenly. Ask away, AM-san. I will answer any question to the best of my nurturing ability. Lee shouted. Down 1 point. You don't need to yell, talk to me, I'm right next to you. AM chastised. Sorry, it is a habit I picked up from Guy-sensei. Lee apologized in a normal tone this time. You learn fast, good. AM praised. But your sensei is my question. Why in the world do you dress and act just like him? He can't really seem that cool to you, can he? Guy-sensei is the coolest. He practically glows with coolness. Lee was shouting again. AM gave him a look and Lee quickly apologized before continuing. You see, Guy-sensei is the only reason I am a ninja. I lack the ability to do either ninjutsu or genjutsu, necessary ninja skills. But Guy-sensei took me in anyways and trained me to do taijutsu. I owe my whole way of life to him. So the least I can do to honor him is to act like him. Continue his legacy when his youth fades and keep the legend of the beautiful green beast of Konoha alive. AM digested what he said for a minute. That's surprisingly heartfelt. I think I'm starting to see why Naruto-kun respects you so much. She added. Naruto respects me? This new information surprised Lee. A real lot. He always talks about how hard you work and how he plans to train even harder so he can be a great ninja like you. It's nice to see he has someone he can idolize who's close to his age. You know he didn't have friends as a kid. AM looked towards Lee as they walked down the street. Yes I do. But I do not know why. It pains me so much to see the villagers treat him that way. I feel like if I could just figure out why, I could help him. You would not know anything, would you? I'm afraid not. AM said quietly. I have a feeling my father knows but he won't say anything. He says the best way we can help him is to be there for him, let him know we care. What's done is in the past and we have to move forward for his sake. Lee nodded. Your father is a wise man, unfortunately his words do not hinder my need to know this secret. I will find out what it is. Lee held up his fist. Naruto sneezed. Hinata and him jumped back, hoping that their targets hadn't heard. Man, I want to know what they're talking about. Naruto whined. Can't you hear them at all? Hinata shook her head. We are too high up. We can't get closer and risk them catching us though. Besides, they need a little privacy. Hinata couldn't imagine how embarrassing it would be to find out you were being spied on during a date. The least she could do was give them time to themselves. Finally they arrived at the movies. What would you like to see, AM-san? Lee looked up at the choices. You pick, you're the man, aren't you? AM crossed her arms while looking at Lee. Yes. Lee walked up to the ticket booth. I want 2 tickets to the scariest movie that is playing. Lee placed his money on the counter. AM got wide-eyed. Scariest movie? I don't want to go see a scary movie. Too late, AM-san. I am the man and I chose the movie already. Lee gave her the thumbs up. I think I am getting pretty good at this role, do you not agree? He held out her ticket. AM rubbed her forehead. You have room for improvement. She mumbled while taking the ticket. As they disappeared into the theater, Naruto and Hinata landed at the booth. 2 for whatever the couple before us went into. Hinata blushed heavily when Naruto spoke. He was buying her ticket. This was almost like a date between them as well. Okay, 2 for Shinsei Tor no Hinako-san. The man behind the counter gave them their tickets and they ran off into the theater. The bathroom was dark when the girl opened the door. Nervously moving her hand around on the wall, she found the switch. A light came on, but that bathroom was poorly lit yet. The girl swallowed hard. She walked slowly towards the 3rd stall from the door. They were all locked and closed. She stopped in front of it and stared up at it. She held her hand in front of the door for a few seconds, poised to knock. After a few deep breaths she summoned her courage. Knock. 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 Hinako-san, are you done yet? The girl called out. She was greeted with silence. She let out a sigh of relief when a voice answered from the stall. Not yet. The girl's eyes grew wide. She almost screamed but she didn't. She couldn't do that now. The girl waited a minute before knocking again. Hinako-san, are you done yet? The girl was having a hard time fighting back her tears. Not yet. The eerie voice responded again. The girl waited another minute before knocking again. Hinako-san, are you done yet? A choked sob escaped her mouth as she spoke. I'm done. The door clicked, unlocked and opened slightly. No, do not do it. She is going to get you, run away now. It is not breaking the rules. Lee sat on the edge of his seat, watching the movie between his fingers. An unaffected AM sat next to him. Tears fell freely from the girl's face as she pushed the door the rest of the way open. The camera angle shifted to the inside of the stall, looking out at the girl. The look on her face was of complete horror. No, I cannot watch this, tell me how it ends. Lee curled himself into a ball, covering his eyes with both his hands completely. The girl screamed. No. Do not show it to me. Lee kept glancing up every second now. Will you shut up? AM put her fingers to his mouth to shush him. This movie isn't even scary. The effects are terrible and we have yet to even see this so-called Hinako-san. They're acting like her appearance is some big secret. Not to mention how terribly predictable this movie is. Man, I don't know what is scarier to watch. Bushy brow ruined his date for this movie. Naruto whispered. Hinata and he were watching the movie from the ceiling. Hinata could only nod in agreement. A painful hour and a half later, a crying Lee and a bored-looking AM came out of the theater. Sensei, I have failed this challenge. I will do 1,000 push-ups with no hands after I complete this date. Lee screamed into the air. Who are you talking to? How is that even possible? Lee was about to answer when AM held up her hand while rubbing her temples. You know what, don't answer. Let's get the last part of this date going. Not even you can possibly screw up a walk through the park. Is that a youthful challenge? Lee's eyes lit up on fire. Let us make our way to the park with full haste. Lee grabbed AM's hand and started running towards the park. What? Wait, it wasn't a challenge. Lee-san, I can't run this fast. AM's feet hardly touched the ground the whole way to the park. The winded AM now stood at the entrance to the park, trying to catch her breath. Don't you ever do that again. It took her several breaths to complete that statement. I apologize to AM-san. Sometimes my fires of youth burn too brightly and I forget myself. Lee bowed low as he apologized. Yeah. So are you going to escort me through the park or not? AM had finally caught her breath. Of course. Lee stuck his elbow out towards her. What are you doing? AM eyed his elbow peculiarly, like it was about to screw right off. When escorting a lady, isn't it common to lock arms? Lee asked. He had been sure it was customary. You have some good sense after all, Lee-san. AM praised. She slid her arm gracefully through Lee's and they began their walk. Naruto peeked his head out of a nearby bush. Nice one, bushy brow, he might be okay yet after those first 2 disasters. Naruto sighed in relief. Perhaps we should stop following them for the night, Naruto-kun. Hinata also stepped out from the bush. The sun has almost completely set now and it is getting dark. It'd be a shame to miss the end of this. Just a little bit longer, please Hinata. Naruto looked at her with big blue eyes. Hinata couldn't say no. Conversation between Lee and AM had stopped. Lee was starting to panic. He knew he wasn't a very multi-talented person, but he didn't realize until now that training all day left him with very little to discuss. It sure is getting chilly out. Lee mentally kicked himself in the head. The weather was never a good topic. Yeah, too bad you don't have a jacket to wrap around me. Lee felt another mental kick coming. This was not going the way he had expected at all. He was surprised AM was still even here. He had expected her to not even leave the noodle stand with him. The fact that he got this far was nothing short of miraculous. He could only silently thank Naruto for his good fortune. Lee looked ahead and internally cursed his own bad fortune. 3 men were walking up to them and Lee didn't like the way they were eyeing AM. The looking could have been the end of it, but one of them stepped in front of their path. "Whoa, there," he said while holding his hands in front of himself. "Mind telling me what such a pretty face such as yourself is doing with garbage like this?" The man's friends chuckled as they fell back behind him. "None of your business, now get out of our way." AM started to push past them. "Not so fast there, Toots." The man stretched out his hand to grab AM, but Lee's hand knocked it away so fast it took everyone else a second to realize what had happened. "Please, let us pass, we do not wish for any trouble." Lee successfully got himself and AM through now. "I know you, now," the first man said. "Hey, does he look familiar to you boys?" "Now that you mention it, yeah. He's that demon brat's teammate." All 3 men laughed. Lee bristled at their words. He unlinked his arm from AM's and turned around. "His name is Uzumaki Naruto and you better respect him. He is going to become Hokage one day." Lee watched as all 3 men burst into laughter. "Heh, you hear that, he says the demon is going to become Hokage. The day he becomes Hokage, I'll get eaten by a giant toad." The men laughed harder. Lee gave an indignant huff and turned around. "Let us go, AM-san." Lee put his hand on her back and began to lead her away. AM gave the men a disgusted look before nodding her agreement. "Don't walk away from me." The man stepped forward and spit. It flew right into the back of Lee's head. AM gasped and quickly pulled out a handkerchief and started to wipe it off. Lee's arms were shaking. It was against ninja code to attack a civilian, but Lee was about to make an exception to that rule. No one insulted his friend and ruined his already failing date on him. Suddenly the whole fight went through his head. First, distract the target, the handkerchief will do. Then block his blind jab, counter with cross to left cheek. Discombobulate. Dazed, he will attempt a wild haymaker. Employ elbow block and body shot. Block Fira left, weaken right jaw, now fracture. Break cracked ribs, traumatize solar plexus, dislocate jaw entirely. Finish with heel kick to diaphragm. In summary. Ears ringing, jaw fractured, 3 ribs cracked, 4 broken, diaphragm hemorrhaging. Physical recovery. 6 weeks. Full psychological recovery. 6 months. Capacity to spit at back of head. Neutralized. Lee grabbed the handkerchief AM had, turned around and threw it in the man's face. The man was surprised and threw the punch Lee had predicted. Lee stepped forward and blocked the man's punch and proceeded to punch him in the jaw. He then clapped his hands on the man's ears. Lee blocked the man's next shot and followed with a punch to the man's stomach. Blocking another shot, Lee punched the man again in the jaw. Then he punched the man twice more in the stomach and another shot to the jaw. Lee then jumped and kicked his opponent clear in the stomach, sending him sprawling. The whole scene happened in less than 6 seconds, leaving all spectators in a mix between confusion and wonderment. Lee walked up to his date and bowed. "I apologize for that intrusion, AM-san. Shall I escort you home now?" "Why yeah." AM was seldom speechless. But what Lee had just done left little room for her to be much else. She let Lee lead her back to her house without another word. The 2 men stood there looking confused. "I think you should take your friend home." They both jumped and turned around to see said demon brat. "It wouldn't be wise to tell anyone what really happened, got it?" The men nodded quickly, picked up their fallen friend and dragged him to the hospital. Naruto was looking in the direction they were going, but Hinata knew he wasn't actually seeing them. He had a faraway look in his eye. Like everyone else, it took them a minute to realize what had really happened too. Naruto had been trying to get at the man when he had spit on Lee, and Hinata had been trying to hold him back. When they looked up, the man was already down for the count. "I had no idea anyone else actually believed I could become Hokage," he said to himself. "I know you can do it." Naruto now looked at Hinata. She started to press her fingers together but continued talking. "You are always working very hard, you give everything your all. You also really care about people. Those are good traits a Hokage needs." Naruto wiped away tears that were starting to form. "How uncool. Thank you Hinata. Really, thank you. You're way cooler to hang out with than Sakura-chan." Hinata blushed at his praise. "I'll walk you home, okay? We're done following them." Hinata nodded happily. Lee and AM arrived at the ramen stand. AM finally recovered from her shock. Lee-san, you know, that was really cool, what you did. You aren't going to get in trouble for it, are you? Lee shook his head and leaned in to whisper. The best part of dressing this way is no one is willing to admit they lost to me. AM couldn't help but chuckle at that. It's nice to see Naruto has someone that cares about him. Thank you for everything tonight, Lee-kun. AM gave Lee a quick peck on his bushy brow before she turned and went inside. Lee sat there in a daze. His first date had been a success. Lee couldn't help it. Yahoo! Lee jumped high into the air. When he landed, he sprinted off towards the training grounds. His flames were burning brighter than ever, and it was going to take some serious exercise to fan them down. Chapter 7. The Land of Waves. The Land of Waves. The Hokage sat waiting on his chair. 7 o'clock was the time when he officially started handing out missions, unless of course, the mission was urgent enough to be dealt with immediately upon request. Not many shinobi teams showed up at 7 in the morning, though, to receive missions. It was mostly older jonins who suffered from the trauma of past experiences and found it hard to sleep. Only one genin team would possibly be here so early in the morning. Sarutobi smiled as that team barged into his office. He pushed a paper under his hand forward. He had just the mission for this exuberant team. Good morning, Hokage-sama. This is Team Guy reporting for duty. My team and I wait with youthful anticipation for our first C-rank mission together. Guy strolled proudly into the office with his students right behind him. Naruto did his absolute best to restrain himself. 2 weeks ago and he would have been all over the place wanting to know about the mission. Hinata meanwhile smiled nervously at the boy's antics. While she was glad to finally be going on a real mission, she couldn't help but feel anxious at the same time. Lee appeared completely calm. C-rank missions to him were more of a chore than anything. Instead of being out in the field, he would rather be inside the village training. Yes, Guy, I had been expecting you and your team. It is with great pride that I give your team this mission. Instead of explaining it to you though, I'll have the client brought in. Sarutobi cleared his throat and called in a louder voice. Send him in. A couple seconds passed and nothing happened. The whole room stared curiously at the door, waiting for something. Without warning, it flew open and an old man with a bottle of booze stumbled into the room. Damn it. Who leaves for a mission at this early an hour in the day? The man cursed before taking a swig of his jug. I have to drink simply to keep myself awake, now who is the team assigned to help me? I don't see any super ninjas here. The man looked around the room, scanning completely over Guy and his team. What the hell, we have to protect this drunk old man. The Hokage chuckled. The old Naruto still managed to show his way through after all. Who are you calling drunk? I'll have you know, I am the man responsible for building the greatest bridge ever. The Land of the Waves is about to become well known thanks to myself. The name's Tazuna, remember it. Tazuna took another swig before continuing. And what do you mean protect? A shrimp like you couldn't protect a turd. Why you, I'll kick your ass. Lee was holding Naruto in a full Nelson before he had even started speaking. Naruto could do nothing but swing his arms randomly. Naruto, enough. Guy finally spoke. Naruto immediately stopped swinging his arms but was clearly still fuming. We are all shinobi, sir, and I assure you, we will protect you until your bridge is completed. If you have any qualms about my charges being a little young, fear not. I am Jonin. Nothing will a Jonin, eh? Not bad, I never would have guessed, looking at you though. You and your little clone over there look more suited to the circus. Tazuna laughed aloud to himself. No one else joined in. Students meet at the south entrance in 15 minutes. I will escort Tazuna-san there myself as we discuss the mission specifics. Guy stepped forward and put his arm over Tazuna's shoulder. Yes, Guy-sensei. His students responded. They filed out the door, but not before Naruto managed to give Tazuna one more dirty look. Well, shall we go? Guy smiled brightly as he and his client stumbled towards the door. Yeah. I hope you guys know what you're doing. Tazuna was clearly uncomfortable from Guy's close proximity. The Hokage was again alone in his office. His big smile had gone unnoticed by all the room's previous occupants. He just knew they'd get along fine. These are my favorite customers. Tucci said happily as Team Guy hurried into the noodle stand. So how did it go? Did you guys get your first C-rank mission? We sure did. Naruto said bitterly, confusing the older man. Isn't that a good thing? He looked to Naruto's teammates for an answer. Naruto-kun didn't get off to a good start with our client. Hinata answered quietly. Does Naruto get off to a good start with anyone? AM asked as she came out from the back room. AM-san. Lee shouted in joy at seeing the older woman. A quick glare from her shut him up quickly. I told you, Lee, you can drop the san. Just my name is fine. She decided not to scold him for his loud voice. It would take a long time to break him of that habit. Oh, yes, of course. Lee said happily, a deep blush on his face. So when do you guys leave? Tucci cut the two of them off before they could say anything more. 15 minutes. Naruto took a seat at the stand. I need at least one bowl before we leave, we might be gone for a few weeks. A few weeks? AM asked in surprise. Yeah, we're helping some old man finish a bridge. Naruto grumbled. Some C-rank missions. So you guys won't be fighting anyone? The older girl sounded slightly relieved. Well, we are bodyguards, but the chances of us fighting anything stronger than bandits is slim to none. Lee answered easily, earning a concerned gaze from AM. They are shinobi, after all. Tucci threw down a bowl of ramen which Naruto began to inhale immediately. I'm sure you'll all come back safe. Of course. Lee nodded exaggeratedly. Well, you guys, be careful. AM looked at all three of them now. Hey, no worries. Naruto said as he finished drinking down the broth. We've been training like mad. I bet Hinata could defeat everyone no problem. But you better save some for me, okay? Naruto turned to his female teammate. Hinata's face turned slightly pink, but she smiled at him. I'm sure there will be more than enough for you. Naruto nodded. There better be, just thinking about it makes dealing with that old fart seem worth it. Alright, well you guys better go, you don't want to keep your client waiting. Tucci chided the group lightly. Right, come on guys. Naruto set off with a newfound fire. Hinata giggled slightly and followed after him. Hey Lee. Before the spandex-clad boy could go, AM called out to him. He turned back to her questioningly. When you get back, we should go on another date. No horror movies though. Lee's face lit up in a huge smile. Yes. I shall be sure that we finish this mission in a most youthful fashion so that I may return to you in due time. Yeah. She was used to dealing with his weird speech by now. You better hurry or they'll leave you behind. Right. Lee saluted the two before turning a run after his team. AM watched them go down the road before she noticed her father was staring at her, a strange smile on his face. What are you looking at? Oh, nothing. Tucci said as he went back to preparing noodles. Damn it, what is taking them so long? Naruto stomped his foot impatiently. He and his teammate stood just before the gates that led out of Konoha. Its massive doors hung wide open, waiting for someone to cross them. The temptation for Naruto was almost too great. He really wanted to get out there and get the mission underway. Crappy client or not, it was finally a C-rank mission. They'll be here soon, Naruto. Lee responded. He was leaning against the wall next to the gate. It has only been 20 minutes. Guy-sensei is with a civilian so naturally it'll take a little longer. I'm sure they'll be here any second now. Hinata reassured her blonde teammate. She stood right next to him, twiddling her thumbs nervously. Yeah. I know, I'm just so excited to get out of this village. I've never left it before. It must be great out there. Naruto turned around and gestured to the world lying just outside the gates. It's not so much different from here. Not that I've been out far myself. Lee looked up in thought. What about you Hinata? Have you been out of the village? Naruto turned to look at her. A couple times. But I was much younger and did not get to see much. It was always for family business. Naruto blanched at the mention of Hinata's family. He didn't know any of them, but he knew he didn't like them. A few brief conversations with Hinata made sure of that. Students, we have arrived. All three of them immediately stood at attention as Guy and Tazuna, whose bottle of booze was noticeably absent, strolled into the vicinity. Geesh, you think a shinobi would have the common sense to keep quiet at this time in the morning. Tazuna looked around at the other few random citizens who were up and about. Not a single one of them paid any mind to Guy and his antics. What a crazy village. What was that, old man? Naruto stepped towards the bridge builder. Tazuna was about to retort, but Guy beat him to it. No threatening the client Naruto. He is a good man trying to connect his country to the rest of the world. He reminds me a little of you, actually. Don't compare me to him. Both shouted and pointed at each other at the same time. Hinata chuckled while Lee broke out into a broad grin. Damn it, let's just go. Naruto started for the exit of the village. Yeah, the sooner this is over the better. Tazuna also began walking. The rest of the team followed suit. Immediately upon stepping out of the village Naruto charged forward 10 yards before turning around. Finally. I'm out of that village. Naruto jumped around excitedly. I really am doomed. Why would I have to be stuck with little kids? Tazuna knew he should have put in for B rank. You better watch it. This little kid is going to become Hokage someday. Naruto pointed to himself. Hokage? Tazuna laughed. Kid, I don't know if you've heard, but the Hokage is the strongest shinobi in your village. A brat like you has no chance in hell. I'll definitely become Hokage, just you watch. And when I do, everyone will have to stop disrespecting me and acknowledge my existence as a person. As a great shinobi. Naruto folded his arms proudly. I wouldn't acknowledge you even if you did become Hokage. It'll take more than that to sway my mind. Tazuna walked right past Naruto. The blonde boy ground his teeth hard. He wanted to scream at the old geezer. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder. Naruto looked up to see Lee standing there with him. Hey, don't worry about him, Naruto. He doesn't really know you. If anything, just remember that your teammates accept you." Lee gave him the nice guy pose. Naruto took a few deep breaths before visibly relaxing. "You're right. Thanks, bushy brow." Naruto returned the pose. "Now let's get going." Naruto started strolling after Tazuna. Nothing was going to ruin this mission for him. Lee smiled and walked in pace with Naruto. The team strolled leisurely for a few hours, making their way down the path that would eventually take them to the Wave Country. Naruto got bored quickly as he realized the only thing that seemed to exist outside of the village were trees. Nothing too special. Not a whole lot was happening either, and the three genin settled for making light conversation. Guy was not as easygoing as his students though. Something was off about this to him. Guy just couldn't put his finger on it. So he decided to be wary and keep his eye on the bridge builder. Of course, he kept his youthful exposure shown at all times. He had a reputation to keep. He just made sure to observe while he did this. Soon, Guy saw it. A puddle. His students walked by it carelessly. After all, what harm was a puddle? The problem was it hadn't rained in days. It shouldn't have been there. Guy made a quick decision. There was something he had to confirm, he just hoped he was wrong. He, too, walked past the puddle without giving it a second glance. Guy cleared his throat and once he was sure he had everyone's attention he spoke. "I'm going to go on ahead for a few minutes and inspect the road ahead." Naruto gave their sensei a perplexed look. "Why? Is something the matter?" Azuna quickly made his voice heard. "Yeah, don't just leave me with these kids. What if something happens?" "Fear not, I won't be long. There is just something I need to confirm." Before anyone could say anything else, Guy vanished. Everyone stared blankly at the spot he had just been in for a moment. "Let's just continue walking. I am sure Guy-sensei will inform us upon his return. It is nothing to worry about." Lee made a small hand motion for everyone to continue. "I agree," Hinata said, worry evident in her voice. "Yeah, whatever." Naruto smiled happily to himself before he started walking forward. Hinata quickly fell into step with him. "Hey, don't leave me." Tazuna quickly ran up to the two of them. Lee smiled before he too started to walk. He didn't get any further than 2 steps when the sound of footsteps and chains reached his ears. Without any warning he was suddenly quickly surrounded by spiked chains. "What the?" Lee turned his eyes slightly left and then right. To either side of him were identical-looking men with gas masks and giant claws. They appeared to be linked together by the chains. "Let's finish this while Jonin is gone." The one shouted and they simultaneously pulled back their arms, causing the chains around Lee to constrict. "Bushy brow. Lee-senpai." Naruto and Hinata turned around just in time to see the two shinobi make this action. To their utter horror it looked like Lee was about to be sliced into pieces. Fortunately and to their relief, Lee seemed to disappear just a second before the chains got to him. "What the hell?" One of the shinobi asked in surprise before a foot buried itself into the side of his face, shattering his mask. "Naruto." Lee shouted as he jumped backwards to avoid the other shinobi's claws. "I need you to protect Azuna-san." Hinata. "Back me up, right?" Naruto obeyed Lee without question. Next to Guy-sensei, he had the most experience in the field after all. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 3 clones popped into existence and they all formed a circle around Tazuna. Meanwhile, Hinata took a nervous step forward. Her breathing quickly became irregular as she stared at the brawl that was quickly erupting in front of her. "Hinata." Lee shouted as he rolled under the chain. "I can't." Hinata whispered. "These guys. They're real. Someone like me. I'll only get in the way." Hinata slipped down to her knees. Lee wasn't able to respond as he backflipped over both claws. He brought both of his feet down onto the shinobi's heads, knocking them forward. "Go for the bridge builder." The one with the broken mask shouted. "I'll hold this guy off, right?" The other one shouted as he charged forward. "As if I'd let you." Lee rolled in between the two again. "Konoha Senpyu." Lee delivered a powerful spinning kick to the one who stayed to face him. The man was thrown backwards. The chain that connected the two snapped tight and the other brother was also pulled backwards. His body was still parallel to the ground when he passed by Lee. The genin didn't waste any time and drilled his elbow into the man's solar plexus, forcefully slamming his body into the ground. "Disconnect the chain." The other shouted. With a loud hissing noise the chain popped free and the shinobi who was farther back charged forward. "I won't let you past me." Lee assumed his stance. "Don't get cocky because of a lucky shot." The shinobi on the ground next to Lee swung his body around, bringing his legs forward in a sweep. Lee was caught completely off guard and fell backwards. Meanwhile the other shinobi jumped clear over him. "Hinata. You have to stop him." Lee shouted again as he caught himself just before he hit the ground. "Worry about yourself." The man swung his claw forward. Lee pushed off the ground and launched straight into the air, well above the strike. Hinata's body was visibly shaking as the shinobi ran towards her. She cursed and screamed mentally at herself. She had spent 2 whole weeks training for this. for a chance to prove herself in a mission. Yet here she was, scared and on her knees at the first sight of real danger. The man ran right past her, not even bothering to give her a second glance. "You're mine," he shouted in glee as he swung his claw toward the bridge builder. Like hell. Naruto spread his arms out and took the full force of the blow in the chest. The man was completely taken aback as his arm actually made contact with flesh, and he was even more surprised when the blonde popped into smoke. The shadow clone. But he's just a genius. The man took a slight step back in surprise. "You better not underestimate me." Two more Narutos ran forward while one stood next to Tazuna. One clone ran directly in front of the other, and as the shinobi swung at the front one, the second jumped onto the clone's back and leaped forward with his fist outstretched. Naruto's punch connected with the man's jaw, sending him to the ground with a dull thud. "Damn you." The man spit out blood as he stumbled to his feet. "Not done?" the clone in front asked as he turned around. "Then try this on for size." He outstretched his hand. The other clone grabbed onto his arm. Naruto grit his teeth and pulled the other with all his might, spinning in a circle as he did. The other clone was instantly pulled off the ground, his feet now swinging high in the air. "Naruto clone hammer." The two shouted as the feet of the clone being swung smashed into the side of the shinobi's face, knocking him down again. This time he didn't get back up. Impossible. The other shinobi turned his attention away from Lee as he watched his teammate get knocked out by Naruto. Big mistake. The man felt all the air leave his body as Lee delivered a powerful blow to his stomach. He slipped down to his knees and then fell face first to the ground, also unconscious. Lee let a long breath out. That had been too close. A slow and loud clapping noise reached his ears. He spun around quickly to see Guy-sensei standing there, a huge grin plastered across his face. "Well done, students. That was most excellent." Guy walked up to where Naruto and Tazuna were. "That was a nice move there, Naruto. It was filled with so much youth. It was nothing. It's thanks to you that I came up with it." Naruto smiled happily at his sensei. "Lee." Guy turned his attention to his oldest student. "Excellent job in taking command. I knew I could leave it to you." Guy gave his student a thumbs up. A gesture Lee eagerly returned. Hinata felt tears coming to her eyes. While her team had been fighting with all their might, she had sat here and done nothing. She was useless. All the confidence she had been trying to build up led to nothing in the end. "Hinata." She looked up at Guy. He turned the thumbs up towards her now. "Don't worry about it, you'll get it next time." She couldn't believe it. He forgave her. That easily. But she had failed. How could he? Lee walked in front of her and extended his arm. "You should have seen me on my first encounter with common highwaymen. Tenten and Niji had to save my butt. I was so miserable I thought I would never get better. We are not supposed to fight other shinobi yet anyways." Hinata stared at his hand for another few seconds. She then looked over to Naruto. He saw her look and smiled brightly. "Thanks for giving me the shot at that guy, Hinata. I really wanted the chance." He put his arms behind his head and gave her an approving nod. Hinata couldn't help but smile. She loved her team. She wiped away her tears and accepted Lee's hand up. As she got up, her eyes took on the most determined look she ever had. "I'm sorry, Lee-senpai. Next time will be different." Lee nodded enthusiastically. "You guys did excellent. There were a couple times I almost interfered, but I'm glad I didn't." Guy walked over to a tree, set the ninja down, and began tying them up. "Fortunately, I was able to get all the information I needed from watching." "Information? You let things escalate to that just for information? I thought for sure I was going to die." Tazuna pointed an accusing finger at Guy. He then added in a quieter voice. "Although you proved to be a pretty skilled kid. I shouldn't have doubted you. Super sorry." The end was little more than a whisper, but Naruto heard it all. "Hey, it's no problem. I was being a brat. So long as we are on the same page now, it's all good." Naruto smiled big at Tazuna. "That's the problem, I don't think we are on the same page." Guy walked up to Tazuna. The bridge builder couldn't do anything but look away from the man's piercing gaze. "Wait, what do you mean, Guy-sensei? What are you talking about?" Naruto looked between the bridge builder and his sensei. He didn't get what was going on here. There shouldn't have been any shinobi. Lee began to explain. C-rank missions are of basic protection. Highwaymen, bandits, maybe rabid animals. There is never an enemy shinobi. This has been my first ever encounter with one myself. The fact that there were shinobi automatically makes this a B rank. Possibly even an A. Exactly, and the shinobi were after you, Tazuna-san. Now explain to me why this is. If you don't, I will end this mission right now. We will turn around and go home. Sensei, you're being Guy held up his hand to silence Naruto's protest. "I need to know what I'm up against. I can't risk your precious lives without knowing the full extent of the danger." Guy continued to stare intently at Tazuna. Tazuna let out a big sigh. "I have no choice but to tell you." He let a dramatic pause take over. "But please, get me to my ferryman. I will explain all about it on the boat ride over. I looked to consider for a minute. Sensei, please let us continue. It would only make my failure bigger if we don't move forward. Guy turned and looked at Hinata. It was true that she had become more confident lately, but saying she wanted to continue was not something he expected from her anytime in the near future. Guy couldn't refuse now. They were less than an hour from the wave anyways. Might as well get that far. Okay, we will get you there. But I warn you, if you are not completely honest with us, I'm cutting you off. Thank you. I'll hold nothing back. Tazuna bowed to them gratefully. Good. Let's set out a team. They left the pair of brothers unconscious under the tree. Not even Guy noticed the masked shinobi who had watched the whole fight. You say the demon brothers were defeated by a couple of genin? A shirtless shinobi slammed down a massive blade in a show of dissatisfaction. That is correct, Zabuza-san. The masked shinobi who had watched the fight said. He bowed down in front of the tall man before him. The man called Zabuza stared coldly at the boy before him. Tell me, Haku. What do you think of the skill of the team? Haku looked up in surprise at the question. Two of the genin are clearly very new. I would say they haven't been shinobi for even a month. However, the one has the ability to use the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu effortlessly. The other is without a doubt a member of Konoha's Hyuga clan. Judging by her forehead, I'd say she is from the main branch. Zabuza actually sounded interested now. He didn't say anything further than that though. Yes. As for the other two shinobi. They were peculiar. Haku spoke carefully now. Zabuza said nothing but his narrow eyebrow raised slightly at Haku's word choice. They were both dressed entirely in green spandex, had bowl cuts, and incredibly bushy eyebrows. Haku somehow felt embarrassed just describing the two. Zabuza's face seemed to show some realization, so Haku quit talking. Might Guy. The tall shinobi drawled. Haku didn't reply. Supposedly the only Joun in Konoha capable of matching the famous copy ninja in a fight. The strange green beast. That man. Haku couldn't help but let his doubt show through. But if he is capable of matching the copy ninja, doesn't that effectively tie him for second strongest in the village, only outclassed by the Hokage? If you don't count the Sannin, who have cut their ties from that village, then yes. Haku was surprised to see the gears in Zabuza's brain actively spinning. If what you say is true, I imagine his students didn't use much other than Taijutsu, am I right? Zabuza mounted his massive blade onto his back. That's correct. Haku said. The blonde did use shadow clones, but they were extremely well coordinated in hand-to-hand combat. Zabuza seemed to think about everything Haku had just said. I'm going to need your help for this one, Haku. Zabuza-san? The masked boy asked curiously. We're going, come on. Zabuza began walking off, a confused Haku trailing right behind him. Guy's team arrived on the bank of a giant lake. Due to the thick mist, they weren't capable at all of seeing the other end of it. Over here. They heard a man give a hoarse whisper from their left. They turned and saw a man with a small rowboat waving them over. Tazuna breathed a sigh of relief. You have no idea how happy I am to still see you here. Tazuna led the shinobi over to the ferryman and boarded without preamble. Guy's team did the same and they were quickly on their way. This is what you got to help you? Children. The ferryman looked at Team Guy questionably. It's all I could afford. Tazuna held his hands in defense. Besides, don't underestimate them. They've saved my life once already. The ferryman still looked doubtful. I still don't know why it was necessary. Guy caught Tazuna's attention. You say all you could afford. Is your land really that bad off? What happened that could put you in such a state? That too? Was Tazuna's easy answer. Guy's eyes widened in recognition. I see you've heard of him. Yes, the same Gatu that runs the shipping company. He may seem like just a businessman, but underneath he is little more than a pint-sized gangster, selling drugs, women, whole countries. He is the man after my life. Naruto, Lee and Hinata stared wide-eyed at his story. But I don't understand. Why would such a powerful man want you dead? Lee had been the first to find his voice. Because of the bridge. Tazuna gestured to his left and they all turned to see a massive structure take shape in the mist. Wow, it's so big. That's incredible. You're making that. Naruto had newfound respect for the man they were guarding. But why should he oppose you making this bridge? Hinata too couldn't believe the size of it. Our country is cut off from the mainland. We do all our trading by boats. Gatu bought out all our shipping industries and now has a monopoly of the land. He has made us very poor. The only thing standing between his complete control is the completion of the bridge. If I complete it I can break his grasp. Tazuna slammed his fist into his palm. He worked himself up during his speech. After a few deep breaths he continued talking. By the time I realized Gatu was sending shinobi after me, we were too poor to hire higher level protection. There is no way we could afford it. I just needed something. It looks like I lucked out with you guys though. Tazuna sat up on his knees and clasped his hands in front of himself. Please. You have to protect me. For the sake of my country. For my daughter and grandson, I need to complete this bridge. I know it's not much for now, but in a few years we would be able to pay you back in full. We just need to get on our feet first." The three genin all had tears forming on their eyes. This story had clearly touched them. They all turned to their sensei. I sighed. "How could I possibly sleep well at night if I turn you down now?" "Okay, we'll do it." Guy gave him the thumbs up and one of his flashy smiles. The effect was slightly ruined by the mist however. Thank you so much. My country owes you our existence for this." Tazuna wiped away tears he had been holding back. "Don't thank us yet, the next group won't be pushovers like the last two, I may even have trouble soon here." His three students looked at him in disbelief. The same thought ran through all their minds. How could anyone be trouble for someone as fast as their sensei? Soon the boat went under a tunnel and they came out into a small river. Wow. Look at that, there are trees growing in the water. Naruto looked around excitedly at everything in this new land. To his disappointment nothing else stood out all that much. At least the river trees had been cool. The boat docked a short while later. "This is as far as I go, Tazuna." Everyone disembarked from the boat as the ferryman talked. "I thank you for taking this risk for me." Tazuna bowed to the man as he paddled his way back down the river. They watched him go until he disappeared from sight. "Okay team." Guy said in a normal tone. "From here on out we are going to be moving slowly. We're in enemy territory. Hinata, I need you to take up the rear behind Tazuna. Naruto and Lee stand on either side. I'll take the lead. Don't drop your guard until we are in the village." "Yes, Guy-sensei." All his students replied in hushed voices. They followed their sensei's directions immediately. Hey, no need to be so serious." Tazuna said nervously. "You guys took care of that last group no problem. Which is why now we have to be extra cautious. They'll send out the strongest they got now. Worst case possible, they send a Jonin." Guy continued to speak at a normal volume. "A Jonin? You mean like yourself?" Tazuna gazed around the misty area nervously. "Don't worry Tazuna-san. No matter how tough the opponent, I won't let him get you." The guy smiled at their client. "How touching." A raspy voice echoed. Everyone suddenly grew tense. "Hinata." Guy said hurriedly. "Byakugan." Hinata activated it before her sensei could say anything more. Her eyes grew wide at what she saw. "Everyone. Duck." Hinata dropped to the ground as she shouted. Naruto and Lee each grabbed an arm on Tazuna and pulled him down with them. Guy didn't bother to drop at all. He turned just as a giant spinning sword appeared out of the mist. Guy stuck his arm out and caught the blade right by the handle. "Oh. Not bad." The voice rang from multiple directions at once. "The sword." Guy stared at the blade he was holding. "You must be the ex-Kiri shinobi. One of the 7 swordsmen, Mamachi Zabuza. I'm touched. You know my name." The voice came from directly above him. Guy turned his gaze upwards. A shirtless man was falling straight towards him. A replica of the blade Guy was holding was also in his hand. Guy swung the sword in his hand up as Zabuza swung his down. The blades connected and Guy dissolved into water upon contact. TCH, a water clone. Guy cursed and took a small leap backwards, completely avoiding Zabuza's blade. "Lee, Hinata, Naruto. Surround Tazuna. No matter what happens, protect him with your life." "Yes." The 3 genin formed a triangle around the still down Tazuna. "No matter what happens." Zabuza chuckled as he pulled his blade from the ground. "You might be giving me too much credit there might Guy. I make a point of never underestimating my opponent." Guy slipped into a stance as he eyed his opponent up and down. "We'll see about that." Zabuza took a step backwards and appeared to be swallowed whole by the thick mist. "I see. So this isn't a natural mist at all. This is what you're doing." Guy nodded to himself as he gazed around the thick mist. "Observant aren't you? I wonder how observant you are when I'm chopping your client to pieces." The 3 genin spun around in surprise to see Zabuza standing right in between them, his sword angled at Tazuna's neck. "And no." Tazuna yelped in fear and tried to move backwards. "Not so fast." Guy appeared right there a second later, his foot drilling into the top of Zabuza's head. The man broke apart into water and Guy's undeterred foot continued on right into the ground, creating a small crater that his genin and Tazuna stumbled into. "Sorry about that team, but I can't afford to hold back here." Guy spun around as he talked and caught Zabuza's sword again as the ex-Kiri shinobi thrust it forward. Guy took a step forward and delivered a powerful punch into Zabuza's face, breaking him into water. "How youthful, hiding behind your clones." Guy shouted into the mist as he took a couple steps forward. "Wow, so this is a battle between Jonin." Lee whispered in awe. Naruto even nodded in appreciation. "It's on a completely different level from that battle we had earlier. This is so cool. Naruto-kun." Hinata chided lightly but couldn't keep a small smile from gracing her face. Hey. Tazuna sounded worried. "Don't forget about me. I nearly died already." "You do not have to worry about that. Guy-sensei could not possibly lose this fight." Lee said enthusiastically. Just watch. He is about to get serious. Everyone did as Lee said and turned their attention to the powerful man in front of them. That's serious, huh? Zabuza's mocking voice echoed throughout the misty field. Doesn't matter how serious you get, you'll never find me in here. I am an expert of the silent killing technique. When I am in the mist, I am unbeatable. Provided there is any. Guy took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He then appeared to start performing some strange form of Tai Chi. The only sound that could be heard in the mist was Guy's deep but somehow calm breathing. Are you taking me for a fool? What are you trying to do? Zabuza's question was answered a second later as Guy's eyes shot wide open. First gate. Open. Guy widened his stance and waved his arms widely in front of himself. A second later and a great wind passed through the whole area, dissolving the mist as it blew. What is the? Tizuna was the only one who was capable of saying anything at all. I am possible. Zabuza stood in plain sight now, right at the edge of the riverbank. Before he could even blink, Guy was right in front of him, a powerful fist buried into his stomach. Zabuza was rocketed across the water. He hit the surface but was flying too fast to sink in. Instead he bounced once, twice, 3 times before he was able to get stable enough to skid to his feet. Massive waves rolled across the water from the multiple impacts Zabuza had made on it. Why you bastard? Zabuza's face wraps were stained red around his mouth. His sword was somehow still in his hand. I'll make you pay for that. I'd like to see you try. Guy stepped onto the water himself and was immediately racing towards his opponent. He moved at such a great speed that he almost appeared to be gliding across the water. Zabuza hurled his sword into the air and began running through a set of hand seals. Suryuban no Jutsu. The water directly in front of Zabuza rose up and formed a large orb. As it completed, Zabuza's sword fell back towards him. Stretching out his hand, the ex-Kiri shinobi caught it effortlessly. He then swung the sword forward dramatically. As if the orb had been waiting for the signal, it shot off a high number of slim whips of water. No chance an attack like that will hit me. Guy charged undeterred into the thick of the attack. Every time it seemed like a whip would hit him, Guy would just vanish and appear unharmed a couple steps farther ahead. In no time he reached the orb and with a powerful spinning kick he destroyed it completely. Damn. Zabuza stepped forward and swung his sword. Guy ducked under the swing and delivered another powerful kick that Zabuza jumped over. The two jonin then began to exchange vicious blows. He's so fast. Tizuna felt hope build up inside him. Something he hadn't felt for a long time. Yeah, get him Guy-sensei. Lee and Naruto cheered together. When did Guy-sensei get that fast? That's incredible. Naruto couldn't believe the sudden increase in power their sensei had just received. It's Hachiman. Lee answered. Naruto gave him a confused look. Guy-sensei opened the first of 8 gates. Each time you open up a gate your power increases significantly, with risk of course. Supposedly, opening all 8 would give even a genin the power to match a cage. Guy-sensei has gotta teach me that. He's kicking ass with it. Naruto practically drooled at the idea of being capable of matching the old man. Something isn't right. Hinata interrupted everyone's good mood with just that one phrase. She was staring out at the water, her Byakugan fully active. Come on, Hinata. What are you talking about? Guy-sensei has got this. Naruto waved off Hinata's worries quickly. No. It isn't that, I just could have sworn I saw something at the edge of my vision a moment ago. Another person, with a mask. Everyone then noticed Hinata's Byakugan was still active. Very suddenly, she spun around. It shocked everyone else so badly that they did as well. What they saw surprised them. Ah, so much for sneaking up on you guys. Those eyes of yours are troublesome for sure. A masked boy who didn't sound any older than they were stood only about 10 paces behind them. How did you get here so fast? Hinata whispered. Just a moment ago he hadn't been within her range at all. Now he was practically right next to them. Speed is an important aspect of any shinobi. I would think you would know that better than anyone, with that man as your sensei and everything. The boy spoke pleasantly to them. No one was able to sense any evil intent. Yet they all kept their guard up regardless. Are you a member of Kurigaku's hunter squad? Lee asked curiously as he stared at the insignia on the boy's mask. Haku rubbed the mark of the wave gently as he considered how to answer. No, I am not. He finally said. Truth is, I am actually with Zabuza-san. We killed the hunter nin that was after us and I took his mask. Without warning, a group of shuriken were flying straight at him. How unpleasant. Haku stepped lightly out of the way, right into Lee's waiting attack. I got you. Lee swung his leg in a high kick. To his complete surprise, Haku caught his kick without even flinching. I apologize, but you'll be coming with me. Haku began running through one-handed seals. When he finished a mirror of ice quickly formed behind him. Oshi brow. Lee-senpai. Hinata and Naruto both charged forward. Too late I'm afraid. Haku stepped into the ice and pulled Lee with him. Hey, take care of Tizuna-san. Don't worry about me. That was the last thing Lee shouted before he was pulled into the mirror. As if it was magic, they both vanished. Naruto and Hinata's screams reached the ears of the two battling Jonin. I spun around just in time to see Lee being sucked into the mirror. What the hell? Guy stared in horror and took 2 nervous steps towards his team. Hold on right there, might Guy. You have a choice to make here. Guy spun around, his eyes glaring. If looks could kill, Zabuza would be dead 108 times over. My little pupil there has just dumped your genin into Gatu's stronghold, but he'll be coming back in just a second. Now here's where your choice is. You let me go back to the hideout and I'll make sure nothing happens to him. In exchange, you can keep my pupil over there as collateral. I took a step towards Zabuza, ready to continue the fight. Or, you can continue to fight me, even if you win. Haku will have taken your other 2 students and there will be no way for you to ever find them. So what will it be? Let me go and have a shot at saving all 3 students. Or kill me and lose them. How can I trust you to keep your bargain? Guy seethed between clenched teeth. I still need to kill the bridge builder. Zabuza answered easily. Bring him and Haku on top of that bridge in 2 weeks. Also, be sure Haku has his weapons. Make sure no one else comes, not even your other 2 genin. I'll show up with your last one. We'll finish our battle for good at that time. You shameless bastard. Guy grit his teeth. If even a hair on my precious student is hurt, I'll make you wish you were never born. With that, Guy turned and disappeared facing his students. Zabuza let out a deep laugh as he made his own hasty retreat. The whole thing would have been pointless if Guy somehow managed to follow him after all. Naruto and Hinata ran straight into the mirror and bounced off of it completely. No, you bastard. Give Bushy Brow back. Naruto whipped out a kunai and began stabbing the mirror with all his might. His blade broke off completely from the handle on his 5th swing. Let me try. Hinata's past insecurities were completely forgotten as she tried with all her might to save her teammate. She channeled all the chakra possible into her hands until they were both covered in what appeared to be blue lions. Juho Sashiken. Hinata struck again and again with her enhanced palms. Are you sure this is alright? They both spun around to see Haku stepping out from another mirror right behind them. If I had wanted, I could have killed the bridge builder right here. You both left him completely unguarded. Fortunately for you, Zabuza-san has the unfortunate weakness of liking to mentally torture his opponents, so he'll live for today. Azuna took a couple nervous steps away from the mirror. You bastard. Where did you take Bushy Brow? Naruto shouted. Your friend is safe. Fear not, we'll have more time to talk later. Haku began forming more one-handed signs. Before he could even get halfway through them, however, Guy appeared. Get away from my students. Haku didn't stand a chance. Guy's fist buried itself into his stomach and the boy was out cold before he even knew it. His mirrors shattered and fell to pieces as Haku's body went limp where he stood. Naruto, Hinata. Guy turned himself and Haku fell to the ground unceremoniously. Lee. The 2 genin looked at each and then back at their sensei. They were speechless. Hey. I'm sorry. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. Tazuna threw himself at Guy's feet. Please, I'm sorry, forgive me. Tears freely fell from the man's eyes as he begged for forgiveness. Guy clenched his teeth as he stared down at the unconscious boy they now had prisoner. He then turned back to the water and inhaled deeply. Damn you. Momochi Zabuza. Chapter 8. Prisoner. 9,997. 9,998. 9,999. 10,000. Lee plopped down to the ground as he finished his push-ups. He was exhausted. Sweat dripped from every pore in his body and his stomach rumbled hungrily. There was no chance of him getting any food though. At least not this late at night. He had already been held captive for 3 days, but to be honest, Lee never really felt like he was a prisoner here. He wandered around as he pleased, he ate what little food they had to offer in this crappy hideout. In fact, the room he was currently in, his bedroom, was a considerable amount better than what some of the others had to put up with. Lee could think of only one reason his life could be this leisurely here. Yet those 2 words brought just a foul taste to his mouth. Momochi Zabuza. When Lee first fell free from the ice mirror, he found himself inside this very room. He later learned that it had been the room the kid with the mirrors used to stay in. Lee had cautiously snuck around at first, trying to get a feel for where he was. When he looked outside he was completely surprised. He was near the very top of a huge tower. Forest and swamp stretched as far as his eye could see. Lee had felt his knees go weak as he realized there was no likely chance of escape from here. It had been at that moment that he had been spotted by a couple of big-looking thugs. Lee easily dispatched the 2 of them with some taijutsu, but not before they had sounded an alarm. The once seemingly empty tower was now swarming with despicable-looking men. Lee battled endlessly while he tried to flee from the entire gang of them. Just when he thought he was at his limit and was actually going to be captured, Zabuza arrived. This trash is my hostage. The man roared while holding his hand onto the hilt of his massive sword. No one is to touch him but me. Got that? Lee couldn't believe it. Was this man actually protecting him? That thought was instantly crossed from Lee's mind as the shirtless man turned and buried his fist in Lee's gut. The green-clad boy fell to the ground spitting up blood. The sound of a cane hitting the floor caused all the men in the room to spread wide to either side of the hallway they all stood in. Lee's sight was kind of blurry from having been hit so hard, but he was still able to make out the figure of a very short man walking down the now open path. Every step he took he smacked his cane down on the floor, not that he seemed to have any trouble walking. Finally the man stopped walking. He was still quite a distance away. Lee guessed just outside the range of Zabuza's massive blade. It was at this moment that Lee realized this man was probably Gatu. Zabuza. A nasally voice fit for the short man called the demon's name. Tell me, why instead of the head of a master bridge builder, who may I add threatens to destroy my whole control over this country, do you bring me a child? There was a change of plans, Gatu. Zabuza practically spat. Despite being hired by this man, the demon clearly had little respect for him. Oh, do tell. Lee's vision was now clear enough to see that this tiny man had several golden teeth and rings on every finger. His cane seemed to be tipped with a huge diamond. One of the shinobi that the bridge builder hires happens to be Might Guy, one of the strongest shinobi in Konohagakure. Not even I would be capable of beating him in a fair fight. Lee couldn't agree more with that statement. Gatu pushed up his small black glasses. So was that masked brat you had with you taken out then? I don't see him around. No, I purposely allowed Might Guy to take him hostage. What? Why? That makes no sense. The short man practically shouted. Lee had just thought the exact same, but Gatu wasn't done. He might very well be dead already. That's a waste of a resource. Might Guy won't kill him. Zabuza spoke as if he was talking to a child now. As long as he keeps Haku alive, he'll believe that his student here is alive. So what if he lives? How does this benefit you in any way? Gatu slammed his cane down as he spoke. Zabuza sighed and ran one hand through his short hair. You don't get anything, do you? The short man sneered at this comment. Worry causes heavy stress on the body. Stress causes you to lose focus. In the shinobi world, the more stress you have built up, the more deadly for you it can become. Not only does Might Guy have this to worry about, but he still has to protect the bridge builder while keeping an eye on Haku. This means he'll have to sleep very lightly and very little. By the time we next meet, he'll be exhausted. Gatu appeared to mull this thought over in his head for a few moments. Whatever, do what you want. The man finally said before turning away and walking in the other direction. The crowd of thugs that had been around them dispersed slowly, all of them grumbling. Zabuza too started to walk away. You're wrong, you know. The man turned to look at Lee as he spoke. Guy-sensei cannot possibly lose to you. No matter what, no one can defeat him. The older man snorted. Your faith in others isn't befitting of a shinobi. You better grow up. Zabuza's foot was the last thing Lee had seen before passing out. The sound of footsteps outside of Lee's door pulled him away from his thoughts of the past. Silently, the boy got up and walked over to his wall, standing right next to his door. The sound of quiet voices reached his ears. Two shadows appeared right in front of his door. What if we get caught? Lee heard one voice whisper. Relax, would you? Everyone is out, including this kid. We have nothing to worry about. Another gruff voice answered. Yeah, but he's a shinobi you know. Can we really kill him? Lee's eyes widened slightly. They were planning to kill him. The other man chuckled very quietly. He's a genin, still wet behind the ears. We got this. But what about Mamachi-san? Surely he'll raise hell about it. The other man continued to spout worries. Listen, no one likes the guy anyways, besides, how can he prove it was us? Let's just do this. The door to Lee's room swung open after the man said this. Lee tensed up and very quietly slipped into his stance. Without warning, a hand reached out from the darkness and touched his shoulder. Lee had to put every ounce of his shinobi training into effect to keep from yelping. He slowly turned around to see Zabuza standing there, one hand on his shoulder, the other in front of his face, his finger making the quiet sign. Lee couldn't help but wonder when and how he had entered the room. It just went to prove that the man really earned his title of Jonin and one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. The two men stepped into the room and both stopped as they eyed the bed from where they stood. Huh? That's strange, he's not in bed. These were the last words either one of them uttered as Zabuza stepped forward and swung his sword in a horizontal arc. Both men's heads were sliced completely off before they even had a chance to scream. Blood sprayed everywhere, painting the walls and door and the two shinobi. Lee's eyes were wide with shock. This hadn't been the first time he had seen death, but these were the most senseless kills he had ever seen. Zabuza-san. Lee shouted as he rounded on the tall man who was sliding his sword back into place on his back. Thanks aren't necessary, kid. I just can't afford these assholes messing up my plans. Zabuza said as he stepped over the headless bodies in an attempt to leave the room. You think I want to thank you? Lee roared. You just killed these men without even blinking. You did not have to go that far. Simply disabling them would have been enough. Lee stepped into the pool of blood that was forming at his feet. I thought I told you to grow up already. Zabuza's voice remained level as he turned and looked at the genin. Do you really think these men would have learned from that? Lee opened his mouth to respond but snapped it shut immediately. You know it too, these men would have just gotten angrier. They would have been back with more men. I did everyone here a favor by ending these two idiots' lives before they involved more of them. This may be hard for a goody little brat like you to understand, but the only way these people will ever learn is through death. The faster you understand that, the longer I guarantee you live. Lee clenched his hands shut and grit his teeth hard. How did you become this way? Lee's question caught the taller man off guard. Lee looked up when he didn't hear a response. What happened to you that you've grown up so twisted and without emotions? Lee was shouting now. Other thugs had been woken by the noise and were coming to check it out. Upon seeing the blood, the noise level increased even further. Do you care at all about that kid you abandoned with my team? What are these people to you? Aren't they your allies? Listen you brat. Zabuza grabbed Lee by the collar of his clothes and hoisted him into the air. I live for myself and only myself. If it wasn't for Zabuza's face bandages he probably would have spit in Lee's face. These little shits you call my allies mean nothing to me. They are only tools of which can be disposed of. The same goes for Haku. He's simply just a little more sharp a sword than these dull broken pieces of junk. That's why he's with your team. Even Gatu is just a tool, one to supply me with money. Zabuza dropped Lee onto the ground. The boy fell into the pool of blood on his butt. He hadn't expected the early release. He stared up at Zabuza with wide eyes. He never knew such a man could exist in this world. The big man turned and walked away. The now big crowd of thugs quickly moved aside as he walked through. No one wanted to mess with him. I'll find out how to get like this. There must be a reason. Lee whispered under his breath. Haku slowly rolled out of the tent he was in. He stood up and did a few stretches. If his internal clock was working correctly, then it should be about 4:30 in the morning. This was his third day being a prisoner, and while Haku was able to walk around somewhat freely, he really felt like the word described his situation quite justly. Haku thought this as he walked out of the small clearing that Team Guy had set up camp in. Going somewhere? Haku would have jumped had he not already been used to this. Might Guy leaned up against the back of a tree, staring at Haku intently. I just have to use the bathroom, I have no intention of harming the bridge builder. Haku walked over to a small bush and pulled the front of his kimono uniform up. It had been like this the whole time. Haku felt completely suffocated. No matter where or how he moved, it seemed this man's eyes were on him. Yet, maybe that was a good thing. It meant Zabuza's plan was working, didn't it? Haku had to wonder. 3 days straight and the man didn't even appear remotely fatigued. Instead, his energy remained boundless. It was incredibly eerie. The sound of yawning right next to him made Haku realize he was losing his focus. Naruto stood right next to him and was also taking a leak. Haku was painfully reminded that it wasn't just Might Guy. This whole team seemed to have unlimited energy. They were always up incredibly early. Naruto and Hinata spent all day training these past couple days, while Guy would take Haku to the bridge to keep an eye on him and guard the bridge builder at the same time. Haku hated it this way. They didn't ever bind him up or anything. That was how completely hopeless Haku was in this situation that they didn't even feel the need to restrain him. Albeit, they had taken away his. I'm going to kick your ass when these 2 weeks are up. Haku glanced briefly at the blonde who was peeing right next to him. You don't know anything about me. Haku replied simply. Saying things like that set Naruto off pretty easily. For that matter, anything he said set the blonde off. You asshole. You kidnapped Bushy Brow. I'll never forgive you for that. Naruto zipped his pants up and turned in the other direction, going back to their clearing. He hadn't attempted to hit him as Haku had expected. Perhaps his sensei had given him a big enough warning after last time. After all, they couldn't afford to rough him up too much. Lee's life depended on it. Tell me again why I should believe that you can't just use those mirrors to get back to Gatu's base. Haku sighed. Guy had asked him the same question a couple times before already. He was probably trying to say if he would change up his story at all. I can only create mirrors in a location that is within my range of vision. After creating them it takes a lot of chakra to sustain them. Holding up just that one at such a distance was incredibly taxing. When I lost consciousness, that mirror shattered, just like the ones you saw. Haku repeated what he had told him before, word for word. Silence rang between the two for a few moments. Are you perhaps hoping that I could take you to Lee-san that way? Haku knew that wasn't what Guy wanted, but maybe he could get the man to reveal some form of fatigue. Of course not. You heard what I told Naruto. Lee has a much better chance of surviving if we play things by Zabuza's rules. He's really much more interested in killing me and Tazuna-san than him. Guy stared down at the boy before him. Although, I must say, I feel badly for you. He clearly has no affection for you at all, even as a pupil. I am not a pupil. I am Zabuza-sen's tool. I am to be used as he sees fit and disposed of when I've gone dull. That is my only purpose in life. Haku spoke the words that he had long since etched into his heart. You really are a sad child. Guy sounded sincere as he spoke. You remind me a lot of Naruto in fact. Haku almost gave an uncharacteristic snort but stopped himself. If he knows what it's like to be alone, then he must be truly strong. It's not the pain of being alone that makes one strong. It's for protecting the ones you love that you become strong. Guy spoke as if he was Haku-sensei now. Haku turned around and walked back into the clearing now as well. Having been alone amplifies that desire. I didn't respond. Instead, he followed the boy leisurely back into the clearing. Hinata was up now and had a small fire going. Naruto sat next to her, skinning a couple of rabbits the two of them had caught last night. Haku was impressed that neither of them complained. Instead of being inside a warm house, using a kitchen stove, they were out here. Tazuna had offered to let the two of them stay in his home with him and his family, but they had both declined. Naruto had said it felt more like an actual mission when they were camping out. Haku suspected it was actually so they could get right to training. Do either of you have any questions on what I've written down in your scrolls? Guy asked as he watched Hinata throw the rabbits into the pot. Guy had written scrolls about how they were supposed to train while he and Haku were at the bridge. Of course, Haku knew he had done this simply so he couldn't learn how they were preparing. The less he knew, the more beneficial it was for them. They both shook their heads at his question. We've been doing like you suggested and have talked to each other when either of us has had a question about what's on the scroll. Naruto answered for both of them. Does that mean you've been the only one asking the questions? Haku couldn't describe it, but there was a certain joy he got from picking on the blonde. He had never gotten this kind of enjoyment before. Maybe spending time with this group was beginning to erode his brain. Naruto blushed and instead of shouting a comeback decided to glare quietly at the other boy. Guess that means I'm right. Haku smiled lightly. Something really was wrong with him. Your food. A bowl of rabbit meat was tossed to him. Haku barely caught it before he turned his gaze to the owner of the cold voice. Thank you, Hinata-san. Haku inclined his head before grabbing a pair of chopsticks to eat. The Hyuga girl rarely spoke around him and when she did it was always with a very clipped tone. Haku didn't blame her either. He had stolen their teammate. They had no reason to treat him kindly. With all the food having been passed out, silence reigned over the clearing as the group ate their food. Naruto was of course the first one done. He inhaled everything with such incredible haste that it made Haku kind of sick. No one should be able to consume food like that. Yet, Might Guy was always a close second. Haku would be willing to bet Lee was much the same. Only he and Hinata took their time eating their meal. Hey Guy-sensei. Naruto talked to his teacher enthusiastically. It didn't fit the mood of the morning at all. Yes, my young student. Haku winced. Yet Guy's response fit even less. Haku imagined his voice could probably be heard in the nearby village. Teach me how to open the Hachiman. Bushy Brow was telling me about it and it sounds so cool. Haku's ears perked up at this. Maybe the man would shed some light on that mysterious power he had used which easily blew away Zabuza's mist. Might Guy let out a loud boisterous laugh. Opening the gates is no easy feat, Naruto. Well, I would be more than happy to teach you at a later date, focus on the training you have for now. Lee can open a couple of them himself. When we get him back I'll have him assist me in teaching you. Naruto nodded excitedly. That sounds like a good idea. I really want to get training now. Naruto sat up abruptly and began doing a series of stretches. Haku couldn't believe how fast the kid's attitude changed. It almost seemed like he had a switch. That's the spirit. Train on Naruto. Haku cringed at Guy's continued use of his booming voice. If you are done, Haku-san, let us be off. They have work to be done. Guy turned his attention to the black-haired boy. Yeah, alright. Haku got up and turned to Hinata. The food was delicious again. He said as he bowed. Hinata didn't respond as she continued to nibble on her own food. Guy lightly grabbed a hold of Haku's shoulder and led him away from the clearing. Naruto and Hinata were left with another awkward silence as he continued stretching. Naruto-kun. Hinata sounded much more timid now that Haku wasn't around. Yeah, what's up, Hinata? Naruto stopped his stretching and turned to stare at her. She blushed slightly from the attention. It was strange, when they were in a group she could talk to him normally, but alone, even during such a serious mission, she found herself reverting back to how she used to be. I had a question about something here on my scroll. Hinata almost breathed a sigh of relief. She was still able to keep her stutter from returning, that was a good sign. No, you don't. Naruto caught her lie without even thinking about it. Hinata's face turned very red at how straightforward an answer he gave. Listen, I appreciate that you're trying to make me feel better, but I don't really mind all that much, Hinata. You're really smart. Hinata's face remained red for a different reason now. Sorry. she muttered out. Don't apologize. Naruto sat down next to her. You're always so nice, there's no need to be sorry. Anyways, what was it in your scroll again? Akashim Kaiten. Hinata whispered, awe heavy in her voice. Just thinking about it made her forget her embarrassment. It is the ultimate defense taught only to the Hyuga of the main branch. That guy sensei would actually know how they do it is incredible. Well, that's guy sensei for you. If it's Taijutsu, he can do it or at least knows it. Naruto spoke highly for one of the only men he had truly come to respect. Although, I'd wish he'd teach me something cool like a move. My list kinda sucks. Naruto pulled out the scroll he had. Playing the rock, paper, scissors with myself didn't make sense at all until you explained it. Naruto continued to talk. Well, it's cool that I know what happens when they pop, I don't see how that can benefit me entirely. Guess it's one of those looks underneath the underneath deals. Although, training my clones to survive multiple hits is going to be useful if I can actually get it. Naruto let his scroll flop down to the ground. You can do it, Naruto-kun. Hinata cheered for him quietly. You can do anything. She added in an even quieter tone. Yeah, you're right. Thanks Hinata. For bushy brow, we'll definitely master this stuff. Naruto stood up quickly and resumed his stretches. Yes, for Lee-senpai. Hinata got up and also began stretching. I can also do it because you're here with me. Hinata wanted to add this aloud but chose against it. You don't blame me, do you? Hinata was surprised by Naruto's sudden question. Blame you? She didn't understand where that thought had even come from. Yeah, I mean. I'm the one who wanted to do this C-rank mission and all. Doesn't that make it my fault that things turned out this way? If I had just been okay with training then things wouldn't have happened this way. You're wrong. Hinata startled Naruto with her shout. Why you can't blame yourself. They had both stopped stretching again and Naruto stared at Hinata in shock. C-rank missions aren't supposed to involve such powerful shinobi. It was supposed to be basic protection. Besides, it would have happened to someone. It just happened to be us, so please, Naruto-kun, don't blame yourself. Hinata suddenly ran at Naruto and embraced him in a hug, tears slowly leaking down her eyes. Hey. I get it. Naruto lightly patted the girl's back. I'm sorry Hinata. I won't say anything stupid again. Naruto slowly unentangled himself. Sorry. Hinata quickly began wiping her tears away. I didn't mean to get so worked up. I keep telling you not to apologize. You don't do anything wrong. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he spoke. Besides, you're right. If it's anyone's fault it's that Haku guy. Hinata nodded gently. It's strange though. I can't bring myself to feel any resentment towards him. Really? I thought you were ready to knock his lights out the way you look at him. Naruto was surprised to hear Hinata's confession. No, I learned to act that way around my family. It's the best way to hide my emotions. Hinata hated bringing up her family, even if it was with Naruto. I kinda get what you mean though. Naruto quickly steered the conversation away. Even he knew that speaking about Hinata's family was taboo. Who would have guessed that he'd have that kind of face? Hinata looked up at Naruto in confusion. I mean, honestly, that dude is cuter than Sakura-chan. I really thought he was a girl at first. Naruto blushed and laughed nervously as he talked. Pretty weird, huh? Hinata's face fell as Naruto spoke. How could it be? She even lost to another boy. It was completely humiliating. Naruto-kun. You idiot. Hinata turned away from him and resumed her stretches. Hey Hinata. Naruto called to her, but she didn't respond. What did I do? Come on. Hinata. Aku continued to hammer away as he drove the wooden plank into the supports of the bridge. He found it terribly ironic. It was his mission to kill the bridge builder, yet here he was, helping construct the bridge. Life sure is strange. Haku mumbled aloud to himself. Sure is. Tazuna said as he walked up next to him and began laying down more boards. He set to work at hammering himself. Is this alright? Haku asked him. There are plenty of nails lying around. One flick of my wrist and they'll be buried in your neck. Tazuna started sweating slightly but responded in a calm voice. You won't do that. How can you be so sure? Haku was perplexed. The man wasn't lying to him. I get a different feeling from you than I did. That's abuse of character. Tazuna paused as he thought about his answer. You don't like to kill. I'm not sure how I can tell, but I know it. In fact, I don't think you like hurting others at all. You only do it because that's abuse a guy tells you to. In actuality, you're super nice. I'm impressed. Haku continued to nail away at his board. Is that perhaps the insight that comes from old age? Tazuna let out a long laugh. I'm not that old. Even if I am a grandpa. I just know a good kid when I see one. Silence passed between the two of them after his last comment. Tazuna, we need to talk. Haku and the old man looked up to see another equally old man standing there nervously. He held an uneasy eye on Haku. Jiichi, how can I help you? Tazuna smiled at his longtime friend and stood up as he greeted him. Listen, I've been doing a lot of thinking. And I want to quit working on the bridge. Tazuna's smile slowly disappeared off his face as Jiichi spoke. Not you too. Tazuna whispered. Look, Tazuna, I understand that we're doing a good thing, but what's the point if Gato has you killed? What good will it do? Jiichi tried to implore Tazuna to see his reason. Haku felt his palms sweat as the man talked. He continued to hammer away in an attempt to distract himself. Let's all quit. Quit building this bridge. Impossible. Tazuna shouted, surprising not only Jiichi, but Haku as well. This is our bridge. We began building it together and I intend to finish it. This bridge is a symbol of our nation's courage. If we stop now then Gato truly has won. Tazuna stared hard at Jiichi for a minute. You know what? Just don't bother showing up again. I'll finish this bridge even if it's by myself. Tazuna walked past his once friend, knocking his shoulder as he went. Tazuna, don't be this way. Jiichi called after him. Shove it. Tazuna grabbed another plank of wood and brought it back to where Haku was. He immediately set back to work. Jiichi sighed and stood there for another few moments, trying to think of something to say. In the end, he gave up and walked away. Tazuna-san. Haku said quietly. Tazuna made a small noise to show Haku he was listening. I have no right to say this, but until the 2 weeks is up, I will help you build this bridge. Haku wasn't sure what compelled him to say that. Maybe it had been the old man's speech, but there was no taking it back now. It was out there. Tazuna didn't respond, and Haku thought he was still mad until he looked over. The man was smiling, even if just a little. Unbeckoning to either, Guy had watched the whole thing. There was an unreadable expression on his face. Things had been relatively peaceful in Gato's hideout for a few days since the incident. No one dared try to take Lee's life after the violent decapitation of 2 of their own. Lee had been here a full week now. Despite what he had said, he had made no progress in finding out anything about Zabuza. Lee wasn't deterred though. As long as things remained calm, he should be able to get the chance. Yet, perhaps inevitably, things did not remain calm. Gato returned today from some sort of business trip and he was seething mad. Where is he? Where is the bastard that hacked up 2 of my men? The short man strolled around the cafeteria of the tower, his cane clacking menacingly against the floor. All the thugs sat at tables and at their meals. It reminded Lee of school, which was kind of a funny thought. What's all this racket about? The man Gato was looking for spoke up as he strolled leisurely into the room. You? What the hell do you think you're doing? Gato pointed his cane at the shirtless shinobi. Eating food. Even shinobi eat, you know. Lee hadn't realized it at first, but Zabuza actually had a sense of humor. A twisted one, but a sense of one nonetheless. That's not what I'm talking about. Spit flew from Gator's mouth and into the faces of several seated thugs. They didn't dare breathe a word of it though. Why did 2 of my men have to die, huh? If you ask me, they were doing me a favor. What has that kid done for us? He runs around the place all day working out like a maniac. He doesn't contribute to anything yet he continues to eat our food. That's wasted money right there. How are you going to reimburse me for this, Zabuza? Gato slammed his cane down so hard Lee thought it would break. I'll bring you the bridge builder's head. That'll cover everything. Zabuza replied simply. No. I've had enough. Zabuza's eyes narrowed at Gato's words. You cost too much for no results. I'm through with you. We'll raid the village ourselves. Right, men? A chorus of cheers hailed from all the thugs in the room. Lee took their excitement as a chance to slip into the back corner and just watch. He slowly pulled his weights off from where he was. Just try it. Zabuza answered. The lot of you won't even get close to touching that man. No one here has the power to take down a Jonin. We'll see about that. One man picked up one of his weapons. These men carried them with them at all times, so the cafeteria was loitered with them. I'll take your head first. Then the bridge builders. The man charged forward. As if he started a chain reaction, dozens of them charged forward with him. Zabuza laughed happily as the men charged at him. He grabbed his sword and swung it downwards, splitting the first man who had charged clean in half. Everyone else stopped at that moment. Zabuza looked up and they all took a couple steps back. Those weren't the eyes of someone who was sane. Demon. Someone shouted. Is that it? I gut down one of you and the rest lose their spines. Come on you cowards. I thought we were having a revolt. Come on. Zabuza took a couple steps closer as he roared at them. They all took a couple steps back. We can get him. Someone shouted in a shaky voice. Yeah, there's only one of him. There's a ton of us. Another man shouted, sounding a little more confident than the last. A dull roar erupted from about half the crowd. They slowly began to inch back closer. Stop it you idiots. Gato sounded as if he was in pain. At me. Look at me. All the thugs turned around and were completely blown away by what they saw. Lee had Gato's arm twisted behind his back and held a kunai to his throat. No one moves. Lee shouted, twisting God's arm for added effect. And no. Gato shouted. Stop. You'll break it. If I kill you right now, this whole thing ends. Lee said this to Gatu, but shouted it so everyone else could hear. You're the only reason the bridge builder has to be killed. That's the only reason my team is caught in this conflict. Kill him and you won't make it out of here alive. Zabuza said as he slowly walked through the crowd. Everyone here, including me, needs this man for money. Zabuza stopped walking. He was directly in between the crowd of thugs and Lee now. Of course, Gatu did just say he's through with me. The demon ninja let his threat hang in the air. Gatu caught on fast. Haha. Come on Zabuza, you know I was just playing with you. In fact, I was thinking of doubling. Screw that, tripling your salary. Just please, get me out of this. That's more like it, Gatu. Zabuza practically purred. A wave of pure killing intent suddenly flooded the room. Those closest to Zabuza slipped to their knees immediately. Some even passed out. Gatu was among them. Lee didn't collapse, but his knees became wobbly and his grip loosened on Gatu enough to allow him to fall to the ground. A second later and Zabuza had Lee by the neck, slamming him to the ground. He put his mouth close to the boy's ear. Unfortunately for you, I'm going to have to make an example of you. Force your body limp and it won't hurt as bad. Lee had no other choice than to do what he said. The entire group was seated at Tizuna's kitchen table for dinner. No matter how many times it happened, Haku still couldn't get used to it. Tsunami, Tizuna's daughter, was currently setting all the food down, while Naruto passed all the plates and glasses out to everyone. It's always nice to have so many guests in the house. Tsunami said as she finished setting down the food and took her seat. Haku took pleasure in the fact that Naruto looked just as out of place as he felt. Perhaps he wasn't used to this type of setting either. Inari. Tsunami called for her son to come join the table. Haku had only ever seen the boy once and the experience had left a bad taste in his mouth. The kid had completely lost all hope. He did nothing other than cry all day and blame it on others. It seemed to hit a little too close to home for Haku to want to even think about it. Maybe it was because Haku felt like he was looking at his past self when he looked at him, but it actually made him want to strangle the kid. Again though, Haku was able to take comfort in the fact that Naruto seemed to share his sentiments. Just listening to Guy and Tizuna talk, Haku was able to infer that the two had been in a couple nasty arguments already. I don't want any. The boy shouted from the other room of the house. Haku sighed. This didn't sound good. Sounded like another conflict was about to erupt and he was going to be around for this one. Inari, right this minute. His mother shouted. A few seconds later and the sound of heavy footsteps coming down the hall reached their ears. A moment later Inari entered the room. I don't want to eat with these losers and that murderer. Inari roared. Haku's face fell slightly at being called a murderer. Watch who you're calling a loser, you crybaby. Naruto shouted at the boy. I'm not a crybaby. Inari screamed back. And I call you losers because there's no way you can ever beat Gatu. You try so hard but what are you going to accomplish? You'll all just end up dead. You've already lost one teammate. That tears it. Naruto stood up so fast that the chair he was sitting in was toppled over. Naruto-kun. No. Hinata sat up but she wasn't fast enough. Naruto delivered a fist right into the side of Inari's head, sending the boy crashing to the ground. Naruto sat there breathing heavily for a few seconds over the wailing boy. I'm sorry. I'm going to go cook my own food. Naruto left the house in a hurry. Everyone else sat in complete silence. Inari's crying was the only thing that could be heard at the moment. I never want to see you guys again. Inari shouted as he too ran from the house. Inari. Tsunami called after her son but made no move to go after him. She couldn't bring herself to, instead she looked back at her food, small tears rolling down her face. I'm sorry. Guy said. But after what he said about my other student, I couldn't bring myself to stop Naruto. I'll personally scold him and we will both swim 1,000 laps around the bay with 500-pound weights attached. Guy gave his usual challenge, but it lacked the fire it normally had. Perhaps the fatigue was finally starting to get to him. No, we're the ones that are sorry. Tizuna responded, his head bowed in shame. You're such good people, yet you are talked to in such a way. Once this bridge is complete though, he'll come around. He'll see what great people you are. Tizuna did his best to smile at him. At least let me apologize to your son personally. Hitting a child is unforgivable after all. Guy began to stand up. Guy-sensei, I'll talk to him. You stay here. Hinata, who was still up, immediately went for the door. Yes, thank you Hinata. Guy slid back down to his seat. Haku got up too and began to follow after Hinata. No one tried to stop him. Inari sat on the edge of the dock. His tears continued to fall from his face and hit the water beneath him. He was so lost in thought he didn't even hear Hinata come up to him. Do you mind if I sit here? Inari jumped at her soft voice. He looked up at Hinata and then looked away from her without saying a word. She took that as a yes and sat down. I know Naruto-kun can seem very harsh sometimes, but he always means well when he speaks. Typically, you would side with him. Inari interrupted her. He wiped his nose and continued to look away from her. Izuna-san told us about your father. Naruto-kun grew up without ever knowing his dad, you know. Inari finally looked over at her in surprise. My own father looks at me with disgust whenever he sees me. Hinata whispered. She shook her head to get away from the thoughts. This wasn't about her. It was about them. It's kind of funny. You both say how you don't understand each other, yet when I look at you, I see Naruto-kun when he was younger. What do you mean? How can I be anything like that guy? So what if he never knew his dad? That just means he doesn't understand the pain of losing him. Tears began to slide from his face again. Naruto-kun may not have known what it was like to have a dad, but that doesn't mean his life wasn't hard. Our whole village hates him. Hates him for something I don't even understand. They were all so cruel to Naruto-kun. I used to watch him all the time, you know. He would train every day to become strong so he could be accepted. Yet he always failed. When he failed he would cry. Not much different from you. Inari couldn't believe what he was hearing. Naruto used to cry. He stopped crying though? Inari barely managed to ask. One day he just quit. Hinata stared out over the water, memories of Naruto flooded into her head. He quit crying, but he kept training all the time. He still didn't have anyone that accepted him, but he didn't cry. I think he realized that it wasn't going to help. He just simply gave up crying. And thanks to him, I learned to quit crying over my failures too. I used to be so miserable. Every time I messed up I would lock myself in my room and cry. Now, thanks to Naruto-kun, I don't cry when I fail. I get back up and try again. No matter how hard it seems, I won't ever give up. I hope you'll try too, Inari-san. Inari just stared blankly at Hinata. She smiled at him and slowly sat up and then walked away. He looked back out over the water. No more tears came to his eyes. He had a lot more on his mind now. Did you hear everything? Hinata asked as she passed the corner of the house. Yeah. Haku, who had been leaning against the wall, followed Hinata. You have a similar pain to us, don't you, Haku-san? Hinata asked as they walked into the forest. Yes. I used to cry a lot too. I cried until all my tears were gone though. When Zabuza-san found me I was already dried up. He gave me meaning. I live only for him. Haku wondered who he was saying that for now. Soon, the sound of a raging battle reached their ears. They came to the clearing where Naruto and Hinata trained endlessly every day. 4 Narutos were currently mixed up in an all-out brawl. They wailed on each other with all their strength. To both Haku and Hinata's amazement, not a single clone popped from the terrible punishment they were receiving. Naruto-san really is something else. Hinata could only nod as she stared at him, a small blush on her face. Ah, I see. Haku mumbled after looking back and forth between the two. He doubts Hinata even heard him. Haku took this time to notice something else. The ground Naruto was fighting in was trashed. There were numerous marks that looked like someone had been spinning in. Next to nearly every one of these marks was a pile of barf. Just what kind of training were they going through? Haku couldn't help but wonder. Are you sure this is something I should be seeing? Haku asked as he began to step away. It doesn't matter. Hinata answered, she didn't move from her spot. Don't forget, Hinata-san. In just a few days we'll be enemies again. We'll be pitted against each other in a life and death battle. Haku turned his back to the two of them and began to walk away. You won't kill us? Hinata said too quietly for him to hear. I know it. It was day 12. It had been 5 days since the last incident and yet Lee still aches all over. Zabuza didn't hold back one bit as he thrashed the young genin in every sense of the word. Yet none of that mattered. Not to Lee anyways. Despite the terrible beating Zabuza had given him, Lee had felt he earned something from the demon ninja. Perhaps it was his respect. Lee couldn't be sure. Zabuza-san. Look what I got. Lee walked up to a small fire that Zabuza had going and dumped a small dough down at the man's feet. The two of them were now en route to the bridge. In 2 days Lee would be able to see his teammates again. Too bad it wouldn't be a very joyous reunion. Not bad, kid. For not having any ninjutsu you are surprisingly adaptive. The shirtless shinobi immediately set to work at skinning the dough. It is not that surprising really. Lee said as he plopped down. I have to be after all. It is the only reason I am able to be a shinobi in the first place. Well, that and Guy-sensei. Like I can't wait to rip that man's head from his shoulders. Zabuza chuckled low to himself. I wish you would not speak in such a way. It is most youthful. Lee chided the older shinobi. Youth, youth, youth. That's all you freaking talk about. Zabuza whipped the skin of the dough to the side as he finished. You should tell me more about your youth, Zabuza-san. How did you become such a twisted man? Lee talked as blunt as possible. Do you want to die before we get there? I'm still pretty young, damn it. Zabuza snarled at Lee. The green-clad boy didn't respond. Instead he stared at Zabuza with wide eyes. Fine, you want to know something about my past. Lee nodded enthusiastically. To pass the academy in my village, you had to kill a classmate in a one-on-one fight. All of Lee's enthusiasm died right there. So you know what I did? Lee didn't respond. I wiped out my entire class. Since then, they have abolished that custom. It was when they heard of this exploit that I was recruited to be trained with one of the 7 swordsmen. Lee narrowed his eyes suspiciously. I see. So secretly, you're actually a pacifist. Did you listen to a word I said? Zabuza shouted at the genin. I killed my entire class. How does that make me a pacifist? Yes, but because of you, that custom was removed, right? Lee waved his finger in the air. So by killing your class, you saved half of the lives that are currently employed in Kurigakure today. And you call me twisted? What kind of logic is that? Zabuza was completely shocked by the boy's optimism. That is the logic of youth. Lee took a dramatic pose as he shouted to the sky. Sit down, you freak. Lee immediately did as he was told, but a big smile lingered on his face. What are you smiling at? It was starting to weird Zabuza out. I knew you were not all bad. I mean, you traveled with that kid, Haku. No one who has a kid with them can be bad. Lee continued to smile brightly at Zabuza. Zabuza threw his hands in the air in defeat. Think whatever you want. I still intend to take the bridge builder's life tomorrow. Not to mention your sensei's. Gatu will pay big once this works out. Lee started quietly at Zabuza for a few seconds. How did you end up in Gator's gang? I mean, why did you leave Kiri? It's a long story, kid, and not one I like to tell, so I'll give you the short version. Zabuza scratched his head as he thought where to start. I attempted to take over the village and failed. I've been on the run ever since. I met Gatu by chance and it seemed to fit. If I can get this money, I can afford to go back and try again. This time I'll hire another village. Maybe or something. Zabuza grabbed a jug of water and started to drink. Instead of that, just team up with us and come to Konoha. Zabuza immediately spit his water out. You don't say just ridiculous things. There's no way that's possible. Zabuza shouted. Sure it is, Hokage-sama is really understanding. I'm sure if you explain the situation he'll be more than happy to help. Lee continued to smile at the demon ninja. You know what? I've lost my appetite. Zabuza doused out the fire and the darkness of the night took over. Hey, wait, I'm still hungry though. Lee shouted. Too bad, go to sleep, brat. Zabuza laid down and rolled away so his back was to the genin. You know. You can protest all you want, but I know you're a good guy, deep down there. Despite being energetic just a second ago, Lee now sounded sleepy. Zabuza said nothing to Lee now. Instead he let silence claim the area for the rest of the night. Here's the plan. Guy spoke with complete authority now as he looked over his 2 students. The 2 of you are to stay here for 15 minutes. Once that time is up, charge in no matter what. Lee's life is on the line. Yes. Hinata and Naruto shouted together. Alright. Tazuna-san, you ready? Guy turned to the old bridge builder who nodded at him. No matter what happens. I just want you all to know that I think I made the right choice in hiring you guys. Thank you for everything. Tazuna bowed to them. Don't speak like it's over yet. You'll definitely complete that bridge. Naruto attempted to cheer the old man up. Well, let's go. Guy began to walk away. I guess I'll see you 2 on the battlefield. Haku muttered as he waved to the 2 genin. He then hurried after Guy and Tazuna. This wasn't good, he realized. He was going to have to crush these feelings here in a few short minutes. In no time the small group arrived at the bridge to find it completely shrouded in a thick mist. Guess he's already here. Guy mumbled. He looked at Tazuna. I'm ready. Let's go save your student. Guy nodded and the 3 of them walked into the mist. Chapter 9. Battle on the bridge. Battle on the bridge. I see that you've decided to do exactly as I said, might Guy. I'm kind of surprised. Zabuza's voice resounded throughout the thick mist. Where are you? Where's Lee? Guy shouted as he looked around, unable to spot anyone. Guy-sensei. I'm right here. Lee's voice came from straight in front of him. Guy squinted hard and 2 figures slowly became visible. Lee. Guy shouted happily. He was alright. At the very least he was alive. What a touching reunion. Zabuza said mockingly. But let's not forget why we're all here. What's your angle here, Zabuza? I have 2 people you want, you only have 1. Guy eyed the man carefully. How about we make this a little interesting? Zabuza drew out slowly. I'll send Lee and you send Haku out halfway. They can fight each other for their freedom. I refuse. You're sick. Guy shot him down instantly. Zabuza roared with laughter at Guy's immediate refusal. You don't have a choice. Either take it or I'll cut his head off right here. Zabuza grabbed onto his sword as he spoke. TCH. Damn. Guy looked down to Haku and nodded him forward. I'm sorry. Haku whispered so Zabuza couldn't hear. As he stepped forward, he drew his needles. Go on, brat. Zabuza looked down at Lee as he spoke. It does not have to be this way. You can still take my offer. Come with us. Lee had yet to take a step forward. At going. Zabuza turned his gaze away from him. Lee stared at him for another few seconds. Goodbye, Zabuza-san. Lee whipped out a kunai and also took a few steps forward. Azuna watched in panic as Lee and Haku walked up to each other. The bridge was now completely silent except for the footsteps of the two shinobi as they got closer and closer. The anxiety was almost too much for the older man's heart. Hey. Tazuna whispered to Guy, shouldn't you join him? This is much too risky. What if Zabuza attacks? Guy kept a grim expression as he stared forward. Zabuza won't move. He wants to test my nerves. He wants me to make a mistake. Tazuna looked back at Lee. He really hoped Guy was right. The two shinobi stopped 10 paces from one another. Please, make this a more youthful battle. Lee brought his kunai up in front of himself as he spoke. He smiled at his opponent, a very tight-lipped one. I would rather not fight you at all, if it can be helped, I would rather not kill you. Haku raised him to the throwing position. That makes two of us. Lee's smile dropped and his look became completely serious. Naruto-san and Hinata-san have been training hard since the incident. You'd be proud of them. Haku threw them and vanished a second later. Lee easily deflected all of them and then looked for his opponent. I would expect nothing less from my teammates. Lee looked down to see his shadow growing. Realizing that Haku was above, he jumped backwards just as Haku landed on the ground where he had been. He struck dangerously low into the bridge. Still in midair from his jump, Lee whipped his kunai at his foe. Haku easily ducked out of the way and charged at Lee again. The second Lee's feet touched the ground he was off like a rocket. Haku hardly had time to block the fist aimed towards his face. Haku dropped low and performed a sweeping kick. Lee jumped over it and countered with a kick. Haku caught his leg. You're quite fast. Haku acknowledged. It is apparent it will take more than Taijutsu to determine the outcome of this match. Haku began forming hand signs with his free hand. He's using his Kekkei Genkai. Guy took a step forward but stopped himself. Unfortunately, Taijutsu is all I have. However, I will make it enough to beat you. Lee pulled his leg back and freed it from Haku's grasp. He landed in a crouching position. Just then, he noticed ice shards coming at him from every direction. What? Lee quickly launched himself into the air to avoid being skewered. Lee. I can't watch this battle. Not like this. Guy felt himself inclined to run to his student that he hadn't seen for 2 weeks. Wait right there, my guy, I want to see this play out. Unless you want me to go for the bridge builder. Zabuza laughed again as Guy paused where he was. He grit his teeth. Zabuza was right and he knew it. He couldn't leave Tazuna's side just yet. Lee landed on the ground just as a spike of ice shot from it at him. Lee quickly moved to the side. 2 more shots at him from his left and right and Lee was barely able to duck under these. He rolled sideways to avoid yet another spike that came from water that littered the bridge. Zabuza had prepared this beforehand. As Lee jumped up from his roll, the water beneath him turned into solid ice. Lee quickly lost his footing and slid painfully to the ground. He looked up to see Haku flying at him again, ready. Now I got you. I'm sorry, Tazuna-san, Lee needs my help. Guy shot forward, but Zabuza immediately stood in his path. Out of my way. Guy shouted as he swung at the shirtless ninja. Zabuza used the broad side of his sword as a shield from Guy's punch. If that's how you want it, then you leave me no choice. Zabuza jumped back, slung his sword onto his back and put his hands together. The mist quickly intensified until Guy could barely see his own hand in front of him. This mist is too thick even for you, Zabuza, how do you expect to fight like this? Guy shouted into the white fog. He started looking around for any sign of his opponent. In response to his question, Guy heard a deep chuckle. Do you forget what I used to be, my guy? I was a silent assassin of Kurigakure. Killing you when I can't even see you happens to be a specialty of mine. Lee rolled out of the way just as Haku hit the ground again. The frozen bridge now worked to Lee's advantage as he easily slid far enough away from Haku to get back into a ready stance. Impressive, you think fast on your feet. You are also able to dodge attacks coming from multiple directions at once, no doubt experience you have received from training with Naruto-san. As Haku spoke, the mist grew heavier. Soon Lee was unable to see his opponent. Unfortunately for you, I trained with Zabuza-san, fighting in this mist is little of a disadvantage for me. It won't make a difference if we are far enough away from the source. Lee jumped backwards and began running away from where he assumed Zabuza was. As he ran, he heard just the barest sound of whizzing through the air. Lee ducked just as a set flew over his head. He heard it again, and Lee turned his head to the side to avoid another set. The farther he went, the more the mist seemed to clear. His idea was working. Suddenly his progress was halted. Lee looked down to see his feet trapped in solid ice. He couldn't get out. No escape this time. Haku appeared in front of Lee, poised to strike. Your assassination attempt won't work on me, Mamachi Zabuza. I am Jonin from Konoha. If you get close enough to me, I'll sense you in an instant. Guy walked around aimlessly as he spoke. Waiting for Zabuza to make his move. Guy would be ready. You may have a point there. Too bad there is another man here who doesn't have the same skills as you. Guy paled when he heard Zabuza's threat. Oh no. Guy began running for where he knew Tazuna was. He had to make it. There was no way he couldn't. Guy was just barely able to make out Tazuna's form now. Then he saw it. A giant blade cutting through the mist. He wasn't going to get there in time. Tazuna-san, move. Guy only hoped he would react in time. Kaiten. Page Bunshin no Jutsu. Zabuza's sword bounced harmlessly off of Hinata's spinning shield. Haku struck true, but he hit Naruto instead of Lee. Who's got who? Naruto laughed as blood fell from his mouth. He grabbed onto Haku's arm as a clone ran up from the right. Haku wasn't able to pull away and the new Naruto nailed him right in the face. Haku went rolling away. The Naruto within him bent over, coughed up more blood and popped while the other Naruto disappeared into the mist after Haku. It's good to see you alive and well, bushy brow. Lee whirled around to see the real Naruto crouched at his feet, stabbing at the ice with a kunai. In just a couple seconds Lee was free and able to move again. Naruto, you saved me. I thought for a split second that the one that took the blow was you. Lee nodded gratefully to Naruto who stood up now that his task was complete. Yeah, that trick is pretty handy. Naruto laughed. We can catch up later, right? I got 2 clones left fighting that guy, we have to help them. Lee nodded happily. That won't be necessary. Haku's voice rang out from all around. Crap. Naruto and Lee quickly moved so they were back to back with each other. I can't believe he beat them so fast. 1 second they were there and the next they just died. How did he do it? Simple, don't you see? You are already trapped inside me. The mist around them cleared enough that Naruto and Lee could see they were completely surrounded by mirrors. There was a Haku in each one. What the hell? Zabuza nearly lost his grip on his sword as it bounced backwards. The spinning shield that had deflected his blade disappeared to reveal Hinata slowly stopping her spin. You bitch. You think that pathetic will be enough to stop me? Zabuza brought his sword back up. Konoha Senpyu. Guy landed a powerful kick into Zabuza's stomach. Zabuza was launched backwards into the mist, where he disappeared from sight. Guy landed in front of his student. Hinata, nice work. I trust there were no problems. Guy looked back at his student. Azuna-san's house was attacked by a couple of samurai before we were able to leave. We think they were Gatyu's thugs. Hinata said, looking ready to spin if Zabuza showed himself. What? Is my family okay? Tazuna interrupted. Hinata nodded. They are fine. The samurai were trying to kidnap your daughter, but Inari stood up to them. He gave me and Naruto-kun the perfect distraction to sneak up on them and take them out. After we got them we hurried here as fast as we could. Thank goodness it appears we weren't too late. Where is Naruto? I don't see him around. Guy glanced around briefly for his other student. He's here, but he stopped to aid Lee-senpai. Hinata answered quickly. Excellent. Your fires are burning brightly. Guy gave Hinata the thumbs up before he turned serious again. Listen, Hinata. Don't leave Tazuna's side no matter what. I will fight Zabuza in the mist alone. Can I count on you to make sure Tazuna is safe? Yes, sensei, I won't fail you. Hinata stood firm. Good, be careful. With that, Guy charged into the mist. Alright, Zabuza, it's time we settle this. Fine by me, I'm going to make you regret those words. Zabuza shouted from within the mist. What the hell is this? Naruto shouted. He and Lee were still back to back. You didn't mention that you were capable of making this many mirrors. Not to mention that you can make one of you in each mirror. Of course not. A true shinobi never reveals his secrets while not in a battle. The results could be fatal. All the reflections moved as one as they reached into his back pouch. Are they clones? Lee eyed each one extremely carefully in an attempt to decipher even a minor difference. No, they're not clones. Haku answered now. They are merely reflections. Now then, it's time I show you what real speed is. Each Haku lifted a single. In an instant, dozens of needles littered the floor. Naruto and Lee now had scratch marks everywhere. It happened so fast it took both of them an instant to realize what had happened. When they did, they both fell to the ground in agony. What the hell? Naruto gasped. That attack came from everywhere at once. Those must be clones. No, that was an extreme speed. I should have taken my leg weights off. Lee started to reach for them but it pierced his hand. Lee drew it back quickly. There will be no need for that. Haku said. I'd prefer you guys just lay quietly and give it up. Like hell. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 3 more Narutos popped up. Okay bushy brow, if we can't keep up in here then we just gotta bust out. Let's make a run for it. Right. Let us go. Lee got up and started running. Naruto and his clones did the same, each of them went in a completely separate direction. It's pointless. Haku vanished from the mirrors for a second. In that second Lee, Naruto and his clones were all thrown backwards. They had hardly gone more than a few feet. You have trained quite hard these past 2 weeks in order to make sure your clones wouldn't pop upon receiving damage. I'm sorry to tell you that all that training was completely pointless, Naruto-san. Go to hell, Haku. Naruto picked up a needle that was laying on the ground. For being so fast, your aim really sucks. Not a single one of these has nailed us directly. Is that so? Haku asked. In the next instant, Naruto had 3 in himself and each of his clones. Each one slowly fell over and popped. Damn it. Naruto slowly stood back up. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 3 more clones popped up. Again, bushy brow. Naruto and his clones started running. Right. Lee also began running for an exit. You're trying my patience. Haku flew for Lee first. When he was knocked back he went for the Narutos. He nailed the first one in the throat, forcing it to pop. Haku landed in a mirror and immediately jumped for the next one. He stabbed it and it also popped. Haku turned to get the next one, but one of his own flew right in front of his face. Haku backtracked quickly into a mirror before jumping back out and quickly knocking back the other 2 Narutos. Damn it, I almost had him. One Naruto groaned as he got up, both of them picked up another. Lee looked at him in surprise. You can see him move. Not exactly. I'll explain later. Can you keep going to bushy brow? Each Naruto appeared to make another clone. Of course. Lee pulled a couple out of himself as well. He then stood up. All of them took off in a separate direction again. Haku decided to go for Naruto first this time. He took care of another clone. Suddenly, he felt a pierce his shoulder. Haku was so surprised he stopped moving. Lee noticed right away and changed his direction. He jumped and spun in the air towards his opponent. Haku blocked his spinning kick, but Lee's follow-up punch nailed him square in the stomach. Haku flew into a mirror, but instead of smashing into it, he sank inside. I got him that time. Naruto smiled proudly to himself. That shouldn't be possible. Haku muttered in disbelief. No one can see my movements. I have to end this fast. Haku launched himself at Naruto before he had a chance to replace his fallen clone. When he popped this one, another flew at him. Haku barely ducked this time and then flew back into his mirror. Now I get it. You can't see me at all, can you? Figured it out already? Naruto chuckled. That's right. Learning to maintain my clones wasn't the only thing I learned while training. When you pop my clones I know right where you are. I just have to throw one of the needles you leave me when their knowledge comes into my head. So far, I'd say it's working pretty good. Most impressive, Naruto. Lee pumped his fist into the air. With this strategy, escape probably wasn't even necessary. They just had to run around and force Haku to attack them. Taking off his weights wouldn't be needed either. Shadow clones take an incredible amount of chakra. How long can you keep this up? Hakus appeared in all of the mirrors again. Way longer than you'll be able to keep up this crappy of yours. Naruto bragged. I have the most chakra of any genin in the leaf. There's no way I'll run out against someone like you. This is most unfortunate. I had been avoiding your vital points. I had come to enjoy your company over these past couple weeks, but it would appear I no longer have any choice but to kill you. Haku launched himself at Naruto. He pierced him in the heart. He disappeared in a puff of smoke. Now just you left. Haku threw another set of at Naruto and Lee. Naruto, having received information from his clone, was able to roll out of the way. Lee wasn't so lucky, but he did manage to avoid getting hit in his vitals. Damn it, I think he's serious. Naruto formed the ram seal once again. Bushy brow, are you going to be able to go another time? Naruto looked with worry over at his teammate. Why yeah, no problem, Naruto. Lee staggered to his feet. He didn't even bother to pull any needles out. He didn't want to admit it, but he was still sore from being thrashed by Zabuza a week ago too. Now he was covered in needles. Anyone would be exhausted, yet he couldn't afford to let his teammate down. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Again, 3 more Narutos appeared. Why do you try so hard? Can't you see that it is impossible to win here? Mine has never fallen before. Haku was frustrated now. Now Naruto was dodging him. Proof that this was taking far too long. He was running out of chakra. Haku was going to have to get underhanded to end this. It's because we can't die yet. We're finally together again. There's no way I'd let something as stupid as split us back up. Naruto and his clones took a running stance. Lee smiled happily at his best friend. Let's take this guy out, Naruto. You got it, bushy brow. Let's go. The Narutos took off. Lee started to hit him in the calf, causing him to stumble and fall. Haku flew at Lee now. Naruto stopped and turned. Time seemed to slow down. Haku was flying at Lee, one ready to strike him down. Naruto whipped a kunai out of his pouch and began to run towards Lee as well. Haku was too close. He was going to strike. Putting on a final burst of speed, Naruto got in front of him and swung his kunai. It impaled Haku in the stomach. Lee looked up to see Naruto standing in front of him, running through the side of his neck. Haku was bleeding hard from the stomach and he appeared to be coughing up blood. Naruto. Your clone got him. Lee rose slowly to his feet. Not yet. Naruto roared and pulled the kunai out. He went to strike again, but Haku pushed him back and jumped towards his mirrors, throwing more as he did. They all connected with Naruto. As this happened, 3 Narutos disappeared. The one who had taken the hits remained. I ducked under another swing Zabuza made. He turned around to deliver a powerful kick, but as always, Zabuza was gone. They had been going back and forth like this for minutes now. Zabuza would appear swinging, Guy would block or dodge and return fire, only for Zabuza to have already vanished back into the mist. This kind of battle doesn't much suit my flames of youth, why don't you say we make this a little more head-on? Guy jumped over a low swing from the sword. When he landed, Zabuza wasn't anywhere to be seen. Then he heard the whizzing of the blade from behind him. Guy realized with fear that he couldn't dodge all the way this time. So he jumped backwards. The back of the blade by the handle cut deep into his hip. Guy was able to deliver a powerful elbow into Zabuza's ribcage in exchange though. Zabuza disappeared back into the mist. That sounds fun, but no thanks. Any minute now Haku will have your 2 students down and he'll come to assist me. Not even you can take us both at once. Guy wasn't able to pinpoint Zabuza's voice. That is the most youthful strategy. I would have expected more pride out of you. Guy took 2 small steps backwards. His hands were ready for anything. Besides, how can you be so sure your pupil will win? He outnumbered himself. Haku could never lose. He for sure has them trapped in his by now. Once that happens it is only a matter of time. I guarantee it. Zabuza appeared right in front of Guy, thrusting his sword forward. Guy stepped to the side and punched Zabuza through the face. He turned into water. I got you no. Zabuza was in the air above Guy. He swung his sword down. This time instead of dodging, Guy spun around and slapped his hands on either side of the blade. He managed to halt its progress inches before it split his face. Zabuza's feet hit the ground. He tried to pull his sword back, but he couldn't move it. I smirked. Wrong, I've got you now. Lee couldn't move. He couldn't speak. This one was a clone too, right? He had to be. Naruto must have made an extra and snuck out already. Naruto slowly turned his head to look at Lee. Sorry to say bushy brow, but I'm the real one. He must have known what he was thinking. Naruto's voice broke Lee from his shock. No. Why are you the real one? Why did you jump in front of him? I had to, it had to be me, no clone of mine would have survived through this. It was the best way to save you. Naruto wobbled a little now. But why did you have to save me? You were the one who was actually keeping up with him. You should have saved yourself. Tears were beginning to well up in Lee's eyes. I promised Tenten. Naruto whispered. Lee's eyes grew big. I swore to her that I'd keep you safe. Naruto fell backwards. Lee stumbled down and barely caught him. Lee sat on his knees, supporting Naruto with his arms. Besides, what kind of Hokage would I be if I let my friends die? It was bad enough when I watched you get captured. You can't be Hokage at all if you die. Tears fell freely from Lee's face now. What was all that talk about nothing separating us? Were those just empty words? Naruto smiled slightly up at him. It's funny. He completely ignored Lee's questions. I didn't think anyone would cry for me when I died. Naruto's voice almost sounded relieved. The whole village hated me, you know. Even our generation. They all looked at me like I was going to destroy them. I didn't know what I'd done to deserve it until just before I became a genin. I want you to know too. This was it. The secret Lee had wanted to hear since he'd met Naruto. Lee had spent hours in the library. Days, asking people to just try and get one more hint. Now he was about to get it. But he didn't want to know now, not like this. No Naruto. Lee choked out. Conserve your strength. If you stop speaking you might still be able to live. Naruto ignored him. It was because of Kyuubi no Yoko. It was sealed inside me as a baby. Lee's tears hit full force now. It all finally made sense, he had all the clues, but he hadn't even been able to put it together. Now it was almost too late. Naruto, please, stop. Lee begged. It does not matter, I accept you regardless, Hinata and Guy-sensei still do as well. We do not care if you have a demon inside you, just live. Naruto felt tears start to slip out of his own eyes as well now. His voice came out hoarse. Meeting you guys was the best thing that ever happened to me. I would rather die and never become Hokage than lose one of you. Thank you Lee. Not for being my friend. Naruto closed his eyes and went limp right in the boy's arms. Naruto. Lee put his face up to Naruto's chest. He didn't have a pulse. This is the first time you actually used my name. Why did it have to be the last thing you ever said to me? Lee's voice was muffled by Naruto's jacket. Naruto. Lee screamed to the sky. Naruto lived a hard life. To have no one is to have no purpose. Meeting you gave him purpose. Naruto and I were very much alike. He was just as much prepared to become a real shinobi as I. To do that, you must accept death. Haku slid himself back into his mirror, regret was heavy in his voice. Be quiet. Lee whispered. He gently laid Naruto down. Lee then sat cross-legged next to him and began pulling out of his body. Blood spurted with each one, but Lee kept going. Soon, Naruto's body was free of them. Lee closed Naruto's eyes and then began to pull them out of himself. Naruto. Lee grit his teeth as he pulled one out. Haku just watched him silently, he owed him at least that. You were my best friend. I am hurting so badly right now that I cannot even describe it. Lee finished pulling off the and then removed his leg weights. Haku still made no move to stop him. The only thing that I can possibly think of to ease the pain is by avenging you. I will do whatever it takes, even if it destroys my own body. Lee slowly stood up, a pair of weights in each hand. Here I come. He then threw one of them at one of Haku's mirrors. It will take more than just a couple pounds to destroy my mirror. Haku was cut off as the weight shattered the mirror he was in completely. The shattering caused all of the reflections to disappear, leaving only one Haku in the mirror. Lee looked at it immediately and whipped his second weight. Haku barely managed to dive out in time. He fell out of it upside down. Nevertheless, he turned to throw his at Lee, but he was gone. Haku didn't even have time to wonder where he went as an elbow buried itself in his stomach. Konoha Sagansho. Lee shouted as Haku went flying backwards into the mist. Lee landed as Haku's ice mirrors shattered all around him. Haku's back connected painfully with the concrete, successfully knocking the breath from his body. Haku slowly stood up. Lee charged straight at him. Haku raised his arm and blocked a punch. He then jumped over Lee's sweeping kick. Lee vanished and Haku felt Lee's fist connect with his shoulder. Haku spun twice from the force of the blow. Lee wasn't inside again. Haku hurt him though. He bent low just as Lee's kick flew over. What incredible speed. Haku blocked Lee's follow-up kick. He skidded back several feet from the force. And power. Haku moved his head sideways to dodge Lee's next punch. But I cannot afford to lose here. Haku was now within Lee's guard. He threw his own punch. Before it could connect with Lee's stomach he disappeared. Let go of my sword. Zabuza gritted his teeth and pushed down harder. Guy held his ground firmly. He wasn't even giving an inch. Blood spurted out of his open wound. You release your hold on it. Guy retorted through clenched teeth. It was taking all his power to accomplish this task and ignore the pain. At the very least, he had Zabuza in sight now. Guy pushed upwards a little. Zabuza wouldn't budge either. Suddenly, a figure flew right under and between them. He rolled painfully past them before stumbled up to his feet. Haku? Zabuza looked over in surprise. Guy took the opportunity and began to push the blade up. Then Lee flew over them and pressed on with his attack. Lee? Guy was completely shocked now. He had never seen such a look of pure rage on Lee's face. He then realized that he could see farther into the mist than normally. Zabuza was lifting the mist. His surprise was greater than Guy had expected. Guy could now see Tazuna and Hinata as well. Hinata watched in horror as Lee beat on the boy she had come to know over the past 2 weeks. Lee-senpai. Stop. Hinata took a couple steps away from Tazuna. Haku-sen isn't a bad person. There's no need to go so far. Lee actually halted his attack to look at Hinata. Haku leaned painfully against the railing and rubbed his bruised cheek. Despite the apparent aggressive assault Lee was giving, hardly any of his blows were more than glancing. He was too worked up to fight properly. A fact Haku was using to stay alive at the moment. He is not a bad person. Lee asked in disbelief. Hinata could do nothing more than look at him in confusion. He is the worst kind of person. Lee shouted, pointing a dramatic finger at Haku. He killed Naruto. I can never forgive him for that. Lee balled his hands into fists. It's time. Lee then widened his stance and stuck his arms in an X in front of himself. The world stopped for Guy and Hinata. Their thoughts ran exactly the same. Naruto was dead. Impossible. Lee had just been caught in the heat of battle and had misjudged. There was no way he was dead. First gate. Lee called, breaking them both from their reserve. Guy finally had the peace of mind to say something. He let go of Zabuza's sword and dodged out of the way as it came crashing onto the ground. Zabuza stumbled forward from the unexpected shift. Lee, wait. He took only a couple running steps. Open. It was too late. Lee vanished for a second and then he and Haku tumbled off the side of the bridge. I stopped running. There was no point following him. He had Zabuza still to fight. Well. Seems like Haku did pretty good. Too bad for that kid of yours. Zabuza chuckled to himself as he swung at Guy again. Guy held up his hand and this time stopped the blade with one hand. What? Guy's back was still turned to Zabuza. You'll pay for that comment. Guy said darkly. He spun around and nailed Zabuza in the side of the head with a strong kick. Zabuza stuck his blade into the ground to keep himself from skidding. Zabuza regretted the decision. He was still close enough to see Guy's face clearly. The look of pure rage was something more akin to a devil than Zabuza had ever seen. Guy reached into his back pouch, causing Zabuza tensed up. Guy pulled out Nunchaku and the demon ninja let out a sigh of relief. You plan to beat my big sword with that small thing? Zabuza had to suppress a laugh. Guy didn't even respond this time. Instead he swung his weapon around. Suit yourself. Zabuza hefted his mighty blade and charged. Scary looking or not, he was going to split him in half. As he came to Guy he swung down. Guy swung his weapon to meet Zabuza's sword. The result was Zabuza's sword being knocked completely backwards. What the Zabuza's speech was cut as Guy slammed the two poles together and then thrust them into Zabuza's face. Gah. Zabuza held his face with one hand. The other still held onto the sword. You'll pay for that. I vanished. Apparently you didn't hear me. Zabuza's eyes grew wide. The voice was right behind his ear. It is you who will pay. Zabuza had no chance to move as his ribcage lit up in burning pain. He spun around swinging his blade. Guy knocked it back with his nunchaku again. Another swing around and one of the wood poles slapped Zabuza in the side of the face. The force sent Zabuza to the ground. Zabuza slowly started to stand up. Is that the best you can do? Guy's foot connected with Zabuza's stomach, lifting him completely from where he lay and into the air. Guy swung his weapon around again. Zabuza was barely blocked with his blade. The force sent the still airborne Zabuza flying back a few feet. He landed and skied on the ground. I took a step towards him. Zabuza's eyes grew wide with fear. Stay away. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 4 shuriken. He whipped them all. 3 of them nailed Guy in the torso. 1 nicked him in the cheek. It started to bleed freely. I wiped the blood off of it and looked down at it. You disappoint me. I thought the bloody demon of the mist would pose a bigger threat than this. Zabuza felt his fear increasing. The man had lost it. He took the blow of those shuriken without even blinking. Guy vanished and reappeared in front of Zabuza. His nunchaku were already coming around. Zabuza blocked with the handle of his sword. He then pulled out a kunai and stabbed Guy. Guy stepped back but it was too late. Zabuza struck right in between the ribs. Guy coughed up blood. I'm not done yet. He swung his nunchaku again. Zabuza again blocked with his blade. He then pulled his kunai out before taking another stab. Guy jumped back and successfully dodged this time. So the cornered demon gets desperate. A good strategy though. Blocking with that big sword of yours and then slicing at me with your speedy, small kunai. It worked the first time but it won't help you anymore. Guy began his assault again. Hinata was blind to everything that was happening in front of her. The second leaf fell off the bridge, his words resounded in her head. She needed to see it for herself. Tizuna put his hand on her shoulder. Hey, take me to him. I want to see him too. Tizuna's voice was solemn. Hinata nodded her thanks, grabbed Tizuna's hand and led them past the 2 fighting ninja. It didn't take long to make out Naruto's body in the clearing mist. Hinata gasped at the sight she saw. His body was covered with little bloody holes. Dozens of shards of ice lay all around him. Tizuna doubted he would have even needed his glasses to confirm the boy wasn't breathing. Hinata knelt down to check anyway. He had no pulse, as she already knew. Hinata bit back her tears. You don't need to hold them in for me. Tizuna began wiping away his own tears. Damn it, look at him. Smiling even in death. What Tizuna said was true. Naruto's mouth was curved upwards, even from the way he lay. Hinata stared down at Naruto. So many things were running through her mind. Finally, words started to come to her. I loved him, you know. Tizuna stared at her silently. I've loved him for a long time, I think. I only just realized it recently though. It had started out as admiration. I wonder when it turned into something more. Hinata smiled bitterly at how pathetic she was. This was the first time she had ever confessed aloud and he wasn't even alive to hear it. I was so happy when we were placed on the same team, I thought I could have died right then. It was a good thing I didn't. I had so many new experiences with him. Tears finally started to fall from her eyes. They hit Naruto in the cheek. Sometimes he was a real idiot. But I fell even more in love with him because of it. Tizuna's tears, she slowly began rubbing his cheek. Just recently, we made a vow to each other. I was going to become the heir to my clan. He was going to become Hokage. We were both going to get the respect we wanted. Hinata wiped away her tears. She shuddered for a second. Damn it, Naruto. Hinata shouted. Tizuna looked at her in surprise. Who is supposed to become Hokage now? Hinata screamed as she banged a fist on his chest. Who am I supposed to draw my confidence from now? She hit him again. Who am I supposed to accomplish my dream with now? She hit him once more. Her last question came as little more than a whisper. Who am I supposed to love now? No fist followed. Instead, Hinata broke completely down into tears. Haku and Lee both landed on the water at approximately the same time. There was no mist down here at all. Instead, the clear blue sky and bright rays of the sun shined down on them. Something completely unfit for the battle that was taking place. Neither shinobi paid any attention to the nice weather though. They were squaring off. Lee sent a flying kick at Haku. A wall of ice rose and Lee nailed that instead, leaving a huge crack. Lee disappeared and reappeared behind Haku. This time a hand of ice shot from the water and grabbed Lee's forearm, stopping his punch completely. "You made a big mistake bringing me down here." Haku turned to face Lee. "This whole battlefield is now my weapon. There is no way you can beat me when we fight on top of the water." Haku raised his arms. In response, 4 spikes of ice shot out of the water at Lee. Thinking fast, Lee kicked the ice arm, freeing his hand. Lee then did a backflip, avoiding the spikes. "I cannot afford to lose here. I still have time left with the first gate." Lee charged again. Haku raised another wall of ice. Lee easily shattered it with his knee. He then released a chamber kick at Haku. Haku formed the water around his arm and made an ice gauntlet. He blocked the kick with that gauntlet. Lee landed on the ground and the water crawled up his feet and froze. Lee was stuck again like he was up on the bridge. "I'm sorry, but this is it for you." Haku made a series of hand signs. The water around Lee began to spin and rise up. Not long and it was all the way up to his neck. "It will take more than this to bring me down." Lee flailed his arms as best he could, but it proved pointless. As the spinning water rose over his head it solidified. Lee was now trapped inside a prison of ice. He couldn't move at all. It must be a painful way to die. Haku sympathized. Not being able to move, not able to breathe. The only thing you can do is wait to die. "I'm sorry that you are unable to avenge your friend." Haku turned around and started to walk towards the support beams on the bridge. A burst of chakra made him stop. Haku turned around in surprise. What he saw was an even greater surprise. Lee was glowing and the ice began cracking. "Impossible." Haku murmured as the ice shattered completely with a loud bang. "Second gate. Open." Lee said triumphantly. He touched the water and vanished. His fist connected with Haku's cheek, knocking him back. Haku landed on the water painfully. To have enough power to shatter the ice with pure chakra. Incredible. Lee didn't give Haku any longer to admire his new strength as he charged at him again. Haku rose another wall of water in defense. Before it even turned to ice, Lee burst through it. Haku brought up his gauntlet to defend. Lee's fist shattered it too. Ice spikes fired from behind Haku. Lee jumped backwards to dodge them. Wasting no time, Haku raised his hands. A giant wave of water formed all around him. Meanwhile, spikes of ice shot continued to shoot at Lee. The water began to bend inwards. Soon, Haku hid himself encased in a giant dome of water. The water turned to ice and Haku sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. "You cannot hide from me," Lee shouted. He flew at the dome and nailed it with his most powerful kick. The ice didn't even crack. Lee jumped back and did it again. He then followed the second kick with a punch. The ice still didn't give way. "You won't be able to break this ice. It is much thicker than my mirrors. Also, once this dome is complete it takes no chakra to maintain. While your gates and chakra exhaust out there I will be recovering my chakra here." Haku sat cross-legged in the center of his dome. He had spoken more to himself. There was no way Lee could hear him from here. Soon, Lee's blows stopped. Haku smiled and stood up. It was time to end this. Then it happened. The top of Haku's dome shattered. Lee fell through and landed in a crouch right in front of him. That shouldn't be possible. Haku slid backwards on the slippery dome floor. How did Lee know that the weakest point of his dome was the top where the water had merged? Anything is possible if you set your mind to it. Lee jumped at Haku, his fist extended. A spike of ice shot from the floor, blocking Lee's fist. Lee slid backwards as 3 more spikes shot up right where he had been standing. Lee then slid himself forward. He jumped over another spike that appeared. "Stop this. The dome is made of ice. Surely you see the hopelessness of this struggle." Haku yelled as he ducked under Lee's kick. Haku slid to the center of the dome. He raised his arms and spikes fired from all around at Lee. "I told you, anything is possible." Lee vanished and all the ice shattered uselessly against itself. Haku looked downwards just in time to see Lee's foot fly up at him. It connected with his chin and launched him outside of the ice dome. Just as Haku's flight skyward stopped, Lee appeared behind him. The bandages on his arms wrapped themselves around Haku. They pulled tight and Haku could no longer move. Lee grabbed onto him and as they fell Lee began spinning quickly. Haku realized with fear that Lee intended to slam him into the dome he'd created to defend himself. Haku closed his eyes and focused hard. The ice began to melt. Willing it to melt faster, Haku was barely able to make it all vanish before he and Lee nailed the water. However, without the ice there, Haku and Lee drilled deep down into the water. Haku's ears popped from the pressure of going so far down. Soon their descent slowed. The now wet bandages snapped easily with a slight tug from Haku. He kicked off of Lee and began swimming towards the surface. Third gate. Open. Haku felt another boom of chakra. He turned around in disbelief. Lee started kicking with all his might. He flew at Haku like a rocket. Haku didn't have a chance to move out of the way as Lee nailed him in the shoulder. Haku swung around in the water. Right when he stopped spinning, he felt Lee nail him again in the back as he shot by again. Haku couldn't even tell if Lee was punching him or just plain ramming him anymore. Even scarier, Haku realized he had lost his bearings. With all the spinning, Haku didn't even know what way was up. Suddenly, Lee nailed him again. Haku watched the way the bubbles went that Lee created. Haku knew which way to go now. He formed a quick set of seals. A pillar of ice formed beneath his feet and started shooting upwards. Haku looked out of the corner of his eye. He saw Lee flying upwards towards him. This was going to be close. Haku barely broke the water before Lee did. He channeled all the chakra into his feet and jumped. Combined with the pressure of breaking out of the water, Haku went higher than he had expected. He looked down to see the bridge was well below him. Haku's relief turned into pure terror as he felt Lee grab onto both of his ankles. "It is over," Lee roared. He began doing a series of front flips, taking Haku along for the ride. When he released his hold, Haku was flung towards the bridge at an alarming speed. Zabuza had been one of the best swordsmen in his village. Even among the 7 that he was a member of, he was considered one of the best. It was rare in his life that he met someone who outclassed him in skills with a weapon. For this crazy green beast to be someone who was better than him was of great insult to Zabuza. "Damn it. I'm going to tear you to shreds," Zabuza roared. He charged and stabbed Guy with his kunai again. Guy ducked under the kunai, stepped forward and swung his nunchaku upwards. The pole connected with Zabuza's chin. "You won't be tearing anyone else to shreds ever again." Guy swung his nunchaku around and nailed Zabuza painfully in the back of the knee. Zabuza dropped down to his knees just as a crash appeared further down the bridge. Both shinobi looked to see Haku laying on the ground. The boy started to stumble up but collapsed. Lee soon fell down onto the bridge too. He landed, but then he too stumbled. The gate's effects had worn off. "Seems like this is it, Mamachi Zabuza, for you and your pupil." Guy swung his nunchaku back into his pouch. "For ending my student's youth, I plan to take yours." Guy cocked back his fist in preparation. Zabuza could only look at it in fear. This fist would definitely not be one he could survive. Haku's vision blurred back just in time for him to see Guy bring his fist back. Haku again attempted to stand up. "Damn it." Haku cursed. His arms were broken. He had used them to shield himself from the impact onto the bridge. He was alive, but the price had been heavy. Haku barely managed to get to his feet. He could make it. As long as his feet worked he would be just fast enough to intercept that punch. "Jaiukin." Haku's vision blurred completely again. He coughed up blood and then fell to his knees. "Zabuza-san. Run." Haku fell to the floor, unconscious. Hinata stood behind him. Her open palm was still extended outwards. Her Byakugan is still active. "I believed in you, Haku-san. I really did." Her face was still stained with tears. A sudden movement in the mist caught the attention of her eyes. "Gui-sensei, behind you." Guy spun around at Hinata's warning. A man with a spear appeared out of what mist was left and charged at him. Guy grabbed it as the man thrust it at him. A sneak attack. Most youthful. Guy snapped the spear and then grabbed the man by the throat and slammed him into the ground. Zabuza smiled. He didn't know who the man was or where he had come from, but he gave him just the opportunity he needed. Zabuza stood up and hefted his sword. He was going to hack Guy in two. "Don't even think about it." Guy shot his foot backwards. It connected with Zabuza's stomach. Zabuza coughed up blood and dropped his sword and kunai. Guy turned back to face him. Well. Would you look at this here. Poor little Zabuza's all beat up." Zabuza and Guy turned to see who was here now. Soon the mist cleared all the way to reveal the newcomers. Neither Jonin liked what they saw. Gatu stood there and behind him was an army of thugs. "Gatu?" Zabuza growled. "What the hell is this? What are you doing here?" He slowly stood up to face his employer. "Well, you see, Zabuza, I've changed my mind again. I can't afford to triple your salary. I like the idea of having you butchered more." An evil grin appeared across Gatu's face. "What?" Zabuza's eyes got wide with disbelief. "Yep, you're too wild lately. Too indirect. Who the hell kidnaps a kid so they can kill a different man 2 weeks later? Now that you and that other guy who had you shaken in your boots are all beat up, these guys will clean house. It's simple, cheap." Gatu laughed maliciously. Zabuza stared down at the massive group in front of him. "I thought I already told you. No matter how injured, those men don't have the ability to kill a Jonin, let alone 2. I don't like how you're insinuating that we should team up, but I don't see many other options at the moment." Guy stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "I'll settle my score with you later." That means we're in an agreement." Zabuza readied his sword. "I will join you." Lee stumbled up next to his sensei. Zabuza and Guy both looked surprised to see him standing there. "No, Lee. You've done enough. Opening the gates tore your muscles, you must rest for a while." Guy caught Lee as he stumbled forward. "I have to get him. He is the reason this all happened. He is the reason Naruto is dead." Lee looked fiercely at Gatu. He deeply regretted not killing him when he had the chance. I owe you one for what you did to my arm, you brat. Gatu pointed his cane accusingly at Lee. I'm going to enjoy kicking your corpse when this is over. Over my dead body. Guy and Lee both turned surprised faces towards Zabuza. Even he seemed surprised by the words that left his mouth. The group was so surprised, no one noticed Hinata charged past until it was too late. Guy didn't have a chance to grab her. He was still holding on to Lee too. What the hell? Gatu immediately turned and ran into the safety of his group. I've had enough, kill the bitch and then the rest of them. Hinata, wait. Don't do this, there are too many of them. Guy watched in horror as she didn't listen. It's not that she wasn't listening though. It was that she didn't hear him. Lee's words of how this man was the cause of Naruto's death rang true through her ears. She was going to pay him back in full. No matter how many thugs were in the way. Alright, I get dibs on the girl. One man stepped forward with a sword in hand. Before he could even react he had a full Gyuukin strike through his heart. What the man coughed up blood and fell backwards. The rest of them paused and stared in shock at what happened. Hinata didn't stop though. She sprinted into the heart of the group. The men quickly got over their shock and started swinging whatever they could at her. She dodged and weaved through every strike, throwing in her own here and there. Soon though she was completely surrounded and they all swung down at once. Peyton. All the thugs in the immediate vicinity were blasted backwards. Most of them fell on top of others, leaving more than half of them sprawled out on the ground. Some of the men were impaled on weapons that they fell on. More than enough was done to give Hinata a clear gap to her target. Gatu reached the edge of the bridge and turned around. To his horror, all his guards were knocked down and the girl was coming straight for him. Wait, please stop. I'll give you anything you want. Money, power, men, you name it. Gatu held up his arms in front of his face. Then give me back Naruto-kun. Hinata struck Gatu in his broken arm. Gatu howled in pain. Can you do that? Hinata's next strike hit his shoulder. Is it within your abilities to bring him back to me? Hinata sent a Gyuukin into his gut. Please. Gatu begged as he doubled over. He had never felt pain like this in his life. His Yuho Sashiken. She nailed Gatu right in the side of the head, killing him and sending him off the ledge. Hinata stood there, panting. She'd done it. She got to him. You bitch, you'll pay for that. A couple of the thugs were running up behind her. Their weapons raised to strike. It didn't matter anymore though. Not to Hinata. She'd avenged Naruto. She was satisfied. Hinata, no, run. Guy called. Time was in slow motion for him. He watched as the thugs raised their weapons. He let go of Lee and started to run. He watched Hinata stand straight. He watched the weapons fall. Guy had no time to do anything. Even he wasn't that fast. He'd failed not one, but two students. Hinata closed her eyes and waited for the blows to come. They never did. Instead she heard a loud clang as all their weapons were deflected. She spun around in surprise to see Zabuza standing there. His sword had saved her life. Surprised to see me, girl? Zabuza swung his sword and split the group in front of him in half. If you want to die, then die fighting. Don't die with your back turned to the enemy. How would that blonde brat have felt if you died so pathetically? Hinata's eyes grew wide. Zabuza was right, she realized. She had been ready to throw her life away. But that wasn't right. That wasn't how Naruto would have wanted it. Newfound determination settled into her eyes. Let's go. Hinata's Byakugan activated and she slid into her stance. That's more like it. Zabuza said. He turned to face the thugs and charged forward without waiting for Hinata. One swing of his sword and three of them lost their heads. You bastard. Another man shouted as he ran at Zabuza from the side with a spear in hand. He didn't get far as Hinata sent a Gyuukin into the side of his face. Nice one, girl. Zabuza nodded his approval before turning back to the gang of men. To his surprise some were looking the other way. What's going on? Dai-sensei and Lee-senpai are fighting from the other end. Hinata answered for him. Alright, then let's meet them halfway. Hinata nodded and they both charged together. They covered each other's weaknesses well. Zabuza would take out many of them at a distance thanks to his massive blade. If one or two men got in too close, Hinata would easily dispatch them. Soon, they met up with Guy and Lee at the center. All four shinobi quickly went back to back. The gang of men had been completely thinned out by now. There were only enough of them left to form a small circle around the shinobi. Yet Lee had his doubts that they could actually handle what was left. His body felt like it was on fire and his vision was beginning to blur. Lee-senpai. I'm glad you're alright. Hinata managed to say. Yeah, same to you. Lee looked at his female teammate. His only teammate. I'm sorry. Hinata shook her head. Don't be, I can't blame you. Hinata felt tears edge at her eyes again just from thinking about Naruto. Stay focused. Zabuza snapped. Even he felt like he could topple over at any moment. We're going to make you guys pay for killing our meal ticket and half our men. A big man with a huge mace said as he edged forward slightly. Yeah, after we mount your heads on some poles, we're gonna have our way with the nearby town. Another man shouted. Right boys. The rest gave a small cheer. A second later and the one who had just stalked got hit in the back of the head by a small arrow. He toppled over dead. What the hell? All the thugs turned to see what had happened. Now. Guy shouted. All four shinobi sprung forward and took care of the bandits while their attention was diverted. What was that? Lee asked as he struck down the last one. It was Inari-san and Tsunami-san. Zabuza and Lee both gave Hinata a strange look. Then she remembered that neither of them had met the two before. Tazuna-san's daughter and grandson. Hinata clarified. Oh, I see. Lee looked across the bridge and saw all three of them. They all leaned over Naruto's corpse. Naruto slowly stood up from where he had been laying. Where the hell am I? He groaned while looking around. It looked like a sewer of some sort. There were pipes everywhere, not to mention how dark and dank it was. Am I even alive? Naruto wondered out loud to himself. Oh no. What if this is hell? Naruto started to panic. Then he heard it. At first Naruto thought it might be wind. But it was different. It sounded more like breathing. But what could be so big that Naruto could hear it like that? Naruto wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer to that. Steeling his nerves, Naruto slowly began walking. At first, Naruto was afraid he was going to get lost. He made numerous turns just to follow the source of the breathing. Then Naruto almost laughed to himself. Lost. He had been lost since he got here. Soon Naruto came to a huge room with a gigantic cage on the other end. The word seal was written on it. Naruto was impressed by the massive size. Ah. Naruto jumped. Who's there? Show yourself. Naruto shouted. So my idiot host has finally come to see me. Naruto located the sound of the voice. It was coming from behind the cage. Naruto peered at it but couldn't see anything but pitch darkness. So he edged closer. Soon he was just a few feet from the cage. A massive eye opened up and a claw shot to the edge of the cage. What the hell? Naruto jumped back in surprise. What are you? Where are we? Naruto shouted his questions at it. You fool, you should know who I am. The eyes roared. No way, don't tell me you're the devil. Man, this really sucks, I knew I was in hell. Naruto balled himself up onto the ground and started rocking back and forth. You're not dead. We are simply in your mindscape. Naruto looked up in surprise at the massive eye. I'm not dead. This is my mind. Naruto slowly stood back up. Then what the hell is something like you doing in my mind? Naruto pointed an accusing finger at the eye. You really are an idiot. The eye roared at him. Then Naruto saw it. The barest flicker of a tail, of several tails. You. Realization dawned on Naruto. You are that bastard fox. Why I ought to kick your ass right now. Naruto was quickly overcome with anger. This was the thing that had caused him misery for his whole life. This was why he never had friends. Now he could see it right in front of him. He could just strangle it and he was so pissed. The fox roared with laughter. Go ahead brat. Rip this seal right off and you and I can have a good round. Naruto eyed the fox carefully. What happens to you if I die? Naruto finally asked. The fox's eyes widened in surprise at the question. Assuming I am still sealed inside a twerp like you, I'd disappear for a while. But you'd come back. How long would it take? Naruto scratched his chin and thought. 1 year. 100 years. Not even I would know that. Why does an idiot like you want to know? Naruto's questions confused the fox. So if I was in such a tough battle why didn't you help me out at all? Surely a big lug like you has some chakra to spare. Naruto pointed another accusing finger at the fox. Fool. Naruto was taken aback by the fox's newest insult. I sensed no animosity or killing intent. If your life had been in danger I would have known it. That is why I didn't need to give you chakra. Naruto was about to say more, but a drop of water hit him in the face. Did you just spit on me? Naruto asked in disgust. 2 more drops hit him. No. The outside world is calling you back. Our conversation is over. The fox began to retreat farther into its cage. Hey, you damn fox. The fox turned its eye towards Naruto. I'm not an idiot. My name is Uzumaki Naruto and I'm going to be Hokage. Remember it. Naruto had been fading as he spoke and when he had completed his sentence he disappeared altogether. Naruto. The fox whispered. I'll definitely remember it when I'm ripping you to shreds. The fox grinned, revealing its massive teeth. Naruto hurt like hell all over. He slowly began to open his eyes. He had to close them when something wet hit them. Damn, that stings. Naruto moaned. Naruto. Naruto recognized that voice. What's up, Inari? Naruto completely opened his eyes to see the shocked and teary face of the boy. He also saw Izuna and Tsunami. You're alive. Inari was in complete shock. Dummy, of course I'm alive. Naruto began to sit up. I can't die until I become Hokage. No, don't strain yourself. Tsunami cautioned. How's everyone? Naruto ignored Tsunami and kept rising. They're alright. Tazuna answered while wiping his own tears away. Gatu and his men showed up and we teamed up with those Mist-nin to beat them. Really? Man, that's going to take some explaining. Naruto was now standing. He looked over towards where his teammates were. He then looked over at Inari. What's with the Jedab? The boy was wearing a bunch of kitchenware like it was armor. I came to help out. Inari said proudly as he hefted up a tiny crossbow. I tried recruiting others in the village, but they were all a bunch of scared white cats, so I went to leave by myself. Of course, mom wouldn't let me so she followed. Naruto turned and looked at Inari's mom. She held a frying pan nervously. Hinata. Inari called over. Naruto. Naruto is alive. Both of them looked over immediately. They saw Naruto standing there now, his eyes open. He slowly stuck his arm up and gave them a small wave. Naruto-kun. Naruto. Hinata felt New Year's returning to her eyes. She couldn't believe it. Naruto was alive. She ran up to him as fast as she could. She slowed to a stop just in front of him. How's it going? Naruto tried to smile casually at her. Naruto-kun. Hinata leapt forward and gave Naruto the hardest hug she ever had in her life. She sobbed his name over and over into his shirt. I missed you too, Hinata. But your hug is crushing me. Naruto managed a pained smile as he patted her head. Lee stumbled a little. His muscles were still sore, it hurt to move, let alone run like he was, but nothing was going to stop him from reaching Naruto now. His best friend was alive. He was nearly there when he stumbled again. He fell right into his other two teammates and they all fell over together. Ow. Damn it, bushy brow. Naruto moaned. He was at the bottom of the group. Sorry Naruto. Lee grunted. Naruto couldn't help it, he started laughing. Lee looked down at him in surprise. Then he too started laughing. Hinata soon joined in, her tears ran down her face as she did. Looks like it worked out for everyone after all. Zabuza mumbled as he began to fall forward. He was exhausted. Too exhausted to even think about continuing his fight with Guy. But it does. Guy caught Zabuza before he fell and put his arm over his shoulder to support him. I owe you the lives of all my students. Thank you Zabuza. I don't know what you're talking about. Zabuza looked away from the man who was helping him stand. Lee was a hostage, it would have been stupid to kill him. Besides, I only saved a girl. It was Haku who was too soft. But you were the one who found that boy. If you had found someone else I may have been short a student right now. Besides, I think his softness is rubbing off on you a little. You call Lee by his given name after all. Guy smiled brightly at him. Speaking of your pupil, we should see about getting him medical assistance soon. Zabuza turned to look at Haku. It'll take more than that to kill Haku. He'll be okay. I laughed. We both have resilient pupils, huh? Zabuza looked up to see Lee helping his two teammates up, they were all still laughing. Yeah, we sure do. Chapter 10. Confessions. Azuna had been to awkward dinners before. But this was ridiculous. After the battle at the bridge, the two groups of ninja were taken back to Tazuna's house to receive medical attention. The Konoha shinobi checked out okay with nothing but scratches and a couple deep cuts. Naruto wasn't injured at all. Zabuza had a few cracked ribs and some major bruising, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. Haku was the one in the worst condition. On top of his arms being broken and numerous cuts and gouges he had suffered internal damage to his lungs. He had finally woken up 5 minutes before dinner was being served and at Guy's insistence, the ex-Kirin stayed for it. Which led them into their current predicament. Momochi-san, could you pass the soy sauce, please? Inari was the first to break the silence of the otherwise quiet dinner. Huh? Zabuza looked up in confusion. Then Inari's question registered. Oh. Yeah, here you go. Zabuza passed the soy sauce to Inari. Thanks. Inari mumbled as he accepted it. I burst into laughter at the exchange, causing everyone but Lee and Naruto, who were immersed in their food, to jump. Not such a bad guy, once you get to know him, huh? Guy reached over and gave Zabuza a hard pat on the shoulder. Even demons know about table manners. Zabuza rubbed the spot Guy patted. Unlike those two students of yours. Hey, we're hungry, dying takes it out of a guy. Naruto said through a mouthful of food. The room grew quiet after Naruto's ill-worded sentence. The only sound in the room was Hinata's chopsticks as they snapped to pieces in her hands. She put her hands on the table and slowly stood up. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling very hungry at the moment. She turned and walked out of the house. Don't worry, Haku never has been good at making friends. Zabuza said offhandedly. Speak for yourself. Haku muttered. What was that? Zabuza looked over threateningly. Nothing. Haku replied a little too quickly. Ah. Damn. Naruto started to stand up. Then he paused. Hey, Haku, you haven't touched your food. It looks very delicious. However, someone broke my arms and I find it quite hard to eat without them. Haku attempted to move his arms in their splints to prove his point. They all got it well enough. Right, my bad. You know, thought you killed Naruto and all. I could feed you if you want. Lee picked up his chopsticks and began to try to feed Haku. No, no, that's okay. Zabuza-sen's got me. Haku attempted to say politely. Zabuza snorted. A splendid idea. A teacher feeding his student in his time of need. You really are a good guy, Zabuza. I'm not feeding him. And don't call me by my first name. Zabuza crossed his arms in defiance. Please, Zabuza-san, I'm really hungry. Haku opened his mouth wide. Izuna smiled brightly. Finally a chance to get in the conversation. Yeah, Zabuza. Be a pal and feed the poor guy. The look Zabuza gave him shut him up for the rest of the night. That was the last thing Naruto saw as he snuck quietly out of the room after Hinata. He stepped outside and looked around. She was nowhere in sight. Of course this wouldn't be easy. Naruto sighed. Naruto. Lee's voice caused Naruto to jump up in surprise. We have to talk. Naruto turned around slowly to look at his teammate. Look, bushy brow, I got something else to fix first. Once I get Hinata to forgive me, we can settle this. Naruto had a good idea what Lee wanted to talk about and he didn't want to discuss it. No, we are going to talk about Kyuubi right now. Naruto hated it when he was right. Good thing it wasn't very often he was right. What's to discuss? I was conscious when you said you accepted me. I don't know a lot of the details myself if that's what you want. Naruto raised his hands in front of himself defensively. Lee shook his head. That is not it. You have to tell Hinata. What? No way. She's pissed off right now, there's bound to be a better time. Besides, what's it matter to you? Naruto shrugged Lee's words off. We are teammates, of course it is important. Lee took a breath. Anyways, Hinata and I kind of tried to find out on our own. We did not come up with the answer. We were supposed to find out together. Of course, because of the law and because I respect your privacy, I cannot tell her myself. Lee smiled sheepishly. You guys what? Naruto's mouth hung open in shock. What is done, is done. We wanted to know but figured you would not tell us. Lee was defensive now. Well, you know why now. Don't you understand why I don't want anyone else to know? Naruto was practically yelling now. You know Hinata would accept you, do you not? Lee's voice was barely above a whisper. Naruto, who had been ready to shout again, paused. You're right, bushy brow. I'm sorry. I'll tell her, I swear. Just not right now. Lee smiled at him. Thank you, Naruto. Now go find Hinata. Lee gave him the thumbs up. Naruto returned the gesture. Will do. I'll be back with her in no time. He turned around and ran off into the forest. Hinata was crouched over the side of the river. She was washing her hands, again. Hinata found herself washing them whenever the thought of Gatyu's death crossed her mind. She was scrubbing fiercely now. Soon, her hands were bleeding from the rough way she was treating them. I'm such an idiot. She finally leaned back. She sat at the edge of the water, watching her reflection. Her hands dripped blood onto the ground. Why did I have to make a scene like that? Everyone else is trying to get along. A tear slid from her face and hit the running water. Hinata. Hinata jumped in surprise. She turned her head just in time to see Naruto emerge from the brush. There you are. Naruto smiled down at her. I've been looking everywhere. What happened to your hands? The smile on Naruto's face was replaced by a concerned frown. Her hands were raw, red, and bleeding. Oh, it's nothing. Hinata stood up and placed her hands behind her back. It's not nothing. Show them to me. Naruto snarled as he walked up. He stood inches from Hinata. She looked away from him nervously. Hinata. The sternness in his voice caused Hinata to meet his eyes. Once she did, she wasn't able to refuse him. She slowly moved her hands from behind her back and held them up for Naruto to see. He grabbed her wrists and pulled them even closer. Hinata blushed from the contact. Who did this to you? Naruto's voice came out feral. No one did it to me. It was. I did it, Naruto-kun. The anger in Naruto's eyes disappeared. Confusion took its place. To yourself. But why, Hinata? Why would you do this to yourself? Naruto was trying to fathom ideas in his head as to why. He wasn't able to come up with any. You heard about what happened after you. After you passed out. Hinata couldn't bring herself to use the D word. Huh? Yeah, I did. I heard how you kicked a bunch of ass. You even killed the head boss. Naruto brightened momentarily. That's the problem. Hinata shouted. Naruto's mouth fell open in shock. What do you mean? I killed a man, Naruto-kun. I killed him and didn't even think twice about it. Naruto was caught completely off guard by this outburst. Hinata never shouted. In fact, I was happy when he died. To me, I had avenged you. I'm an awful person. I feel like a demon. That's not true. Naruto interrupted Hinata. He gripped a little harder on her wrists. Hinata, you're not a bad person. Do you know what that man has done to this country? You did these people a huge favor. You freed them. That doesn't mean I had to enjoy killing him. Hinata interrupted him now. Enjoying someone's death is something demons do. You're not a demon. I would know. I talked with a real one today. They both stopped shouting for a minute after Naruto's latest outburst. What do you mean? Hinata broke the silence with a much quieter voice. Naruto let go of her wrists and looked away now. Naruto-kun. When I went under, I woke up in my subconscious. Naruto still wasn't facing her. While I was down there, I met Kyuubi no Yoko. What? Hinata's head was spinning. Kyuubi no Yoko? How could you have talked to it? Yondaime killed it. Unless. That's right. He didn't kill it. He sealed it inside of a newborn infant. Naruto finally met her eyes. Inside of you? Hinata said the words, but she wasn't even aware of it. Her mind was in a distant place. All thoughts of Gato and her guilt were gone. Everything snapped into place. Naruto's massive chakra reserves, the seal, the villagers' hate. The law, the reason the villagers hate you. Is it all because of that? Naruto didn't see where this was going. A second ago it had been about cheering her up. Well ye idiots. Hinata lunged into Naruto and hugged him hard. What? Naruto stumbled backward slightly from her newest hug. The whole village is just a big group of idiots. I can't believe they would treat you that way for something so stupid. Tears welled up in her eyes. If Naruto hadn't been in shock before, he was now. Silence settled around them for a few moments as he let her words sink in. When they did, he burst into laughter. Hinata's tears stopped momentarily from the surprise. She was about to ask why he was laughing, but Naruto finally returned the hug. This motion brought Hinata completely back into reality. She started to blush heavily. They may be idiots, but we're sworn to protect them. Naruto released a hug and took a couple steps backwards. He was now an arm's length away. Besides, they're not all bad, some really good people live there too. Naruto smiled brightly at her. It'll be a while before I'll be able to forgive any of them. Hinata wiped away the last of her tears. Suddenly another thought hit Hinata. Lee-senpai needs to. He already knows. Naruto interrupted. Hinata's eyes widened. I told him when I thought I was going to die. Speaking of which. Can't you forgive Haku? I mean, he purposely avoided my vitals. If it had been anyone else, I might actually be dead. I know you must be mad. I mean, I'd be mad if I thought one of my friends was killed too. Hinata stared quietly at Naruto for a minute. He felt himself growing kind of nervous under her intense gaze. He couldn't even begin to fathom what was running through her head now. It will be very difficult for me to forgive him, Naruto-kun. Yeah, please listen. Naruto stopped. Hinata didn't often interrupt people. You said you would be mad if you thought a friend had died. Naruto nodded, even more confused. Lee-senpai has already forgiven Haku. Maybe it's because he feels bad because he broke his arms. Or maybe it's because he views you as just a friend. But to me, Naruto-kun, I like you as more than just a friend. Hinata took a step toward him. Oh, you mean like best friend? Naruto snapped his fingers. Yeah, I can see how that could make it a little harder. No, Naruto-kun, not like a best friend. Hinata stepped closer to him again. You mean like siblings then? Naruto was confused again. Hinata shook her head as she took yet another step towards him. She was right in front of him again. I don't understand. What? Naruto was cut off as Hinata wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in, capturing his lips with hers. Naruto's eyes grew to the size of saucers. What the hell was going on? Was Hinata kissing him? But why? Did that mean that she liked him in the way it was implying? Surely it must. Since when though? All these thoughts ran through his head in less than 2 seconds. Which also happened to be the length of the kiss. Hinata pulled back and looked dreamily at his shocked face. I'm sorry. But I had to let you know. The only sign she got that he even heard were his eyes as they focused in on her face. If this mission has taught me anything, it's that I could lose you at a moment's notice. I confessed earlier but you weren't conscious. So I will again. Naruto-kun. I love you. Naruto just kept staring. Hinata paused for a second and then continued. I don't expect you to love me back, but like I said, you had to know. Hinata bowed her head to him and then bolted past in a dead sprint. She disappeared from sight before Naruto even moved. Thing was, Naruto couldn't bring himself to move. It was like his mind had completely shut down on him. He couldn't even summon up the will to internally yell at himself. Something he was sure he needed right at the moment. Finally, he was able to slowly turn his body in the direction Hinata had run. As he did, he brought his hand to his lips and touched them. Everything registered at once to him. I'm such an idiot. He held his head with both hands and shouted. What the hell am I doing standing here like a statue? Hinata's probably more upset than ever. Wasting no time, Naruto took back off after her. He didn't know what he was going to say, but he couldn't leave things the way they were. He could only hope he got to her before she ran into someone else. Naruto didn't get very far before he almost ran straight into his teacher. Naruto stopped short and tripped. Guy, who had been running on his hands through the forest, jumped to his feet and helped his student to his feet. Naruto. It warms my heart to see you keeping up with your exercise, but you must watch where you are going. A sprained ankle will ruin any ninja's day. Sensei, did you see Hinata run by? Naruto frantically looked to see if he could see her at all. He completely ignored what his sensei had said. Hinata? I haven't seen her since she left the house. I thought you would have found her by now. It's been a while. Guy's voice became laced with concern. Well, I did find her. But she ran off again. Naruto didn't see his sensei's eyes. Did you two get in a fight? Guy peered curiously at his student. He wasn't acting like his usual self. No, not a fight. It was more of a misunderstanding. Naruto shuffled his feet nervously. I rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A misunderstanding, huh? She didn't happen to tell you anything private, did she? Naruto froze. He slowly looked up to meet his sensei's gaze. How did you know? I smiled brightly. I am your sensei. There is nothing about my cute students that is hidden from me. Now let me guess, you didn't know how to respond and she ran off while you were in a stupor. Naruto's jaw hit the floor. Guy-sensei. You have to tell me what to do. I don't know where Hinata went. I gotta make this right though. That boy is Naruto. Guy wrapped his arm around Naruto's shoulders. She must have gone back to the house. Now run back there and pour out your feelings upon her. He pointed towards the direction of the house. Yes, Guy-sensei. As soon as I figured out my feelings for her, Naruto added mentally as he took off towards the house. The house came into view before Naruto even completely left the forest. Sitting on the porch was Zabuza. He was sharpening his massive sword. Naruto ignored his presence completely as he ran up to the door. He grabbed the handle and was prepared to fling the door open. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Naruto paused. He looked back at Zabuza. He was still sharpening his sword and wasn't even looking in Naruto's direction. Yet he was sure he had heard Zabuza speak. Why's that? Naruto's hand slipped away from the handle. That teammate of yours ran back in tears. The bridge builder's daughter got a look at her and went into a blind rage. She kicked all the men out of the house so they could have girl time. That never bodes well. Zabuza spoke nonchalantly and continued to sharpen his blade. If you are indeed the cause of her tears, then going in there would be suicide for you. But it's because she's crying that I have to go in. Zabuza stopped sharpening. He inspected his sword carefully and ran a finger up its length. He then stabbed it into the ground. Tell me, what do you plan to say to her to stop her tears? He finally turned to look at Naruto. I don't know yet, but I gotta make things better. Naruto started to reach for the handle again. Charging in head first won't make things better without a plan. That's a basic lesson in all ninja academies. Zabuza slammed his hand on the deck. This isn't a mission, this is comforting a friend. Naruto turned back to Zabuza. You can apply mission tactics to real life and vice versa. Use your head. Go in there now and you'll only make her cry more. Sort out your feelings first. Zabuza turned away from Naruto in disgust. Feelings? How the hell do you know what this is about? Did Hinata tell you? Naruto pointed an accusing finger at the Mist Ninja. Don't be so naive. Anyone could see what's going on here. Naruto lowered his finger. Were her feelings that obvious? Naruto's hair cast a shadow over his eyes. I'd say so, she did take on a miniature army for you, after all. Naruto walked over and sat down next to Zabuza. His eyes were still downcast. Zabuza, what would you do? The ex-Kiri ninja sighed. What is it with you people and using my first name? Half a day ago we were enemies. He glared at Naruto but he didn't react. Zabuza sighed again. How the hell should I know what to do? Being known as the demon of the bloody mist didn't exactly attract the ladies. Why don't you ask your other teammate? Naruto finally looked forward. You're right. I'm going to figure this out no matter what. Naruto stood up. Haku and that clone went to the docks to go fishing, you'll find them there. Zabuza gestured in the general direction they were in. Thanks a lot, Zabuza. Naruto took off running. Quit using my first name. Or at least add an honorific. Zabuza shouted after Naruto as he ran away. Zabuza waited until Naruto was out of sight to stand up and pick his sword back up. Damn it all. I really am getting too soft. Naruto arrived at the docks and started scanning down the line of them, looking for his teammate. Naruto. Naruto turned to see Inari running up to him. He had a board game in his hand. He stopped just in front of the blonde. Inari. What's up? Naruto rubbed his head affectionately. I'm borrowing this game from my uncle so Grandpa and I can play. You heard what happened back at home? Inari held up the game to show Naruto. Yeah, I heard. Naruto shuffled nervously at the subject. So what brings you here, Naruto? Inari was oblivious to the older boy's fidgeting. I'm looking for Haku and Lee. Naruto noticed Inari's eyebrows furrow a little. What's the matter? I don't get it. Inari said reluctantly. Don't get what? Naruto felt a little better. He wasn't the only one who didn't understand things today. How can you guys be some chummy with Haku and Zabuza? They tried to kill you. No one is that forgiving. Inari stared hard at Naruto waiting for an answer. Naruto smiled down at Inari. It's not easy to explain, but here it goes. It's because we understand each other. Understand each other? Inari looked even more confused. When Gato betrayed Zabuza we had to team up to stay alive. When you fought with another person to stay alive a special bond is formed between you. You two share that bond with us as well. You just don't realize it. I guess I understand. Inari still looked a little miffed. If you don't like that answer then how about this one? Naruto offered. It's because we're guys. What's that have to do with it? This answer confused Inari more than before. We always get into fights. Sometimes those fights are with your best friends. After it's all over though, we laugh about it and move on. It's what guys do. Inari stared at Naruto for another minute. That's confusing. He finally said. Not nearly confusing as girls, trust me. Naruto patted Inari on the shoulder and walked past to continue his search. It didn't take him too long to find the two of them. They were both sitting at the edge of one of the many docks. Lee had a fishing line in the water and Haku appeared to be in some kind of meditation. Naruto approached quietly. Just as he got there the fishing line gave a slight tug. Haku's eyes popped open. Now Lee-san. Right. Lee pulled the line out with all of his strength. This turned out to be a bad idea. The fish came flying out from the water, but the force of the pull quickly sent it flying. Not long after, it landed in the water, far away from the dock. That was pretty awesome. Naruto stared out towards the sea in awe. No, it wasn't. Lee-san, I told you to control yourself. It took us a while to get the fish to come back after you scared them all off with your voice. Haku would have rubbed his temple if his arms weren't broken. I apologize, Haku-kun. Lee began to add a new worm to the line. I will get it this time. If not, I will catch 100 fish with my bare hands. Haku stared at him quietly. Don't worry, he's always like this. Naruto plopped down in between them. Naruto. Have you come to clash wills with the fish as well? Lee cast the line back into the water. There won't be any fish to catch if you keep shouting. Haku mumbled, closing his eyes again. Are you meditating or something? Naruto peered at Haku curiously. I can feel the fish as they move through the water. It is easier to sense them with my eyes closed. Haku didn't even open his eyes to answer. That's cool, anyway, I came to ask for advice. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he turned back to Lee. Advice? What kind of advice do you need? Lee peered curiously at his teammate. Naruto was often too proud to ask for advice on things. Well. How do I put this? Naruto spun his hands around in the air as he tried to find the right words. How did I buy this? What do you like about Amini-chan? Naruto finally asked. She is an incredibly attractive woman. Lee didn't hesitate at all. She comes off stern but really that is just because she really cares about people. She is outspoken and lets me know exactly what is on her mind. I find these characteristics most youthful. I am most grateful to you for introducing us. Lee smiled brightly to himself. His thoughts of AM quickly pulled him from reality. Naruto scratched his chin. That didn't help at all, actually. Perhaps if Lee-san knew why you were asking, he could help give better insight. Haku threw out, eyes still closed. Naruto sighed. I guess you're right. Okay Lee, what I'm about to tell you is very secret. Hardly anyone knows about this alright. Lee pulled himself out of his thoughts and nodded vigorously. Okay, here it is. Hinata is in love with me. A moment of silence followed. So she finally told you? What the hell, you knew? Naruto pointed an accusing finger at his teammate. It was obvious to everyone. Naruto whipped his finger towards Haku. Why the hell was I the only one left out of the loop here? Didn't anyone feel the need to tell me? Naruto held his head. How could she go around even telling you and Zabuza? She didn't tell me anything. I very much doubt she confided that information in Zabuza-san as well. Naruto looked at Haku in surprise. Then he turned to Lee questioningly. Sorry, she did not tell me either. Lee smiled sadly at his teammate. Naruto's face lowered. She never really was sick, huh? Naruto sounded defeated. No, she was blushing because you were there with her. Lee confirmed. So, she did confess to you? Yeah. How did you respond? Lee leaned in curiously. I didn't. Huh? Lee drew back like he'd been slapped. What do you mean you did not? What happened? I didn't do anything, okay. She caught me completely off guard. First she kissed me and then she told me how she felt. I was so confused that I didn't know what to do. I'm still confused. She ran off crying and now I'm stuck. What the hell do I say to her? Naruto panted after his outburst. Lee looked at him closely. He could see the pleading in Naruto's eyes. He was truly lost. Could it be that you want to turn her down but do not know how? No, that's not it. Naruto shook his head. Then just tell her you want to go out. Lee replied simply. That's no good either. Naruto kept shaking his head. Lee's bushy brows furrowed. I do not understand. What is it you want to do then? That's what I'm asking you. How am I supposed to respond? Lee felt the line tug. Lee-san pull now. Haku shouted. Lee reacted quickly and pulled not quite so hard this time. The fish came flying out of the water and landed gently on the dock. It flapped around for a few moments and then lay completely still. They all stared quietly at it. You are asking the wrong question, Naruto-san. Before you can decide what to do, you must decide how you feel. How do I feel? Naruto turned to look at Haku. Yes, now tell us, how do you feel about Hinata-san? Put your feelings into words. Haku's eyes were wide open as he talked to Naruto now. I don't know how I feel. I mean, it's Hinata. Naruto looked away from Haku's gaze. That's not good enough. Just Hinata tells everyone nothing. Let's try it this way. Do you hate her? Naruto's head snapped around at the question. Of course not. Naruto met Haku's eyes. Do you dislike her? Haku pressed on. No, I like Hinata. She's the nicest person I've ever met. Naruto held his gaze. But you don't love her. Haku clarified. I don't know that. He finally looked away again. Don't look away. Haku barked. Meet my gaze. Naruto slowly brought his eyes back to meet him. You say you don't know. But I think the truth is, you're afraid to know. Why is that? Naruto's eyes grew wide. He let the question go unanswered for a minute. Finally, his eyes looked resigned. You're wrong. I'm not afraid. The thing is, I'm not sure if I know how to love. Haku raised an eyebrow at him. Don't know how? Yeah, that's right. You heard me tell Bushy-brow about my past. I grew up all alone. I had no family, no one who cared for me. I had to learn how to survive by watching everyone else. When I joined the academy, I saw how all the girls threw themselves at Sasuke and always professed their love to him. I thought that was all there was to it. I threw myself at this girl I was sure I was in love with. But now, Hinata, who acted completely differently, confessed to me, I don't know what to think anymore. Haku searched Naruto's eyes quietly. He finally seemed satisfied. Tell me. Do you think Hinata is attractive? Haku finally asked. Attractive? Naruto's eyes widened again. You know, pretty, beautiful, hot. However you want to word it. Haku's voice stayed monotone. Naruto blushed. Well. I don't know. It's a simple yes or no. Is she attractive to you or isn't she? Haku said sternly. She's cute, okay. Naruto blushed harder. Haku looked satisfied. You said earlier that she is the nicest person you've ever met. What is it about her that made you say that? She always puts others before herself. She compliments me when I do things right. She doesn't get mad or hit me when I do things wrong. When she smiles, it's always sincere and I've never heard her tell a lie since I've met her. Naruto couldn't explain it. But he felt incredibly comfortable around Haku all of a sudden. He felt like he could tell him anything. Compared to the other girls in the village, do you like Hinata more? Haku continued his questioning without pause. Definitely. All the other girls are Sasuke-kun this. Sasuke-kun that. Not Hinata though. Naruto wanted to spit. Just thinking about the others put a bad taste in his mouth now. Suddenly it hit Naruto like a ton of bricks. He even felt that way about Sakura now. What the heck was happening to him? Naruto's internal confusion grew a little. How would you feel if Hinata started going out with another guy? How about the Sasuke-sen you brought up? Lee watched with growing interest as Haku asked his questions. He was really getting to the point. Naruto felt his mind freeze. Hinata goes out with Sasuke. Not possible. Naruto told himself more than the others. Pretend it was. Pretend it actually happened. How would you feel? Naruto tried picturing it. He was surprised when he felt his chest physically hurting. That's not all he felt though. I feel pissed. I wouldn't stand for something like that. Naruto growled out. Haku smiled slightly at his answer. As far as I can tell, the only thing keeping you from loving Hinata is your own misconception about love. Haku said bluntly. Come again. Haku's smile dropped. You are concerned that you don't know how to love. That is all that is holding you back from opening yourself to your teammate. Haku said slowly. So you're saying that I might already love her, I just don't know it yet. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Close enough. Haku broke his eye contact and stood up. Naruto sat still for a minute, blinking rapidly the whole time. He finally stood up. Thanks a lot Haku. I think I know what to say now. I'll talk to you guys later. Naruto waved and then dashed off the way he had come. Lee, who had sat quietly the whole time, stood up and walked up next to Haku. What did you do to him? He asked. Oh, nothing much. I just got him to be honest with himself. Haku had a sly smile on his face. Now, let's get more fish. One definitely isn't enough. Yosh. Would you like a turn to Haku-kun? Lee held out the pole towards the feminine boy. Haku looked down at his own arms. Lee followed his gaze. Right. Sorry, I'll go for you then. Lee stiffly walked back to his spot. Naruto raced back to the house. When he got there, Zabuza was no longer. Wouldn't do that. Tazuna said. Tsunami's upset, I know, but I know what I'm going to say this time. Without any further ado, Naruto opened the door and walked in, leaving a bewildered Inari and Tazuna. Naruto stepped into the kitchen but didn't see anyone. So he walked into the next room. There, he saw Tsunami and Hinata sitting on the couch. Hinata wasn't crying at this point and her hands were now bandaged. They had a pot of tea sitting in front of them and Tsunami seemed happy enough. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. Naruto's train of thought broke off as Tsunami turned and looked at him. Her smiling face was instantly replaced by a dark scowl. Just in time. Tsunami snarled. I've got a bone to pick with you. She sat up and started to cross the room. Naruto gulped but stood firm. Please, let me talk to Hinata first. Naruto said boldly. Alone. After I'm done you can say whatever you want. Tsunami stopped right in front of him. She glared down at him. Why should I? She put her hands on her hips. You shouldn't, please. Naruto interrupted. He knew he was taking a risk here, but he wasn't going to be deterred. Tsunami glared at him for another second before she turned to look at Hinata. What do you say? Hinata looked down and blushed heavily. Pushing her index fingers together, she finally spoke. I'll talk to him. Tsunami looked back at Naruto reluctantly. You have 5 minutes. She stormed towards the door. She opened it only to have Inari and Tazuna stumble in. How many times have I told you guys not to lean on the door to listen to people? You two haven't changed at all. Naruto flinched as he heard the door slam. He was still looking at Hinata who was sitting on the couch. Naruto took a few deep breaths to steady his heart rate. Hinata. She looked up and locked eyes with him. Naruto swallowed and walked over to where she was. He sat down on the opposite side of the couch. I'm sorry. Naruto finally said. No. I'm the one who is sorry, Naruto-kun. Hinata said quickly. She took a breath to say more, but Naruto shook his head at her. You're not at fault here, Hinata. Please listen to me, this is my answer to your confession. Hinata's mouth snapped shut. Her blush remained on her face. Thank you for confessing to me, but you know, I haven't even really known you all that long. We train together every day, but we don't really hang out. I always thought of you as a really good friend, but never as a girlfriend. Hinata looked down sadly. Saying it like that is kind of rude, huh? Naruto joked slightly. But, if it's okay with you, do you want to try going out? Hinata looked up in surprise. Well, I mean, we're going to get to know each other better anyways, aren't we? If that's the case, saying we are going out instead of just being friends during that time would be kind of nice. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. So then? Hinata couldn't believe what she was hearing. This was like a conversation she thought doomed to stay in her dreams. So then starting from now on, you're my girlfriend, alright. Naruto did his best to make himself look as confident as his words sounded. Tears started to slide down Hinata's face. They started coming too fast for her to stop. She began wiping them away. Hey. Naruto stuttered. This wasn't the reaction he had been expecting. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Hinata wiped away more tears. The tears just won't stop coming. I'm happy. She paused to wipe away more tears. I'm so happy. Naruto smiled awkwardly at her. So how did it go? Lee asked from where he lay on the ground. He, Naruto, Zabuza, Haku and Guy were all sleeping in the living room. Hinata had gotten to sleep in Tsunami's room with her and Tazuna and Inari each took their own rooms as normal. Well, it went pretty good, actually. Naruto mumbled, a deep blush on his face. He was glad it was so dark. No one was able to see his face this way. What does good mean? Haku called from the couch. They had all agreed that he could have it since his arms were broken. Are you two going out or did you shoot her down and she took it well? Since when did you care about others and their relationships, Haku? Zabuza actually spoke up. I don't want to hear that from you right now, Zabuza-san. From what I hear, you also gave him advice. Zabuza had nothing to say to that. We're going out now. Naruto took the chance to answer Haku's question. Although honestly, it doesn't feel like anything has changed. Is it supposed to be like that? Feelings don't just change overnight. It'll take time for you to actually feel it. Zabuza muttered quietly, but everyone heard him. I told you, you're getting soft. Guy chuckled from his corner of the room. Don't make me get my sword. Zabuza knew his threat was empty, but he said it anyway. Speaking of the manner of your new relationship, Naruto. We have to talk now. Guy ignored the threat and addressed his student. Huh? What do you mean, Guy-sensei? Naruto didn't like the tone of his sensei's voice. It's nothing big, just information that I am obligated to pass to you as your sensei. Guy waved off Naruto's worries. It is not uncommon for ninja in the same team to fall in love and enter into a relationship, but you should understand that there are guidelines the two of you have to follow now. Guidelines? No one had mentioned this to him. Yes, again, it's nothing big, just standard. Guy again attempted to ease his student's worries. The first one is simple. Never let your personal feelings get in the way of the mission. Just because you're in love doesn't mean you can throw away the mission to be with her. Sounds easy enough. Naruto sighed in relief. These wouldn't be so bad. Next, no sex during a mission. This is V. What the hell are you saying? We're not even close to that yet. Naruto's mouth was clamped shut by Lee. SHH. You'll wake everyone up. That was the last thing Naruto ever wanted to hear from Lee, who was constantly shouting at himself. I'm being serious here, Naruto. Don't disregard these rules just because they seem impractical now. Guy warned his student. Whatever, tell me more tomorrow, I'm going to sleep. Naruto rolled over and placed his pillow over the top of his head. Zabuza chuckled. How childish. I never noticed how big of a hypocrite you are until today, Zabuza-san. What was that? Zabuza shot up, but Haku appeared to be snoring in his sleep. We'll see how funny you think that is when I have Lee feeding you tomorrow. Zabuza plopped back down. No one said anything else the rest of the night, but Haku did have nightmares about Zabuza's threat. The next day, all the shinobi except Haku were busily running around the bridge as they helped to construct it. How the hell did this happen? Zabuza grumbled out curses as he continued to work. You were so racked with guilt that you decided to lend us a hand. Guy answered enthusiastically. He was doing twice the workload of everyone else. No, I mean, how come it is only us shinobi helping construct this bridge? What about the others in this village? What Zabuza said was true. Other than Tazuna, they were the only ones here on the bridge working on it. This village is a bunch of stuck-up jerks. That's what happened. Once I finish building this bridge for them, I'm moving out of this country. I'm sick of it. Tazuna continued to hammer away at the support beams. Why not move into Konoha? There were Narutos running around everywhere. This was the first time Guy had ever given him permission to make more than 3 clones. Konoha, huh? Tazuna stopped working and gazed at the sky as he thought. That doesn't sound half bad actually. You think they would be in need of a construction worker like myself? Tazuna smiled brightly at the thought. I'm sure that once we told them about how brave you are, you would have job offers flying in from every company in the village. Guy boomed from the other side of the bridge. They might even try to make you a shinobi. Lee joked as he brought over a large sum of wooden planks. A shinobi, huh? Hey, I bet you if they did, it'd only take a couple months before they made me Hokage. Tazuna let out a big laugh as all the Narutos around him shook their heads. Speaking of bringing people back, what are we going to do about Zabuza and Haku-kun? Lee jogged up to his sensei as he asked his question. That's a good question. I would like to bring them back if we could, but we have to consider our relationship with Kurigakure after all. Come the next Chunin exams, there will be no hiding either of them. Wars have been started unless, after all. Guy set down his workload and scratched his chin thoughtfully. Certainly we could make a deal with them. Or at least hide the fact that we took them. Why don't we say they are our prisoners? Guy shook his head to all Lee's suggestions. None of those will do. We need something better than that. Guy rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he stared at the topics of their conversation. How about they were working for Konoha the whole time? Guy perked up at Lee's newest suggestion. Explain that. Guy was curious as to where he was going with this. Konoha could have hired Zabuza to sneak into Gatu's employ and act as a double agent. When we got the information we needed, we staged a battle to draw Gatu out of hiding. When that was successful, we took Gatu's life. It was all one big test to see if Zabuza could be trusted. Since he wasn't really an enemy, it would also explain why the Hokage sent fresh genin on such a mission. There was no actual ninja opponent, so it still counts as a C rank for us. Surely Kurigakure couldn't complain if we decided to make him our own that way. Guy ran what Lee just said through his head several times. With some adjusting, that might work. Guy smiled brightly. Good job, Lee. Thank you, Guy-sensei. Guy nodded at him and turned to everyone on the bridge. He cleared his throat to get their attention. It's been decided. Guy announced. Zabuza and Haku shall come back to Konoha with us. Everyone but Guy himself jumped as a loud clang hit the bridge. Zabuza, who had been holding onto a huge pile of wood, dropped them down in surprise. Suddenly his face contorted in anger. What the hell do you think you're talking about? Why should I go back to the village with you? I will not be anyone's prisoner. I'll fight to the death first. Zabuza began to reach for his sword. Not as a prisoner. As one of us. Zabuza looked surprised. Haku also couldn't hide the emotion from his face. Guy began to explain Lee's plan to them. You mean, we could really be the shinobi of a village? Haku whispered in awe. That's right. The Hokage is a kind man. He'd agree to the plan in no time. It'd be easy to make it look true. A smile broke onto Haku's face. This was like a dream come true. He turned to Zabuza in excitement only to have his hopes dashed. Zabuza did not look pleased with the idea. What makes you think I want to join your village? I have a dream to become the Mizukage. I can't do that if I'm part of Konoha. Haku was right. Zabuza was not pleased. Not one bit. There are ways around that. We may not be in an alliance with Kiri right now, but it won't be that way forever. Someday, there is bound to be a way to get you back there. For now, this gets you off the missing men list. You don't have to live in hiding. Guy implored Zabuza to see his reason. I am doing this for you. You don't have to do anything for me. I've always been fine on my own. I don't need someone else now. I especially don't need an entire village. Zabuza spat. What the hell is Haku to you then? Naruto shouted this time. Zabuza had gone too far. Isn't he your friend? Haven't you relied on him for years? How can you say you don't need anybody? Haku is a tool, nothing more. What would you know? Zabuza glared at him. You don't believe that and you know it. You have a kind side, but you're just afraid of showing it. But I saw it yesterday. You helped me out when I was at my worst. It's thanks to you that I didn't make things worse. Naruto parted from his outburst. Zabuza was about to respond, but Guy cut him off. In the end of it all, you really were concerned about Haku. It had been you who bandaged his arm. It was you who finally fed him his food yesterday. He means something to you. Can't you see he wants to have a home? Can't you at least give him that? Zabuza didn't respond. He turned to look at Haku. For a minute Haku looked back at him but then looked away. I am to be used as you see fit, Zabuza-san. I exist solely for fulfilling your dream. Nothing else. Zabuza closed his eyes. Those were the words Haku had said to him when they fled from Kiri. When they had lost their home. Well said, child. Okay, we'll go to Konoha. Haku spun around to look at him in surprise. You need time to heal somewhere. Besides, they have numerous training grounds. You can become truly strong there and together we'll make my dream a reality. Haku couldn't hide his huge smile. After only a week of work the shinobi had managed to complete the bridge. Having accomplished this task they now stood with their backpacks and gear, ready to depart the village. Zabuza and Haku didn't have much, so the shirtless man was able to carry both of their stuff since Haku's arms were still broken. The group just had to wait for a couple more people before they departed. Hey. They all turned at the sound of Tazuna's voice. The old man, Tsunami, and Inari were all walking up to the group, bags on each of their backs as well. Sorry we took so long, thanks for waiting. Tazuna bowed to all the shinobi. I waved his apology off. It is no problem, it takes time to prepare. Are you sure about this though? I know we offered, but I never thought you would actually leave the country that has been your home for your whole life. Yeah, I finished this bridge for them. These ungrateful bastards are lucky I even did that. As far as I'm concerned it's good riddance. Tazuna patted Inari on the head before he continued speaking. Besides, this place is full of nothing but sad memories for Inari. It'll do us all some good to make a fresh start. I'm glad to see you are resolute about your decision. I promise you will all enjoy yourselves in Konoha. Guy smiled happily at the family in front of him. Well then, let's get going. Naruto turned and pointed down the bridge. I can't wait to get home and show you around the village. It wasn't too long ago and you couldn't wait to leave the village. Lee laughed at his friend as the group started moving down the long bridge. Hey, the mission is pretty much over. We gotta get back so we can get another one. Naruto crossed his arms and attempted to look miffed. I think it'll be a while before I'm ready to go on another C-rank mission. My heart isn't as full of youth as it used to be, it almost stopped so many times. Guy actually looked visibly sick from the thought of everything that had occurred over the past few weeks. If I was that type of guy, I would apologize to you for all the misfortune. Zabuza chuckled darkly. You never know, hanging around with this group might change you faster than you think. Tazuna couldn't describe the feeling he had right now. If he had to guess, he'd say he felt younger than he had in a long time. Like some hard burden had just been lifted from his shoulders. Regardless of what it was incredible and he owed it all to the shinobi he walked beside now. Say, Tazuna-san. The old bridge builder was pulled from his reflection by Haku's soft voice. I was wondering, since we finished this bridge, shouldn't we give it a name? You didn't notice, we already named it. It was Inari who spoke up for Tazuna instead. We'll see the sign for it when we reach the other end. Oh, I didn't notice. What is it called? Haku sounded surprised that they were already ahead of him. Well, I tell you, at first I had a hard time thinking up a suitable name. Tazuna had been waiting for an opportunity to give this speech. But then I got thinking about how we came to be able to complete it. It was thanks to the fact that two groups of enemy ninja teamed up. It was by bonding and working together that in the end we were all able to accomplish my dream. Tazuna looked down at Naruto and Hinata who were holding hands as they walked down the bridge. The bridge that connected not just two countries, but two groups of people. Tazuna wiped the tears from his eyes. The Great Bridge of Unity. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.